Spring Open as well. We have South American Spring Open, and then the Apex Spring Open will begin on Saturday. So lots of Rocket League action coming down next weekend. Take a look at all of those channels you can see underneath the event title there, as well as the start times if you want to check out all of that Rocket League action. So make sure you're taking a look at that, because all those teams are playing for their opportunity to compete at the Boston Major, the Spring Major. Tickets for that go live May 9th, folks. The Spring Major tickets are almost here. You can follow twitter.com/RL Esports to stay up to date on all the information around that event and where you can purchase tickets. It's going to be a great event. I'm going to be there. I hope to see all of you guys there as well. Let's talk about the North American Spring Open, though. Day 2 was quite the upset of event. There was multiple matches that went in ways we weren't expecting them to. Started off the days with some not so close matches here, Gibbs, but ultimately we had some bangers at the end.
Yeah, I think Corelli, you wanted to talk a lot about Gen.G and Spacestation, because we see Gen.G and they're looking on fire.
Oh man, Gen.G looked fantastic here in the upper bracket semifinals against Spacestation. It really was Nolly coming alive here. He scored 7 out of 14 goals for them in this series, and it was against a team that I feel like a lot of people had faith in, taking down Gen.G. When you come off a win from FaZe Clan in those quarterfinals, I think a lot of people put stock into Spacestation. There are some question marks around them. Can't get through Gen.G, at least here in the upper semifinals. They might get another crack at them later if they can get through OpTic, but for Spacestation, just not quite there to beat this Gen.G squad.
And so many question marks around Spacestation. Daniel leaves the squad. How do you fill those shoes? Well, Hoxer comes in, and he's ready to play. He was involved in 10 of the 13 goals for Spacestation. They lost game 1 terribly to a Furious squad, but after that, Spacestation won 4 out of 5 to take this series. Arsenal was just wrecking havoc in the front. He was number 1 in offense positioning, number 1 in front of the ball, number 1 in demos, number 1 in boost steals. He was doing everything on that side of the field, and then Hoxer and LJ were the ones on the offensive side scoring all the goals.
Now, but then we have to talk about OpTic and G2, the desk all going for G2. G2, one of the most consistent teams, especially, against the lesser, in quotes, teams in North America, which OpTic has been in that category. But I have to say, no longer. They came out, they had a really strong game too, but I mean, games 1 and 3, G2 wins. You're thinking, okay, this is going to be routine for G2, but no. OpTic pulls it back. Magic Bear had a phenomenal goal in overtime of game 5. You saw how hype Reynolds was getting the whole time as well. OpTic getting a massive win that was much needed for them in their world championship race. And now they have a chance to go even further.
You see they are one of the 4 teams still alive here today. These are the matches we played yesterday. No Champions Field. Did not get to game 5 or 7. It's going to be all best of 7s here moving forward. So we'll see if anybody can take us to Champions Field today. But Spacestation and OpTic are down in the lowers right now. Gen.G and Complexity in the uppers. Only 4 matches, maybe 5 series. We do have a bracket reset with our double elimination format. So if the team that wins in the upper finals loses the first best of 7 of the grand finals, they will play a second best of 7. It's a double elimination. You have to lose twice to get knocked out. So this is what we got in store for us today here, Gibbs.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I think one of the best highlights of yesterday is now that Arsenal and Reynolds are not on the same team, we just get 2 great interviews back to back. Both teams win, then they both come out and both interview, because that was the one downside of Spacestation back in the day. So only one of them would be able to do these interviews. Now we get them both. We'll see probably another interview from one of those 2, but they're going to battle it out for a top 4 spot, which they're both happy about. But top 3 or better is even sweeter.
Well, we saw some crazy plays there in the highlights of the matches, but I think everyone at home was more just listening to the melodious sounds of your voices as you were talking about what happened. So let's walk through the plays, the top plays from yesterday. Gibbs, this one's all you.
Let's go North America. We're going to talk about Raisewell. He doesn't do much here, but that's the point. The mind games on AJ. AJG. Of course he scores on AJ. He's got 1 extra letter, and it's a G, my favorite letter. So there it is, AJG coming in. Raisewell even pointing at his head on the cameras, saying, I mind gamed you, AJ. What a performance there by Complexity, and they are red hot. Moving on, number 2. AJG, why not score twice in top 3 plays? Here we go. The redirect in the same game, I believe, as well. What a shot there. I love these redirects. It doesn't make sense in physics in real life, but physics in Rocket League, it makes perfect sense. What a shot. And finally, Yan. He does it again. Poor Sup. They're like, oh, we're Battle of Furia game 2 at 0-0 with 0 on the clock. And Yan's like, nah, I'm just going to do a triple tap at 0 on the clock to take it. Yan in both top 3 plays on day 1 and day 2, putting on a performance. But unfortunately, Furia, they only finish with the top 5 finish there.
You know they're happy about it. They got in the top 3 both
They're
times. Right?
happy.
It's not that bad.
Like,
That sounded really bad.
No, like it's a first step for them, but they want higher, you know?
This is a
top 4.
massive improvement there for Fury, and it was goals like that got them to their best performance of the season. But this was not the only RLCS competition going down yesterday. OCE actually wrapped up their competition at like midnight last night for Pacific time here. They had some crazy plays. First, best of 7 reverse sweep in a grand finals to win an event in the history of RLCS. Corelli, walk us through the best goals.
They finally started a time that wasn't past my bedtime, so I was able to watch it live this time. But number 3, excuse me, we kick things off. We're in the upper semifinal, game 5, Power and KCP. It's Anthus. He flips from the ceiling, dunks it down, gets a double tap off the floor, and puts it in for Power. This is something special coming out from Anthus. You can see him just holding on and keeping the trajectory of that ball, putting it away for the double tap. And check this one out. Fever, the Spanish kickoff, and executed to perfection here in the grand final. It's Power again against Ground Zero in game 6. And you don't see a lot of Spanish kickoffs, but boy, that was perfect from Fever, and an easy tap in there in the end for Torresas. And our number 1 play from OCE, it's Anthus again. He pinches it down straight into the box, jumps off the wall, and he punches it in right in front of the face of the last man there. And to stick with this play is not easy. Getting that read off the edge of the ceiling and then staying with it all the way down, jumping perfectly on the post to put it away. It's a beautiful number 1 play from OCE.
You can check out twitch.tv/Rocket League OCE if you want to see the action from the Power Boys going down there. A lot of power plays in our top 3. If you don't mind I'm sorry, I'm just going to leave now, folks. Let's talk about some other stuff that's been happening, folks, as we've had some craziness across the time. Before we get set to today, we're going to play a game. It's called Report Card. We're going to basically throw out a statement, throw out an idea, and everyone's got their whiteboards or phones or fingers, and you're gonna give us a rating on 1 to 10. Chat, you're gonna get to play along too. Drop numbers 1 through 10 on how good of a thing you think this was. So we're gonna start off pretty simple here. North America at the Winter Major. Hello, chat. Hope you guys are having a good time. North America at the Winter Major. On a scale of 1 to 10, how good were they? If you've got a grade, on your report card, just hold it up. Start talking. Tell us what you think. I give us like a 7.
Oh, we're using
like
numbers.
7.
Are we
Numbers
doing,
1 through 10.
Are we using grades?
Well, we
Are we going
can't
right away?
do grades because Twitch chat. We're trying to compare.
My bad.
Twitch
My
chat.
bad.
I kind of like the grade idea. That makes a lot of
Wait,
sense.
hold on. There we go.
I put a little 2 there for 2 and 6 because that wasn't good enough. They did get 4 in the top 8. A little bit of bracket luck. I would have
Sometimes it's
a
better to
little
be
bit
lucky
higher.
than good, Gibbs. NA's doing work. I mean, they didn't win the final. That's why I didn't give them a 9 or a 10.
Yeah.
But I mean, with Complexity and FaZe, Gen.G, G2 all finishing in the top 8, that is really big for all the teams of North America. So North America as a whole, bracket luck, whatever it is, they're doing work. They're getting the region points, and that's what matters.
But it's home court. Home court, and you don't win the grand finals. Come on, NA. Like, I feel like you gotta
NA
win
almost
that.
never wins. So you can just
Exactly. That's
but
why they
we're
should
getting
get
the region spots. We got more region spots.
This doesn't help.
Yeah.
Usual performance. This is amazing, folks. Like, come on. Yeah, I don't know. We all seem pretty agreed on that one, though. Chat's at a 6.2. So yeah, we're all in kind of tenure at SSG. Just the entire time he was at SSG. How do you feel Daniel did?
Do I meme this? That's my question.
I mean, this is kind of a meme segment.
It's true.
The whole thing, right?
I'll put mine up first. I'm going
All right.
6.
Going
Oh,
6?
okay.
Oh, I was
going
going to go
6.
7, so I'm kind of in the same boat as you.
And the only thing is like, yeah, 6.5. That makes sense. Gibbs 4 plus 1.
What are these
because-
pluses? What are you doing?
Because
Yeah,
of the roster move back in the day, I said Daniel's roster move was a 4. But I'll give him +1 for his individual performance. But I got to implement that if you look at his tenure, that was about 1 year and 3 months. So 1 year and 3 months prior to Daniel, we saw 5 regional wins by Spacestation. We saw 1 major win by Spacestation. And we saw them make the grand finals of the championship in Season X. Space Station was a better team before Daniel. I'm not saying it's all his fault
I don't
necessarily.
I don't agree with that comparison.
The NA has changed so much. NA has changed so much with the region transfers and
But
with this,
two
the
grand
new-
finals?
I get it. I see where you're coming from, Gibbs.
Yeah.
I just think a lot has changed since then.
Sure,
and
that's
in
fair.
the
Yeah.
That's
game.
fair.
I
And
also-
the one thing that really sticks out to me, and the reason why I gave him a higher score I think than Corelli, was because I just cannot forget that performance in Los Angeles at the Winter Major last year when he came on. They finished third. They had, that run with Daniel was incredible. And then I'll never forget the Reynolds picking up Daniel and hugging him on the stage after they got that epic win. So I think it was good, but it wasn't great.
That's how I feel too. I don't like using RLCS X online era
That's fair,
compared
that's
to
fair.
this now, especially when you look at, I mean, that's why I have him at 6, because they didn't really win a lot, right? So you can't put him that high, but they did do pretty well internationally, especially for 2 of those majors, finishing 3rd and top 6. That means something, even though it might have been a little Mickey in the next one, but whatever.
Yeah, making it out of wild card into the group stage of Worlds as well with a sick player on his team. It's obviously you can say, like, does that say more about Arsenal than it does about Daniel? But when you are sick, you need your teammates to step up. Daniel was a big part of that story, and I still can remember the crowd's reaction the first time SSG walks out just to put their controllers down and get warmed up, and the crowd starts to go wild. Those moments, the intangibles, the off the field moments that Daniel has created in Rocket League, I think are worth a few points. All right, next statement here. Let's see. North American roster mania. The one it just happened. How was this roster shuffle between winter and spring? How'd you rate this one so far?
What are we grading this one on?
Yeah,
Just
or-
however you want to grade it.
In your own interpretation, how would you interpret this?
Okay.
All right, so
A 1.
a 1. It's because he doesn't want any roster moves, just like NRG. He just,
NRG didn't change. That's a 10 for you, James.
I'll give it a 7.
No,
Big
I
move
was
with
just,
Daniel.
I had my hopes up. The whole Rise coming over to North America, I was like, had my popcorn bucket ready. I'm sitting there waiting, and then Rise chickened out. He chickened out, and then I felt like, it was kind of boring. Honestly,
Yeah.
I thought it was kind of boring.
I'm
So-
I put a
I
question
know
mark.
Daniel moving is big though, so that's why.
you know,
The
I don't-
Daniel
I don't
Beast
know.
mode.
I don't think it's that big. I think we kind of knew that was going to happen. I don't think that was
yeah,
I
I
was
guess, but we know
I was
everything's gonna
snoozing.
happen. So
I was
yeah.
snoozing.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a honk shoe.
Honestly, I like that. We had a super team. We always talk about the super teams, but they almost never actually get formed. So I love seeing Daniel and Beast Mode on the same team. Obviously, it has not turned into results though yet. And seeing Hawkster come in on Space Station and have them be in the top 4 of the first event, that's
That's
pretty
got to be
cool.
the most exciting one, honestly.
You're right. I
That's
maybe
the most
should have
productive
given
one,
everything a 2 with how exciting.
Chat's with us though. Chat's right there at a 5.0 on this one. Okay, last one here. Air dribble bumps. I don't 1 out of 10. How do you like them? What are they? How do you rate air dribble bumps here?
All right.
I'm gonna.
So I'm gonna go first.
You're gonna
real
go
quick,
first?
Starwave. I'm giving it a 10 because I can't
10?
do a lot. Because I can't do a lot of mechanics. I've never scored a flip recycle. Never went off the ceiling. I've scored 5 air dribble bump goals. So I'm thinking it's amazing, and it just tilts people. It tilts them when they say okay, after a demo. I'm
Okay,
gonna hunt
okay.
you down
Dribble bump.
again. I'm gonna air dribble bump you again. So
A cringe out of
like it.
10, a 10 cringe. I gave it just a straight 9, no cringe. I love the homie missile plays.
Use what you got.
Chat can be mad at me and say I'm a cringe old boomer or whatever.
8.3.
but I think they're fun.
Chat,
I
you're
like
cringe.
them.
Yeah, get
cringe.
updated on the meta. If you can't handle it, get out of the kitchen. You can't handle the heat. Just go.
Exactly.
Yeah, you
It's
can
part
go
of the
play. Yeah, go play. A heat seeker if you want. I guess actually there's a lot of bumping in heat seekers.
I mean, we see them all. If I remember Justin season 8 go ahead goal in game 7 against Vitality to win a championship. They didn't win the championship on that goal, but if Justin can go for it there, folks, you can try, and it's not that cringe. Okay, don't kill the part of you that is.
Cringe
is
isn't
cringe.
always
Kill the
bad
party that
too.
cringes,
So,
right?
Yeah.
a cringe can sell tickets, my man. Cringe
That's right.
fills seats.
I mean, look at us.
Look at us, folks. All right, that was the report card. That was some fun times. I hope you guys had a good time with it. Now, let's talk about today's action. Let's take a look again at the bracket overall, folks. Reminder, we've got 1 upper final match going down. We got 1 lower bracket match before the lower semis before we get to the lower finals. So this is the state of the bracket right now, and we're going to do a bracket battle. We're going to do me and Gibbs versus James and Corelli. And I believe we will start with Wibbs, Team Wibbs, Wave, Punk, and Gibbs. This is what we think is going to happen today, and hopefully we're right and we get to rub it in James and Corelli's face for the next week. Here's our bracket, Gibbs. Obviously, there's not a single mistake or a single thing to complain about.
Yeah, we've won every single time we've done one of these. So
4-0. OpTic 4-0.
What is this?
So OpTic versus Space Station. Let's start there. Game 7. It's got to go Champs Field. We need Reynolds Arsenal just going crazy. And then we got to talk about this 4-0 because I'm looking back. I'm clicking through. It's all about momentum. The upper bracket finalists are not very good in North America. They went 0-3 for season 22. So version 1, it was version 1 phase, and I believe G2. They all were in the upper bracket finals. They lost. Then they lost again in the lower bracket finals. So those teams are 0-3 when they fall down there. So we're riding that momentum with an OpTic 4-0 over Gen.G. Why don't you take the uppers, Wave?
Obviously Gen.G versus Complexity, a storied matchup here where Complexity somehow has developed a blockade against Gen.G. They say they've got a mental block against Complexity. They don't know how to deal with that team. And right now, Complexity is as hot as they have ever been. I think it's pretty clear that Gen.G is going to lose to Complexity in the upper finals. And then once they advance to the grand finals, that momentum continues for them there. OpTic Gaming, they beat G2, so they're guaranteed grand finals. That's the other thing that's on their side here, but they will lose, and Complexity will take it down.
James, and I just want to see that title. I just want to see a Complexity title.
I mean, some of it was sensical. Some of it was utter nonsense.
Some of it was lost. Just absolutely lost in the sauce. This is the correct bracket, fellas. Check out that upper final. We got the same thing.
We got Complexity winning. I like it. All right.
But Complexity is coming out on top there in that grand final. We're not even going to a bracket reset.
Yeah, we didn't either.
And I mean, you guys started strong. I don't know why you gave up in your bracket. But anyway, also OpTic there's no chance OpTic sweeps Gen.G, major champions who are so dominant in North America. I just don't see it happening. Gibbs, your stat included teams that weren't Gen.G.
We've never seen Gen.G in a double elim lower bracket finals. This is the first time this team's playing this format.
You're about to see. Also, OpTic's run ends here. They've been on fire, but if you look at the run that OpTic has had, it has been a little bit of a weaker path here compared to what SSG has had to do to get here. So I think we'll see Space Station move on, but Gen.G and Complexity are proving over and over and over again that they're at the top in North America.
The upper bracket teams, though, when they lose, they were combined 3-12 in that lower bracket final. So maybe we should have gave Gen.G one game.
One game. We'll give them one game. You convinced us to give them one game. Chat, let us know who you think was right. Hashtag Wibbs, hashtag Jarelli on Twitter. Tell us all about it, folks. We'd love to see it there. Now, we got other events coming up throughout the season, folks, as well. Non-RLCS events are coming up, and we love talking about events that are happening for the community. As a reminder, for anyone interested in competing in community tournaments, Ally is partnering with The Draw and Rising Stars Odyssey to put on a series of community events. The first tournament took place last month, but The Draw, as well as Rising Stars Odyssey, are coming back in June. Be sure to sign up via Start.GG if you're interested. James, you know a thing or two about The Draw.
Oh, yeah, we actually had the first ever draw. Rizzo flew out, and we did the whole show in person. We had J-Cube there, Doyle on production, and it was so much fun watching Rizzo pull the teams out of a bucket. It was actually a plastic bunny that we were pulling the teams out. And, all 12 of the teams made it through an open qualifier. So if you really want to participate and have a chance at taking home some cash, it's $14,000 per event for the prize pool. Anyone can sign up. Anyone can make it in if you're good enough. The next event is going to be happening on June 9, 10, and 11. So make sure you go sign up on Start.GG.
Start.GG, chat, if you want to be involved. Love seeing Ally helping bolster our community there. Now, let's talk about this event. Back to there. We got 6 minutes till kickoff. Complexity versus Gen.G. They are getting warmed up and ready to go as we speak here. $30,000 going to first place, as well as 24 points. The points may be becoming more important to these players right now than the money, as we are getting closer and closer to the World Championship. players trying to make it there to Boston. And today we're going to have 4 matches, maybe 5 series of Rocket Leagues, depending on that finals. The finals could be 2 best-of-7s, depending on if the team from the lower bracket can beat the team from the uppers. But we will have OpTic versus Spacestation right after our upper bracket finals. Complexity taking on Gen.G Mobil 1 Racing, a storied rivalry at this point. Complexity, they had Gen.G's number. To win the first 3 times. Then Gen.G able to bounce back, get a few wins in a row against them. But the last time they played at the major, it was Complexity again, able to take down Gen.G. So everything to be proved here. It feels, obviously Gen.G is so strong here, Gibbs, but Complexity, there's just something about them. They have really built up their momentum here in the spring.
Yes, they have 5 top 4s in a row. That is more than anyone else in North America has had. So, like, Complexity is consistent. They have been here. They are on this hot streak. They are riding it. They did lose to Gen.G in James's tournament, though, 3-2 on Champions Field. So, maybe Gen.G has a little bit of an edge here, but Complexity throughout this tournament, they have given up 8 goals. They've played 11 games. They are insane right now, playing defense, and their offense isn't too bad. But on the other side with Gen.G, it's a top 3 offense. We know what Gen.G will do on a championship day, and they are to be feared.
And a lot of the defensive prowess, I would say, is from CRR. If you watch the way he plays, so often is he pre-jumping and doing float defense on the goal line and predicting where the shots are going. They're such a tough nut to crack. But also, if you watch the top 3 plays, 2 of them were from AJG. You know, he's upfield, he's being a nuisance, getting the redirect, getting the bumps. One thing about Complexity's game is they're incredibly physical. And not only are they landing demos, but a lot of times you have the demo and the immediate shot. But then you also have the creativity from players like RazeBull. When you saw his mind game, you know, he has so many tools in his toolkit. He's a fantastic ones player, fantastic 2s, 3s player. He's a complete player. And on top of just having the solid mechanics, a thinker. And when you have players like that, it's almost like, you know, players like Arsenal who just can slow the game down, take a line that you just don't see and you just don't expect, and see success.
And I feel like some people might look at the previous matchup with Complexity and OpTic, and they might be looking at Complexity and saying, you know what, some of those games weren't all that pretty. But you have to remember that OpTic is also a very physical team, and it was kind of like a boxing match there in some of those games rather than Rocket League. But I think Complexity go into a matchup here where they're going to be allowed to kind of enforce their physical gameplay without the repercussion of possibly being chased down by Reynolds the entire game, and a matchup that they're very comfortable with, at least one that they know, I would say, a lot more than maybe the OpTic one. So I feel like that's why for James and I, we favor Complexity here, because they have a matchup here that they've just played multiple times.
And Corelli, speaking of a boxing match, the OpTic versus Complexity kind of looked like Rocky if Rocky loses. You know?
Yeah.
He get punched the whole movie, and then he just falls down.
Yeah.
That was OpTic and Complexity. Complexity are playing at a different level, but this is kind of crazy to see these 2 teams play so often. 7 times they've matched up just this, 6 times they matched up just this season in the RLCS, and 7 matchups, including that draw matchup. And it's been back and forth. And even in apparently Jack's interview, he talked about how Complexity was kind of in their head at one point. And there's also, you can't forget about Nolly being former teammates with CRR. And honestly, I don't know how good that relationship is. The few comments I've heard makes me think it's not great. And so,
but that just fuels the fire, right, of this matchup. And both teams desperately want to win. I think it's going to be so much fun to watch, because both these teams know that they're going to the World Championship, but they want the best possible seed. They want to make Boston to get more experience, to get ready for that ultimate prize. And Complexity has just been on this tear. But Gen.G, whenever we get to these regionals on the final days, they always find a way. Watch out for their pass and plays. They've scored 32 goals throughout this tournament. 29 of those were pass and plays. So watch out. That is the best conversion rate of a top 5 offense in this tournament. So Gen.G, you know what's coming, but Complexity has been putting hands up, but they got to continue to do that versus Gen.G.
This is going to be a battle. This could be a preview of the grand finals if Gen.G or Complexity, whoever loses here, is able to bounce back there in the lower bracket finals. Folks, let us know who you think is going to win. Hashtag COL, hashtag GGM1. And it's basically time for us to make our picks here. We have, we got 2 teams. We already made the picks, though. We did already. We all did predict. Yeah, I mean, just for the sake of pageantry, and
Hey, we could always do a turtle and
formalities.
just say that we picked one and then just pick the other.
We
Why
could.
not?
We could. Let's see if we do, folks. Corelli, who's your pick?
Complexity.
Oh, okay. James,
Complexity.
Gibbs. We both also picked complexity here.
Oh no.
I feel like we just want to see someone else win one of these regionals. I think Complexity has
getting
been doing
screenshot.
so well for so long that they deserve a win, and I think that's why we all chose them. I'm going Complexity.
We're gonna get screenshotted.
Wave.
Do it.
Wave.
Wait.
I know. Listen. If I do this, then we're wrong. It's a guarantee. I've been doing this job too much. You guys don't understand. I can hear Dazzrin right now.
Dazzrin
Dazzrin's casting the first match, by the way. I hope you guys are ready for. You got the closers to open things up today. But he's literally like in the back going, "Don't do it. Don't do it." I don't know, folks. But I did.
Are you gonna listen?
I
Do it.
did say complexity on the bracket. Give me complexity. Give me.
Oh my
complexity,
goodness,
folks.
we actually did
There
it.
it
I'm
is.
actually
There it
shocked.
is.
I
There
thought
it
you were
is.
going Gen.G.
That was a close one. No, don't screenshot it, Daz. All right, 62% in favor of Gen.G. The chat's got our back. It's not a complete sweep. Let's get into match number 1 of the day. A storied rivalry, a back and forth, a bull on one side, Chronic and Jack on the other. Noli's there too, folks. It's gonna be great. Gen.G versus Complexity for match number 1.
Nolly is having what should be considered one of his best regionals of the open era. Is it enough to get Gen.G past Complexity again? Jack's under the weather. Complexity is ready to go. Can they spring the upset over Gen.G? Game 1 is underway.
Complexity have also been having a little bit of struggles as well. You talked about it for Jack just being under the weather. CRR in terms of his performance, shooting 14% this event. Meanwhile, AJG has stepped up to have one of the better shooting of the season for him. Looking at this matchup, lots of players going to have to really push forward to see if they can take over this series and put themselves in the grand finals.
Two teams that have expected to be at both majors. Only one has. So Complexity had a strong showing themselves at the winter major. Here goes apparently Jack with Nolly at midfield. Chronic is also starting to creep up. And he'll play this through the corner. Raise Bull there to drop it right down in front. Nobody diving in. Nolly will have it on the other side. Try to take this himself. CRR backing halfway into his goal. No problem. Got a demo downfield, and that's well blocked by Chronic in the corner.
AJG trying to leave that for CRR, and double commit there from Chronic and Jack to be able to make the save. Complexity pressure can sometimes be monumental. CRR's shot's going to be denied again as they continue to try to make something work here offensively. Gen.G Mobil 1 Racing trying to get out of their own zone. It's been a bit of a back and forth struggle here at the start, with Complexity starting to lead the charge on offense, and you got to wonder, once they start getting going, can Gen.G be able to hold things off defensively?
Popped out to the mid here as Nolly will play it across. He's got apparently Jack over there, but he also has Raise Bull. And now Chronic, second touch to try and get around CRR. Apparently Jack's still there in the corner. You stay with this play. It bounces off the corner from Raise Bull. Now Chronic, need another touch needed. He's got it. Trying to center here, but again, nobody able to dive in. Chronic still there. Apparently Jack just not there in time. And Complexity, while they're under duress, have not yielded a goal just yet here in the first couple of minutes. Another opportunity, spoke too soon. Apparently Jack will roll it home.
There you go. Even under the weather, Jack still striking. Chronic able to dish this out. Jack, just that light touch is all you need there. And that aggressiveness paying off. Gen.G in the lead.
A lot has been made over the fact that, yes, Complexity has sort of had Gen.G's number, but in the best of sevens, Gen.G is 2-0, looking to make it 3 as Nolly continues his rapid scoring.
Yeah, he's staying on the board. This time, Jack with the assist. Look at Nolly just wrapping around this. Demo on the play, net wide open. Complexity not able to get back in time. They've got to lock in here, 2:45, and down by 2 as early presence here in the front half for Gen.G.
13 goals now for Nolly here in the Spring Open. He's closing in on a season high as Chronic is blocked by CRR. More defense needed out of Complexity as we get into the second half of game one. They already trailed by 2, and they've given up plenty of opportunities. 6 shots to just 3 on the side of Complexity as Nolly pops another up towards apparently Jack. I don't know how often Jack has been on his half of the field. He almost has set up a tent on the Complexity half, and he's going forward again ahead of the ball. He's got Chronic coming in. He'll take the shot himself at AJG with the save.
I think I was talking to Johnny, and he said, yeah, Jack is always the one out in front of him. Oh my God, AJG, I thought that was going in. That's going to be denied. Wait a second. We can talk about Jack a little later. You got to score that if you're Complexity. I'm sorry, that was free. It doesn't get much freer than that.
One thing that could change here over the course of this series, we'll keep an eye on it as each game wraps up. That one's just a little bit high. Another one high as well. They're hitting everything except the net. Complexity is one of 2 North American teams that has a positive goal differential against Gen.G. The other is M80 as AJG will finally get one home. They hit everything except the net long enough and finally get on the board.
That's a good redirect from AJG. Did hit the crossbar though. They're still shooting pretty high, but that one will go off the bar and in. Minute 23 now. Complexity finally seeing some life. They're able to get the space here against Gen.G. The counterattacks are proving strong, and they've even been able to kind of open up the pace into the net. If Gen.G are careful, Complexity can totally bring this game back. That's a good shot, but it is going to go wide there from Chronic. It's minute 10 to go, 1-goal game.
Good reflexes though from CRR. He knew that shot was coming and he recognized it very quickly. Now Chronic up to the skies, got apparently Jack to his right. He'll have to come in underneath. Now Chronic leaves it for Jack. Can he dish that home? No. Now Nolly stuffed by Raisbull. Who will he opt to go to? Apparently nobody as it goes to the corner. He had options left and right, but neither stayed with him. Now AJG's shot sent away by Chronic. Now Complexity's come alive here in the final couple of minutes of game one. Took a little while to get out of the starting blocks. Is Nolly going to take his time? Picked his spot, and AJG met him there.
Delivery from AJG, 30 seconds to go, though. Complexity got to move the length of the field here. Good pass out from Raisbull. Oh, Nolly, though, with the cut. Chronic can turn on this. Turn, but the shot's off target. Another freebie going by, this time on the side of Gen.G. And CRR can have a chance to equalize here. Complexity trying to push everything forward. The bull charges, but Nolly's there for the block. Final 10 seconds. Ball away from Gen.G. Nolly clears it in space, but CRR puts it back in. They're looking for one more play, but they won't be able to find it. Instead, Chronic will finally find the back of the net there, and Gen.G are going to close out that game.
The only thing we knew for certain was somebody was going to be kicking themselves at the end of this game because they let it slip. How many shots did not require a save? Yikes. Both teams struggling with the shooting accuracy, and now we go into game two with Gen.G having survived that opening game.
Yeah, first game of the day, Kopi. I'm definitely coming out here for both teams because, my goodness, that was not the best showing on either side. And Gen.G slip away with it. I mean, even with that goal from Jack, you see it on our Mobile 1 high-performance replay. Complexity should not have 2 people going back towards the net that way. Someone should be able to make that instant challenge. Communication definitely needs to be on point. You talked about Jack, though, for a little bit here, talking about how aggressive he is out in front. Like I said, I was talking to Johnny, and he said that in the Winter Major, Jack was the person who spent the most time in the opponent's half out of everybody playing. I believe in like the top 8. If not the top 8, everyone in the tournament. Someone can go on Johnny's stream to clarify, but just knowing that Jack is that aggressive, it's no surprise that he's stuck up in the Complexity half.
So Gen.G goes +2 in game one, trying to get their goal differential with Complexity closer to 0. As apparently Jack sets up Chronic, but that goes wayward to the side. AJG and Raisbull are over there. Chronic trying to bring it all the way back to Nola. It's a decent intercept, but now look at the passing from Complexity. Chronic avoids contact. Raisbull will keep it available. AJG is there, but so too is Nolly. And so Complexity, while they continue their bout of aggression here that picked up in the second half of game one, still only the 1 goal back in that first game to show for it. as Complexity weathers the storm for now, though it is still very dangerous.
Yeah, definitely a little awkward there for Gen.G. Complexity trying to hit their stride. Good play there from Jack to apply some early pressure. CRR with some control, but Noli gets that quick beat. Also, great follow-up touch as well, but Jack is also going for that ball, so Chronic has to be careful here in the midfield. Sends it mid, Jack is there. Oh, the shot just hitting the mark. Again, another chance there. That shot was uncontested, but still, you can see the shooting troubles starting to affect everybody today.
AJG gave that a look and turned away, made sure to grab the midfield boost at least to deny Gen.G that as they tried to push into the Complexity half. Now AJG gonna take this himself, try to drop it down. CRR came forward a little too much, and RazeBull has to try and fend off Chronic. CRR up the ladder with AJG in support, and Complexity deny Gen.G a good look at their net for now, though they had plenty in game one. This goes into the corner. Nolly got beat. AJG for CRR in the pass, not quite where it needed to be. Deflected away, and here comes Gen.G, at least buying themselves a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, breathing room for the moment. Complexity have been all over the ball. Look at that, even Jack, light touch, everything getting contested. CRR with a clean beat. Complexity still trying to move upfield here. But it's been a low shooting game so far to start this one off. Only 2 from the side of Gen.G and only 1 on the side of Complexity. It's been a big battle here for possession as things continue on. That bump from Jack proves fruitless as RazeBull is able to get to the ball, clear it out for the time being. Chronic with the ground pinch forces AJG to make a save.
Kind of wonder if this is maybe kind of a conscious effort from Gen.G, especially apparently Jack being more of a disruptor than usual here. With maybe him not being at quite 100%. Jack is the shooter here, but never got to the shot. Now Nolly will have to bring it all the way back, and Gen.G continues to play the possession game. Chronic has Jack way downfield. He's got to scramble back, just in case Nolly didn't have that win at midfield. And RazeBull bringing this across. Jack is there, trying to intercept. And that's well done by the Complexity defense for now, keeping Gen.G at bay again. Inside 2 minutes now. RazeBull has that kick right out to AJG. Shot coming in, and Jack couldn't react in time. AJG, almost like he just had that bounce off his car and in.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Noli clears it. It is straight to AJG. Kind of the pinches there to the top right corner. It happens so fast that if you don't see it coming, you're not going to be able to react in time. Complexity take 1, and now they set the tone on Forbidden Temple.
Nolly just dances around RazeBull. Apparently Jack put it up there for Chronic. Try and drop it down, and RazeBull with the save, despite the interference in the net from Nolly. Jack going to work himself. Flip reset, try to get the pass down to Chronic. Could not. And Chronic intercepted by El Toro, and the lead is 2.
It was so obvious. Gen.G, the passing around looks great, but you got to be just a little bit more creative. RazeBull read that all day. Chronic had no momentum on the ball, was trying to get back to Noli. The Bull charges forward and puts Complexity in a strong position here. 2 goals up with 1.5 minutes to go.
Great shot from midfield by Jack, just trying to pressure Complexity a little bit. Another demolition taking out AJG. He'll spawn on the opposite side and have a good look at Nolly getting a flip reset shot. That is denied. AJG coming back to the rescue from the respawn. Now CRR up ahead for AJG, intercepted by Jack. Still a minute to go here. Plenty of time for Gen.G. They can score in bunches, but CRR denies Nolly. Now apparently Jack trying to dance around. Again, a lot of possession out of Gen.G. They have not converted it into much offense. Now Jack, 50 seconds. Got to get this off the backboard. He can't, and another great clear from RazeBull.
Complexity charging downfield, looking for another. Maybe a chance here for Gen.G, but you see AJG and CRR, they want to keep this ball on the orange side, just making it so much harder for Gen.G to move upfield. CRR is causing chaos on that side of the field. 30 seconds now in game 2. And it looks like Complexity just have everything established. It's so much more cleaner than game 1. The positioning has been great, and especially them being able to take advantage of opportunities and manage the field once they got the lead. It's been super solid.
And the final 10 seconds of game 2, they've got to score right about now to give themselves a chance, and Jack could not guide that in under the bar. And so AJG's second goal, his team leading 13th, gave Complexity the lead. They did not look back, and they've got a game in this series. We're all knotted up through 2 in this best of 7 upper final.
This is what you like to see between these two, though. Both teams trading blows here. Because Gen.G Mobil Racing get a solid game 1 victory, but then you go into Forbidden Temple, the Complexity starts to change up the pace, showing a little bit of adaptations in the mix, as well as that team performance. Again, every goal assisted this game from Complexity. The defense was strong, and AJG and RLCS, again, just kind of stepping up and playing their part here. They've been doing great on the scoring for Complexity over the course of this tournament, and they're showing no signs of slowing down.
We wondered just how Gen.G would fare against Complexity with their stifling defense. They've been one of the stingier teams defensively, not allowing a lot of scoring opportunities. And in this era where, look, you're not blocking a lot of shots anyways, it's more important to prevent teams from getting those scoring opportunities in the first place, rather than relying on your reflexes with how great the mechanics have become. These two teams have been 2 of the best in the whole tournament. It's no surprise that they're here in the upper final, but somebody has to drop down to lowers. As we go to game 3 now on DF8 Stadium, Nolly getting the opening salvo as Gen.G try to pressure Complexity again. Really does feel like whoever had the initial surge has, I want to say, quite dominated the game so far in this series, but has certainly had a significant advantage.
Exactly, and then when you talk about just the shooting aspect of it as well, knowing that AJG and RLCS, who are having the best shooting percentage ever, as Noli puts on a good shot that's denied by RLCS. Again, last game for RLCS, AJG shot 50%, RLCS shot 100%. Like, these guys are taking their opportunities, and they are, finding the mark. Yeah, sure, that game 1 was sloppy, but the game 2 cleanup is solid. Both teams got with a win under their belt. Something's got to give here in game 3. Is series still tied up.
AJG comes into this series having scored on almost 40% of his shots. Take that for what it's worth. The competition hasn't been the toughest, but it has certainly been worthwhile mentioning his offensive contribution. Has been outstanding for Complexity, and continues here in this upper final as CRR, with only 5 goals up to this point, got to get him going for Complexity to have a shot at knocking off Gen.G here. Dangerous spot a moment ago for Complexity defensively. They weather the storm, and now here comes Jack and Gen.G. That was dangerous too. AJG cutting in front of Chronic.
So, more pressure here for Gen.G. Noli, not able to get the flip reset, trying to get the bump to make up for it. Chronic will keep this in play before getting demoed by RLCS. And AJG, strong touch pass 1. Of course, you see Jack, that second man, not trying to necessarily leave this blue half himself. He's going to turn here. Look, he's sitting, waiting across, trying to find that extra shot to put on, and is now just looking for some bumps. If Noli can get this follow-up, it may help. Wait, he leaves it for Jack! Jack will find the back of the net, and Gen.G will start game 3 with the lead.
You wondered how long it would take for them to get burned here. They allowed Gen.G to get real close to the net, and nobody accounted for apparently Jack, who's got his second to lead Gen.G in scoring.
And now you can bet the pace of play is going to elevate here. Wait, did RLCS got him? He did! Right off the kickoff. Noli wasn't in the right position. Oh, yeah, where did he turn? I can hear
he turned
everyone
up, didn't
saying
he?
it. I can hear everyone saying he got caught out by the bull, and we are back tied up.
Yep, go check out Johnny Boy's YouTube. Sometime next week, you'll see him break down that kickoff, I'm sure. When are they going to learn, Dad? When are they going to learn? Oh, drop down in front, and that goes off of RLCS and in.
Look at the chain dash here from Jack. Initial challenge, uses it to catch up to the ball, supersonic, and then pushes that one in front, scrambling to get back. Complexity was not expecting that angle.
Right at the halfway mark, Jack continues scoring. It's like everybody gets like a flu buff or illness buff of some kind. You go back to last season, Garrett G, sick as a dog, pulls off a reverse sweep over FaZe Clan. Arsenal at the wild card when he was sick. gets the series winner. And now apparently Jack, and we saw him charge away from the PC right after winning yesterday. You know he's not quite 100%. All he's doing is leading Gen.G in scoring right now, halfway through game 3. This is dangerous towards the net. AJG pops it away. Nolly now whiffs, and apparently Jack will try to bring it around the corner.
Tries to bring it around the corner. Still a chance, though. Complexity biding their time, looking for a way through. CRR might be able to lead that charge, but has to go way back downfield. Razebull wants to keep this in play, and he is able to get some space, but there's not going to be a real follow-up here, except for Chronic giving that light touch to AJG off the pass from CRR. Tries to get that threatening, but still not enough. And Complexity still keeping this in play. They have the ball where they want it. They have the boost here as well, but it really does matter if they can pull Gen.G out the net, which doesn't seem like they can.
Nolly for Chronic. He gets swatted out of the air, so he can't follow it up himself. Complexity trying to level the score line here, but apparently Jackson will pop it up for Chronic, and that's well done by Razebull to slow down the surge. Chronic is still there, forward. Kick out to Nolly. AJG read it well, and he jumped out. Very proactive defense to get Complexity out of the zone. Now CRR gives that away to Jack, and all Razebull can do is dump it back in and try and give his teammates a chance to get all boosted up and bring it right back. That kicks out for CRR, and it bounces off of him the wrong way towards Razebull.
Great challenge there from Noli to also make that awkward for CRR. Jack's going to get there first, and CRR all the way back, goes in net, wants to get as much power on that clear as possible, but Chronic read it and cut it out before Razebull can make that a play upfield. 30 seconds remaining, and how teams move upfield with the ball. What are the decisions they're making? Going to be a big factor. CRR puts a shot on, but Jack was there to read it. Complexity hunting for a chance here to score. They can't find one yet as the clock ticks down.
Oh, will this get inside the dotted line? No, just off. And one last chance. Big clear from Razebull downfield looking for CRR. Follow-up is going to go high and wide. And now AJG got to get around Jack. And Nolly and Chronic both waiting. Chronic deleted off the backboard. CRR for Razebull, no. CRR has AJG. Can CRR get to this? No. Razebull is not going to catch up to this. And Gen.G takes control of the series.
They had to wrestle for control of that as well. I mean, when you saw that last play there from Complexity, the demos on the play, see everybody just, again, trying to make those light adjustments, and it seemed like they had everything in place, but just before they were able to execute, someone from Gen.G able to get back in time, force a pinch downfield. You cannot let your foot off the gas against Complexity, and they showed why just there, but Gen.G able to have some really solid performances here, especially from Jack. 8 shots from him, 2 of them going in and being a big difference maker. As you see this one there, look at that great angle. And like you said, even though Jack not necessarily feeling the best, still showing up here.
He's living his best life right now. He has been the catalyst for Gen.G here in this series, where I think a lot of people would have had their eyes on Noli after his strong performance through the first couple of days. But it has been apparently Jack leading by example, as you'd expect. And now they've got a 2-1 series lead going into Utopia here for game 4. Can Gen.G keep it rolling, get on to match point, and probably force a timeout out of Complexity? We'll find out on Utopia.
How can Complexity start to put things in the driver's seat? You know they have the ability to really take dominant wins against Gen.G Mobile One Racing. We saw that in the Winter Major. But it's not showing that here. And that could be just, of course, again, people on Gen.G elevating. Here's a chance here for a play, and CRR able to knock that away in time. Was in a 2v1 situation. Plus, you have to be very careful because Gen.G, they're waiting for their moments, and you see them, whether it's the individual performances or just those quick pass plays. If Complexity don't have their head on a swivel, Gen.G can move past them easily.
Razebull quickly down to AJG. What a pass as AJG dives in to give Complexity the lead.
I say Gen.G, but Complexity, but Gen.G have to watch out too. Look at that pass. Straight to AJG. It's perfect placement there for Razebull. What a play from Complexity to kick things off.
Take that now, 12 assists to lead everybody on this Complexity squad for Raise Bull. And how important is that goal for Complexity very early on here? They have not lost a game when they've scored first this weekend. Neither has Gen.G. Gen.G 12-0, Complexity 9-0 in such cases. So history working in favor of Complexity. Can they extend this lead though? That's going to be the key, because you don't feel like another shutout is coming. This goes angling downward, and Nolly will have it out right at CRR. And he's just more of a pest here, trying to slow down Gen.G. They have numbers going forward though. Apparently Jack, one more touch, Nolly's there, and so is CRR. His defense has been outstanding.
CR on top of the ball. Chronic had to be careful there, was last back. Now trying to stop the play here for developing. 1, 2, almost 3. CR couldn't get there in time. And that was very dangerous on the side of Gen.G. Complexity are starting to ramp forward after that initial goal.
Chronic has to outlet towards apparently Jack, who's going to need a little bit of help getting across midfield. There's CRR. AJG's there. Nolly had to spring into action, and he can take a shot that's going to go well wide, and Raise Bull's not going to burn much going after it. He got a full tank of boost, gets tangled up with Jack on the side, and they finally break free from each other. And it's Chronic with Nolly right behind him. He'll be called into action as well. Looking for an opening here. Got the flip, reset, bring it down to ground, and Chronic and Jack will have to communicate well, and they do. Chronic around Raise Bull, trying to get around CRR, no. Follow up from Jack, lining up a double, and he got the second touch, but not on. Follow up hits the crossbar. Oh, Gen.G missed a golden opportunity to tie up game 4. Now Raise Bull back the other way. Could not get a piece of Nolly.
Still more pressure. They're gonna try to clear it out and move upfield. Jack, lots of speed on that ball, but you're absolutely right. Prime position there for Gen.G, and they weren't able to take it. Now they got to put in more work. Still a 1-goal game, but Complexity, you can see them, again, just keeping up with that speed. And yeah, they had one lapse. Maybe this one will help. No, Chronic, a chance there, but the shot was off. This redirect will be on. And here we go. We got a tied-up ball game.
He misses the bunny on the right side, and then what does he do? He redirects this one right down the dotted line, and we're all tied up. You know, Gen.G, they never take the easy way out, do they?
Yeah, nah. They don't.
Some style points at least as they tie up game 4. Now AJG forced to burn a lot of boost to keep this ball available, and that's a good win by Chronic. Nolly was diving in. Apparently Jack will have this from the wing. AJG on a deflection off of Jack, and Raise Bull make sure Nolly can't follow this play up. It's still a little bit awkward defensively out of Complexity, but now they work downfield. CRR and Raise Bull, nobody gets a shot on target.
Good control. CRR in the air, though. You gotta watch out. Like you said, and not necessarily having the best tournament for CRR, but if he does get going, it'll be a huge difference maker in this series for Complexity. Still kind of waiting to see him get on the board here. Raise Bull, though. Oh, the light touch baited out Nolly, and Jack will be able to get there in time. CRR shot will be blocked away. AJG a little awkward trying to set up Raise Bull, who almost forced it through. So close, but just not enough.
Unless anything drastically changes here, this will be, as a shot from AJG denied by Nolly, this will be kind of an interesting tournament for Complexity, as you know, they're getting a lot more production than they've needed to get in the past out of AJG and Raise Bull. CRR has often been a big part of their offense, but he's got less than 50% goal participation throughout the Spring Open. It's the only event this season where that's been the case, and usually he's well over 50. And apparently Jack, stopped by AJG, follow-up is wide from Chronic. You'll certainly want that one back. You'll want a few of these shots back as we head perilously close to overtime. Now only 5 seconds left. AJG got it past Jack, and now Chronic challenging Raise Bull, who's got to bring this to ground. He will not. Apparently Jack for the win, and he hit the post. Oh my gosh, it's a perfect illustration of this whole series right there.
Oh my God, you can even see him shaking his head. What was that? Clear lane, free ball. He knew exactly where to place it. And Maybe it is just history with the first goal. We'll have to see whether or not Gen.G can change that with this overtime, if they can take it. But signs are not looking good if they're missing a couple of open looks like we've seen them do so far this game. Complexity haven't gotten things on the right side of the ball either, where they've also missed some close chances. It's been rough to watch at times.
Well, apparently Jack grabbing that corner boost, forcing AJG into retreat mode. But he stayed with the play. Now Raise Bull just ahead of the defense. CRR. Oh, he beat the defense, but could not beat the post. And now apparently Jack will spring Chronic downfield, lining up a double, and AJG disrupts.
That's a great touch too from AJG. They'd be able to, like, you know, you're going with the ball towards that back wall, gets the kind of pinch on it to send it over to the side as well. That was super solid. Great save too as well. And now things moving the other way. No, own goals. Are you kidding me? Complexity tie up the series off of an own goal.
We call that plot armor. Complexity.
Bruh.
Levels the series. Again, they score first. Again, they win. Oh boy, oh boy. That one's gonna sting for Gen.G.
Yeah, especially considering the fact that they had like 3 different shot opportunities to where, I mean, these are free shots that they should have been able to score. Seeing them miss a lot of those chances, and they didn't really shoot that much either. You look at the totals there from them, 5 against Complexity's 8. Complexity had more of the pressure. Oh, Raise Bull let them know too as well. Complexity up in front now. Well, the series is tied after that, but it feels like they're up in front momentum-wise after forcing that error. We are guaranteed 6 games here in our upper bracket final. But what an interesting way to start off the day for sure.
One of these teams is going to go to the grand final, and the way things are going right now, they're going to breathe a big, big sigh of relief when they get there, and they're going to have a long time to sit and think about how they're going to recover and close out this tournament. But first, they've got to deal with each other here in Game 5 to break a 2-all tie as we head to the newest addition to our map rotation. I absolutely love this backdrop. Let's go. Game 5 between Complexity and Gen.G.
Great shot there of the map, by the way. Let's see who's able to elevate here already. Some quick offense there. Noli putting a tough shot in. Well done from Noli. He picks up after the mistake in Game 4.
2 goals in a row for Noli. That is great placement as well. That's exactly where CRR could not possibly catch up to it.
Leave him alone.
Gen.G scored first. That's what matters, right? 10 seconds into Game 5. Again, they're 12-0 when they have scored first. Complexity reaching the 10-0 mark under such circumstances as AJG tried to chase this down. Now it's Raise Bull. Rise and fire, and apparently Jack has set it away. CRR, quick shot, and that's blocked away as well. All the shots on target now for Complexity.
Look at that, they fire back so quickly. Jack with 1 save, Jack with 2 saves, not good enough. It goes off the post and straight to AJG's lap. And he's gonna push that one right under the crossbar. Shooting successful for Complexity. They get back into this game very quickly.
CRR, one little touch to bring that a little closer to the corner and away from Chronic. Well done to get control, but apparently Jack will take over. Noli is there, so is Raise Bull as he plays it across, and CRR trying to get going in the offensive end. That goes off of Noli. Chronic has got it right down to apparently Jack. That's well done by Gen.G. Again, that possession playstyle they went with early on in this series. They have not abandoned it, and it yields a goal here. Chronic getting on the board after a great sequence out of Gen.G.
Oh, that's a nice light touch from Noli. Chronic got around it, put the shot in perfect position. Now, they get the lead here again, but Still, both teams kind of trading blows back and forth. Is that going to go in off the kickoff? It will. Jack picks one up. Everybody getting on the scoreboard for Gen.G.
He just keeps going, doesn't he? Everything coming up for apparently Jack after a couple missed opportunities in game 4. Make that 4 goals now for Jack as he keeps his hot streak going. CRR grabbing the midfield boost, but he's going to be out of position for the moment as this gets in behind him. Chronic stole some out of the corner. It's going to be very awkward for Complexity here unless AJG grabs that other boost in the corner, which he does. But it's CRR who's going to have to play this from right in front of the goal line. And AJG will start the counterattack. CRR under him to the right and disrupted by Chronic.
Only with some control here. Played out. Race Bull went for it. CR not able to get that as well, and Noli, light ball, forces a double commit. Jack was able to steal some corner boost, so AJG a little bit low here for a bit until he can move downfield. Noli though, good beat out. Again, Jack taking that corner boost once again from Complexity, trying to see if they can set up some consistent offensive control. AJG has been grabbing pads. Jack with the fake here to set up Chronic, but Chronic doesn't get the flick. And Noli will struggle to keep this one in play for the time being. Still plenty of time in game to go as things are starting to settle down here.
It really has felt like a 2-goal lead has been one of the more nerve-wracking leads to have because you know the other side is just one strike away from making things real tense. Raise Bull through Noli. Apparently Jack, great job grabbing the boost and stopping that ball on the side. Now Chronic for apparently Jack. Nobody else coming forward though, so that's a giveaway to Complexity. CRR led a little bit too far, so he's got to settle for a boost on the other side of the field. He'll still be down there. He stole both back boosts out of Gen.G's half, and Noli there to intercept the centering pass.
Good control there. Uh-oh, played out. This might be good for CRR. Oh, but Jack able to get there in time. Great effort from Jack. He wasted no time going for that ball. He knew if he hesitated for a second longer, AJG would have been there for the demo. AJG in trouble now. It's Gen.G trying to make that push. Complexity set in net. Can Gen.G move past him?
Raise Bull around Noli. Pass Chronic. CRR decoy.
What?
Oh, he actually got a piece, and it goes through.
This is wild. Raise Bull with the light touch. CRR gets a little piece of it. Yeah, you're right. He did get it. Jack had no idea how to read that. Bounce and in. And Complexity, like you said earlier, make things real tense here.
Gen.G's got to try and hang on now, add on to their lead perhaps in the final 90 seconds as Chronic pops one out to the corner. AJG is there, and apparently Jack just ahead of him. Jack gonna call his own number, flip reset, denied by CRR, and he'll play that even further through the corner. Raiseball thought about diving in, thought better of it, and CRR this time has to let it go, and AJG's got to start from the starting point, way at the back. Raise Bull, indirect, intercepted by Noli. He's still on this though. Now Noli
Big
has
miss.
AJG. That is very awkward.
Big miss on the play. Ball pinches out. Complexity don't have a lot of time to be waiting around here. Less than 50 seconds to go. They got to start moving upfield. CRR does just that. How can they control the pace? Trying to leave that for Raise Bull, but Jack stays on top of the ball. Chronic clears it away, but that's giving up possession. And Complexity will take that all day long. Now Chronic and Jack just trying to cut in between. 30 seconds remaining. Ball on the blue half as Gen.G trying to keep this ball as far away from their net as possible while the clock ticks down.
Spot in the grand finals on the line here in our upper bracket final as Noli will pop it away. Now AJG, shot on is denied by Chronic. Follow up from Raise Bull. Has CRR waiting. Set him up and got it through. CRR threads the needle and the chaos in front leads to an equalizer.
There's that charge from Complexity. AJG getting bumps in the back. CRR has the lane and is not gonna miss the mark this time. 7 seconds to go. Chance to put the series on match point. We are tied up.
Can Gen.G break their hearts here? That's a great catch by RazeBull. He'll bring it to ground. Actually, it kicks back out, and Nolly's got to bring it to ground instead. We go to overtime in Game 5.
Now, Gen.G, who had a 2-goal lead in this series, are trying to make sure they don't let, or 2-goal lead in this game, are trying to make sure they don't let it slip away. As Complexity starts to surge, CR does as well. It's a great shot. Follow from RazeBull, blocked away from Chronic. So much more pressure. Demo on the play as well. And Jack will pick up another save. Complexity are starting to charge forward, and their shots are dangerous here on the Gen.G net.
Complexity shots have been on target, whereas Gen.G, while they've had those opportunities, they have a lot of misses that they're going to look back at and go, boy, we've really got to tighten those up if we're going to get to and win the grand final. Nolly right to AJG, and apparently Jack has to try and catch this in the backfield. He does, and dances around CRR. He's got Chronic in support. Nolly, last man back. RazeBull beat him. Chronic ranging back, and CRR just could not get around him. Gen.G narrowly escapes danger and then gets a shot right at RazeBull. And so now it's Gen.G's turn to put a little more pressure on Complexity.
Can they break through Complexity when they're on defense? Everyone said it's been so hard to get past. Jack wants to set things up off the ceiling. Nolly's there, and it'll go in! Gen.G put the series on match point. Pitch out off the ceiling. You see the speed. They don't throw this one away.
Everybody shoots, everybody scores in this series. Nolly adding his third as he gives Gen.G an all-important 3-2 lead. And that puts Complexity back against the wall here in the upper bracket. Last realistic chance to use a timeout, and we haven't gotten word that they're going to yet. With Neo Tokyo on the horizon here, Daz. Gen.G gets, well, I guess technically 2 overtime winners in a row here out of Nolly. And they're looking to go 3-0 now. In best of 7s, Complexity does, in fact, use its timeout.
Backs against the wall. Complexity just trying to figure out, killing the momentum, getting back locked in. If they drop to the lower bracket here, they play the winner of SSG and OpTic. Both teams hungry for a shot at either of these two.
Both teams have been red hot in this tournament as well. The way these two teams are shooting right now, neither of these teams want to run into either of those teams. So, obviously, yes, both teams want to win this series. Thanks, Stacks. No, really, they want to avoid that lower bracket at all costs. The way Spacestation and OpTic are going, somebody has to go down there, though, and we may find out who after we have a little pit stop at Neo Tokyo. We look back again at the Mobile One high performance replay of a wild back and forth Game 5, and Gen.G hangs on thanks to that opportune shot from Nolly. He had the first goal, he had the last goal. Maybe Gen.G will have the last laugh as we get set for Game 6.
You gotta give credit to Nolly though. You go off to that Game 4, and you're the reason why the team ends up dropping that one. Now you go into this, and then you make a statement just showing, hey, no timeout needed either from them. Just goes back, loads up, drops a couple goals there. Team keeps the possession, keeps the pressure up, and doesn't choke when Complexity start to get on that 2-goal run. Now, looking at this situation here, Complexity, they're going to come out. The adjustments are definitely going to be made here. This is going to be the biggest test for Gen.G Mobile One Racing right here, because Complexity are going to bring up everything they have. As, they have another life here in the tournament, but a spot in the grand finals awaits whoever wins this series. Kickoff at Game 6.
Had been a relatively slow start for CRR the first half of this series, but he's got up to a couple of goals and a couple of assists, and if he gets going, as he has over these last couple games, it's going to be a very difficult task for Gen.G to close out Complexity. But again, they are 2-0 on them on the season in best of 7s. whereas Complexity had all that success in the BO5s. It's Nully with Chronic to his left. It's going to be Chronic to take the shot and score!
That's faith there. Noli goes up. Chronic's already in the air, by the way. Gets it straight to him. And even though AJG knew what was happening, just did not have the time to react. Gen.G strike first after the timeout.
He who scores first usually wins. That's been the theme here between these two teams. And that's what Complexity has to overcome if they want to send us to Champions Field. RazeBull sends one high. AJG trying to stay with it. Get in the way. CRR finally dives in, but too late. Nolly with the save. Apparently Jack gets that away from RazeBull. And AJG's going to bring it back in. He does with the second touch, but it goes right to Chronic. So AJG will have to settle for a consolation prize. Boost out of the corner. Now RazeBull. First minute gone by. RazeBull flip reset to try and slow it down, and Nolly was giving him no time or space whatsoever. And the Gen.G defense with a little extra pep in their step now with the early lead in Game 6 and a closeout opportunity. Chronic has to pop it up high to give his teammates time to get back, and they have done just that.
They are low on boost. The Complexity is still knocking. Great save. Follow up. No, he missed. And CRR will push it into the lower right corner. Complexity sent the house, then did a spin around the block to get that goal. So much extra effort on the play.
What a great teammate this CRR is. He gives his other teammates a chance to kind of carry the series in the first half, and then he decides, you know what? Y'all ain't getting it done. If you want something done right, do it yourself, but they're going to get caught off the kickoff. No, it's off the post. It hit both posts and could not go through, and we remain tied.
Things starting to settle here, especially off of that quick kickoff. You see Gen.G wanting to kind of keep up the pace. Jack looking for a demo out in front. Can Chronic get this redirect on target? No, he missed. Jack misses as well. Noli, chance here, shoots, but AJG there to slow things down and buy his team some time. It's a great save. Can AJG do it again? No way. Jack's touch is going to be sent off to the side, giving Complexity a chance to set up defense.
That was a great opportunity, too, for Gen.G. Complexity had no boost between them at all, but RazeBull got that boost out of the corner that just respawned for Chronic. And now they can finally try to break out of the zone. They do. It's CRR ahead at apparently Jack. Good cut there by Nolly. Chronic hard off the backboard. Apparently Jack will not get one on target. And back the other way. CRR around Nolly.
And looking for that extra high pass is Gen.G, and instead the touch goes straight to Complexity. Now they got to play a little bit of defense here. Gen.G, again, getting those offensive chances. They've outshot Complexity 4-2 this game so far, but Complexity has been able to make the most out of their chances. Chronic with a chance. Chronic, it goes in! Off the bar and in is Chronic. Gen.G with the lead.
How heartbreaking is this? How close was it CRR? How close did he come? It was that close to cycling around to pop it back out. But Gen.G, again, after scoring first in this game, they have reclaimed the lead. Oh, RazeBull. That one threw him for a loop, and this could be dangerous. Nolly going head hunting. RazeBull has to avoid him. Got to the backboard, but CRR will take charge, leaving RazeBull at the back to finally spring them across midfield.
A little bit of a double commit there. Both teams kind of fighting for possession here. Lots of light touches in the midfield. Gen.G have the lead here, but we've seen Complexity surge late, even in literally the last game, forcing overtime, going on a 2-goal run. Gen.G can't let themselves off the gas, and they do, and that just rolls in. I don't get it. I don't get it.
It caught a deflection off of Chronic, and Jack just couldn't get there in time. Okay.
It's game 6.
It really is Neo Tokyo, isn't it? Well, well, well. AJG, indirect on target. Chronic now. After CRR, it's apparently Jack. Light touch. Sent away hard to the corner. This is all the chaos that we saw from Oceania last night. Maybe it's just everybody got an OCE kind of day going here.
Oh, Lord. That was...
Reverse sweep in the grand finals. But here's AJG. for CRR for the lead. Oh, a challenge fastball, and Noli couldn't catch up to it.
They slept on Christian, and he shows up when it's time. Look at that shot. Noli just a little too late on the aerial. Top right corner swap from CRR, and Complexity with the lead. 57 seconds to go, and a chance for Game 7.
Oh, Jack, right as he jumped, got knocked into next week. Now Chronic. Pinch from the ceiling, and Ray's Bull had it red the whole way. 40 seconds. As this pinches across, and AJG up to it very quickly. Chronic got that boost away from apparently Jack. Got to use it now to make the save, and he does, to give Gen.G a chance to counter. Chronic way ahead to Noli, and he almost dropped it down and in. Again, well defended by Complexity. Into the final 20 seconds now of Game 6. Gen.G about to lose out on their opportunity to close this out before we finally get to go to Champions Field. CRR with a good catch. Down to 8 seconds. AJG whiffed on it, and that could put him out of position. Noli to the corner to send it to OT, denied by CRR, and we go to Champions Field.
Oh, by the skin of their teeth, Complexity stop in the streak of Gen.G scoring first and winning the game stats. 12-1 now, as we are going to Champions Field to start off the day. Now, I'm just glad we're there. How we got there, not really that impressed by everybody. That being said, towards the end of that game, we saw lots of great Rocket League. CRR stepping up, shooting 100%. He's had a very poor shooting percentage this tournament. But again, when his teams needed him most, he's been able to find the mark. On the side of Gen.G Mobil 1, Chronic shooting 2 for 4, 3 saves. Quieter game from Noli, who's normally stepped up from this Gen.G team. And seeing things kind of start to herb and switch here. As again, remember, Complexity did call that timeout, and whatever they had talked about, they've been able to kind of make some adjustments here and throw Gen.G off. Gen.G also kind of threw themselves off as we take a look back at the Mobil 1 high performance replay. Lots of great scoring, but it all comes down to this. One more game as who goes on to the grand final.
It all comes down to Champions Field with Gen.G not using their timeout, interestingly enough. They still had it in their pocket to use. They opted not to. So we go to our deciding game. Been a bit of a bacon series. You certainly love it. It's been entertaining. You don't never want to see how it's made, though. As we go to Champions Field, we're underway to kick off the day.
This is to see who really has the ice here, though. Chance at the grand finals. Whoever loses isn't out. Oh, but that's a good clearance there from Noli. Send that all the way downfield back to Jack. Space here. Who's going to get there first? CRR does. Complexity with a chance to get a drive upfield. Lots of tension here. We've seen mistakes, but a mistake that could potentially cost you the series is not one you want to make here on this stage.
Opt out in front. Jack just got away from AJG, and AJG couldn't quite turn around quickly enough on this one. Race to the corner boost, won by AJG. So he gets that ball to the corner and gets the boost and gets it downfield. Now Ray's Bull, flip, reset, popped over, and Chronic is there on the crossbar. Now CRR challenging Noli. And Ray's Bull will not opt for the midfield boost. He had to go after the ball instead. CRR with a big demo on Chronic.
Yeah, and for Ray's Bull to do that while Jack is just chasing him down. Well done from Ray's Bull. It's been pretty hectic in the midfield. AJG will put a shot on. CRR had the read on Jack's clear. Pick the pockets. Complexity with the start in Game 7.
He had a couple of assists for his first 2 tallies. Since then, 5 goals for CRR, and none bigger, perhaps, than that one right there to give Complexity the lead in Game 7.
Let's see. Clock against Gen.G now. Complexity have willed themselves back in. In some cases, they've had a little help. But can they close it out here after getting everything they need right now in front, but there's so much time left. A second goal would do wonders for them. They send two, but Gen.G's able to block it away.
This is the last guy they wanted to see on the ball. CRR set it up and got the bump. But nothing further. That's picked off by RLCS, and oh, he's going to want that one back. It was a wide open net. He'll take out his frustrations on Nolly. Now CRR and AJG creeping forward. And this will be deflected away by Nolly. Indirect pass intended for RLCS, sent away by Chronic, but it's Complexity, not allowing Gen.G to get cleanly onto the other half of the field. This is awkward. AJG could not dance around Nolly. Well done defensively to keep Gen.G effectively in this game.
Gen.G have not had a shot yet. This has been all Complexity as they have controlled the first half of Game 7.
Oh, Nolly started to creep up, and Chronic must have called him off at the very last moment. Now Chronic going after CRR, and apparently Jack will dunk it through.
Look at the setup here. They had space. They saw CRR last back. Chronic charge forward. Jack takes it low and wins the 50 just under the crossbar. We are all tied up here. Gen.G get a set play and make it work.
CRR is going to scramble back for this, and he could not go for the corner boost. This is given away, and RLCS is right there. AJG running forward, and he can't factor into the play. Looking maybe to clear the way. AJG blocked way out in front. These shots are coming from further and further out, and they're still just as deadly.
I have to keep eyes on just to see, because Complexity is a team. They have good communication. They move around the field. A lot of people talk about Gen.G's passing. Complexity is just as dangerous in that aspect. That was a good touch from Jack, but Chronic just way too late on that. And is trying to slow down RLCS as he moves forward. The ball puts it top left, but Jack is there to block it away.
CRR will cycle around. He's had a hand in 7 out of the 13 goals here for Complexity. Now he's got to play some defense. Coming from the ceiling of the goal, and the shot sails high again. Out of Gen.G. Nolly can't follow this up, so RLCS will play downfield. AJG took out Chronic, and he'll roll it home as Chronic could only watch helplessly on the respawn.
He got the demo on the back end, and RLCS with the clear away. No one home from Gen.G. The off-ball play is a big-time play for Complexity. 1 minute and 16 to go before Complexity can go to the grand finals.
RLCS after AJG clears the way again. AJG's physicality has been menacing, and Gen.G has not had an answer. CRR to the heavens, and blocked away by Nolly.
Final minute, good clearance here. Gen.G have shown signs. They need the second challenge. They need Chronic. Oh, that was a great shot, but AJG headed red. Forced out 2 in the net. And Gen.G have more work to do. 40 seconds to go. They cannot afford to be late to the ball here because Complexity are totally comfortable with playing the 50 game out. It's going to be up to Gen.G to be able to force a mistake.
Good thing he had the read because he wasn't going to be able to react in time. That was a laser. Now CRR down to 23 seconds. Trying to kill it off here. Nolly out to Chronic, who just grabbed that corner boost on his way out. Chance now for Gen.G, 2-on-2 into the zone, and apparently Jack denied out in front. Follow-up is on target, but set away by CRR. Now Chronic, after AJG's deleted.
Chance for
apparently Jack, double tap, and it's blocked. Oh! Blocked out to the corner. No time on the clock. Nolly's got to bring it central. Deflected by RLCS. It is scramble time now for Gen.G, but it's Complexity. Está en la gran final.
Hey, look at the relief there on Complexity. They had to battle back all the way from Neo Tokyo up to now. And you saw Gen.G with that final push. And you see Nolly hands on his head. That one is rough if you're Gen.G Mobile 1, but well earned from Complexity here. Remember, no team out, but Complexity would have spotted in the grand finals after taking down Gen.G finally in a best-of-7. It's got to be a good feeling.
After all that, the first 2 games decided by 2 goals each. Everything else decided by just 1 goal. if this is a preview of the grand finals, sign me up. What a performance out of Complexity as they scratch and claw and battle every step of the way with Gen.G, and they finally take down these giants in a best of 7.
And if this is any indication of Rocket League, like you said, of Rocket League for the rest of the day, and you guys are watching here at home, you better buckle up, because I'm telling you, it might get a little bit more dramatic as the day goes on. Space Station versus OpTic Gaming next, an elimination match. Winner gets Gen.G. We are just getting started here in the RLCS.
Well, the desk was right after all. Complexity come out on top versus Gen.G, and it wasn't an easy battle here in the highlights. It's going to be back and forth, but to talk about everything from the Complexity side, we've got CRR on the desk. CRR, welcome, man. How are you, man? How are you?
Hello, thank you.
Huge matchup here against Gen.G. You guys are coming off of 5 top 4s in a row, including majors and regionals now. What's gotten into you guys? Like, why are you guys so good all of a sudden?
I don't know. We really work so hard. We play a lot of time every day, and we always try to fix our mistakes. And I think that's the key.
Yeah, well, clearly that's been working for you guys, and especially in this type of matchup when you go up against a team like Gen.G. How do you personally view this matchup for Complexity? Are there changes that you have to make that maybe you wouldn't for other teams, knowing how great Gen.G has been in North America?
Yeah, Gen.G is an insane opponent, but like my teammates are so confident against Gen.G. I was too, but at the start of this series, I was pretty lost, but we ended up winning that.
You guys have come through quite the upper bracket. You guys took down version 1. You guys took down OpTic Gaming, kind of a boxing match there. What do you make of North America in this split in particular right now?
I don't know, because it's pretty strange. All the time, one of the regionals in each split, a lot of teams like FaZe, for example, lost in top 12, and version 1 the same, and it's not like something expected. So I don't know, it's very random, the results, but I really like that other teams have some chance to get good tops.
Yeah. Seeing the upsets is always fun. For you guys, not against you, of course. You guys are cruising along just fine here. You're into the final. Gen.G goes down to lower bracket. We have Spacestation and OpTic coming up next. Of those 3 teams, who do you expect to see in the final against you guys?
I expect to see Gen.G again.
Again? And yeah. You guys going to win the first series, or you think you guys have to go 2 to beat Gen.G?
I hope we can win the first series. Always gonna be a hard series though, but I trust on me and my teammates.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything else you'd like to say for all the fans out there? You guys are sitting in the finals. A lot of Complexity fans are talking you guys up right now. Anything you'd like to say to anyone out there?
Just like always, thanks everyone for the support, and I hope you are enjoying seeing a Spanish boy in the finals.
I know I am. It's been a lot of fun watching you, man. Congrats on the finals, and we'll see you a bit later. And with that, the desk. What do you guys have to say about everything?
All I have to say is there was absolutely no doubt in any of our minds that our predictions were going to be true going into that game.
Yeah,
so, my goodness, what a back and forth series, gentlemen.
Oh, it was so much fun. And honestly, AJG hit the exact same shot as we saw out of the top 3 plays. It was like the exact same shot.
But Complexity, they barely win the series, and Gen.G gave them a lot of chances to do so. A lot of key mistakes by Gen.G that you don't expect. We had Nolly with an own goal. Apparently, Jack missing a wide open net at 0 seconds at a time. But Complexity, they show up just in time to take this series. It was a messy one, and it was scrappy, so they're probably pretty happy that they're about to have about a 2-hour break before that grand final.
They'll get well rested up before they find out who they're competing against. You heard CRR say he thinks he's going to see Gen.G again. Can Gen.G overcome the curse of dropping to the lowers? This will be their first time experiencing it. We'll get to see that though after the next match we have on the docket. Here's the bracket, just in case you are joining us for the first time here. Gen.G getting beat by Complexity. They now drop to the lower final. Complexity waits in the grand finals for the results of that lower final matchup, which leads us to our next matchup of the day, Spacestation Gaming versus OpTic Gaming, a matchup of teammates, former teammates, now on separate teams. Lots of respect on both sides of the pitch for each other, but they're going to be duking it out. One of them has to send the other home.
This is going to be interesting because I feel like OpTic has been a red hot squad. Spacestation was a huge question mark coming in, and OpTic as well, because sure, they're hot, but we weren't expecting another top 4 finish, but they did make it here. Spacestation, no Daniel, new coach. They bring in Hoxer, and they get a top 4 finish, so 2 surprises. And one of these teams can continue on and maybe make another lower bracket final surprise, because after what we just saw to Gen.G, that feels more competitive, whoever takes this series, James. So This one is huge for points, for worlds, for majors. Like, both these teams are in the hunt, and they both desperately need this.
And this is where our brackets diverged. We both, all of us on the pre-show had picked Complexity to win that series. It went to game 7. We were all thinking it wouldn't take as many games, but me and Corelli actually going in favor of Space Station in this matchup. You and Waypunt going OpTic. But I mean, like I was saying before, when we were talking about it on the pre-show, I just look at the opponents that Space Station has had to go through up to this point. They had to take down M80. They had to take down FaZe Clan. They lost to Gen.G, who, even though they lost that series, I think Gen.G could have won that series had they just had a little bit better shooting accuracy. And then for Space Station dropping into the lowers, they had to take on that red-hot Furia squad who had not dropped a game in the lower bracket until they ran into Space Station. So Space Station has had to truly run the gauntlet so far, and I've been really impressed with them, especially with the ability of Hoxer to generate chances. He's such a selfless player. He has the ability to go for the double taps off the corner, put a shot on target, but sometimes, he just goes for the pass, kind of like how Nolly a lot of times will opt to go for the pass because he knows it'll catch the defense out. Hoxer has been doing a lot of the same, where he's making and generating these chances for his teammates, and LJ has been rock solid putting them in.
See Arsenal doing like a sun dance here.
He's got a big window for it.
Gotta get stretch.
In
8K, I mean, like, Arsenal is, without a doubt, he's got the best webcam out of anybody.
Look at the
He's
view.
in slippers. I don't know what stretch that was, though.
You gotta get the blood flowing through the entire body, so you're ready for the match here. OpTic Gaming versus Space Station. Here's their stats coming into the match, folks, but all that's gonna matter is what they're able to put out on the pitch in these 7 games. So OpTic also brought out the white jerseys. Yesterday they were in black. Does that change up the energy? Who knows? James, who's your pick?
Well, I'm going to stick with the bracket that me and Corelli put together. I'm going Space Station. I think they've had such a great run so far. They've really shown me that they are a capable team. And without Daniel, with Hoxer in, they are still insane. So I'm going Space Station.
Yeah, Space Station has had one great addition. Sad Jr. coming in, the coach. I'm flipping my pick. I'm going Space Station. What? I think he's doing a wonderful job there. Hoxer's been involved, the 10 of 13 goals in their last series. I think Space Station has it. It's a coin flip. I think it's going to game 7, but I'm going to flip. I'm going Space Station.
All have left me, but I will not leave the green wall here. Give me OpTic on this one. I think that the energy, this is such an even matchup down the line. Both teams with so much to play for, and both with storied players that could easily carry their teams to victory here. But this one is such pressure in the lower bracket. Chat's on my side as well. The OpTic fans, the green wall's been here all week, folks. Let's get down to the pitch for the next match, the lower bracket semifinals. Former teammates, dear friends, but for the next hour, they will show no mercy. Arsenal versus Reddles, Space Station versus OpTic starts now.
A lot of questions to be answered and something to be said potentially about strength of schedule. OpTic taking at least early on a seriously lighter round, of course, against Sup and Koi, but then Complexity, and then over on to G2. They've had a couple of tough matches in a row where Spacestation knocked down by Gen.G, and they've been playing top competition all the time.
Oh, absolutely. But I still think that, you know, regardless of the schedule, we're still going to see a very even matchup. It could be one-sided in terms of possession. I expect to see Spacestation Gaming coming out with a lot of aggression, but it's going to come down as well to Reddles being able to soothe his own teammates and get some demos himself, because relieving that pressure and being physical is something that he did so much yesterday. Jeez, we were casting a lot of his matches.
Yeah.
Constantly get in the face of his opposition, so we'll see if that comes out, and I think the desk was pretty spot on. This is a coin flip of a matchup.
Certainly can be, and early on, nobody really able to grab a solid advantage. Magic Bear was having a heck of a day yesterday in the challenge game, and of course, everybody defensively for OpTic really stepping up. We'll see if that continues today versus Space Station. AJ looking for a little interference from Reddles, not quite able to get through cleanly. Whereas Space Station Gaming started off pretty well in some of their series, then had to kind of refine their groove. We'll see if they come in hot today as LJ uncontested towards the backboard. Can he squeeze it in? Needs a little help, and Arsenal one step behind it.
Ooh, already some good opportunities. I like what I'm seeing almost every time Arsenal gets behind the ball. This man has been such a pivotal part of the Space Station Gaming offense. And here he goes again, trying to create something, gets a demo on AJ. And it's all about those lingering rotations for this team in orange. What else do they do off the ball? How are they going to steal your boost, get some demos, get in your face? And yesterday, the only issue I really had with them was the timing, and there's the demo game that can come out from OpTic.
Great timing from AJ there. Space Station definitely winding up for a decent chance on net at Arsenal. Can't quite get this one under the post. Magic Bear, the only one there for it. And finally, a welcome touch. OpTic Gaming going to work out of the cage.
Oh, but they're waiting for it. You could tell Space Station Gaming, you know, it feels like it's only a matter of time before they start to put one in with all of this pressure, but things could change quickly if we're getting this level and this quality of transitions. AJ tried to sneak it in.
AJ doing a great job, noticing that there was definitely a little gap on that near post. If he could just beat one, maybe he can beat the back post player into the net. Not this time, as Hawks are head on a swivel as they demo each other in the midfield, and that means LJ's totally open. I wonder if Reddles hit him or if he got hit.
Oh, man.
Yeah, they just straight ran into each other.
They're both going supersonic speed. One wants the other, and it would have benefited either team, but unfortunately for OpTic Gaming, they're the team that has to deal with the transition. Space Station behind the ball, gets the open net, and a good first goal to start things off.
Maybe a second one here if Hoxer can find Arsenal off the backboard. Reddles not going to let anything get through for free, though. And OpTic, see if they can start putting some of that counterattack magic together. And there's Magic Bear on that challenge game, trying to keep that space opening up. And look at LJ, well-controlled back pass, and Arsenal knowing not to overcommit there. Things could have got real dicey if Space Station tried to force it. Instead, they opt to give a little ground, and seems to have worked out nicely. They stay on offense.
Oh, and that's lovely work from LJ. He got his boost robbed by Reddles, and at the moment Hoxer also is looking for a better rotation coming out of his own half. Good passing between OpTic Gaming, trying to establish some kind of dominance in the corner. But quickly denied, and LJ keeps moving forward. I've been so impressed in the first game with his defense and ability to still get behind the ball without any boost.
Option here for Magic Bear. Where do you go? Goes for the lay down, wanted the drop pass, but AJ, he got a little bit scared, started to head back prematurely, and now Hawks are uncontested.
Oh, he faked it.
He tucked himself into the corner, and he's still going to make the save. Great vision from AJ to line up the shot from Hoxer. And LJ not quite done. Space Station still circling here.
And AJ was doing that against G2, if you remember clearly, Achieves. He was constantly getting in the way between not only the passes, but also pre-jumping and predicting the shots. Unfortunately, they're still trailing by a goal, so even if you get those blocks, you gotta put something up on the other side, because Arsenal's getting a triple tap off the backboard.
And everybody from Space Station ran away. I think Maybe they needed boost or they were expecting a different clear. Regardless, not able to extend the lead.
Oh,
As I say it, LJ just goes to the right side. 2-0, game one, looking in safe hands.
What?
now.
I think Arsenal and LJ just hugged each other in the midfield and still recovered. LJ air dribble, clean, over the top, 2-0. They got the security. And even with that mistake and that awkward team bump, they managed to get out unscathed and get a second goal.
Either way, OpTic gonna try to make something happen here. Nothing left to lose. If you get away running into your teammates in the midfield, still make something happen. We'll take it if you're Spacestation. Awkward ball for Arsenal. Great job just stalling it in the corner, wasting all the time on the clock that he can. Only 10 seconds, likely the end here without a strong clear, and not gonna leave enough time on the clock, most likely. AJ, yeah, floater towards the wall. Good game. OpTic really struggling to get out of their own half here. Massive shot differential in game one.
And, you know, it's a little bit reminiscent of the early start of OpTic versus G2. I think they struggled in that first game and couldn't figure out or download the way that G2 were playing. And I expect them to bounce back pretty quickly in game number 2. But on the other side of things, Spacestation Gaming, they came to play in the beginning half. Of course, that first demo play was pretty fortunate for them as they were the ones transitioning. And I mean, I think they earned that second goal. Overall, nothing too risky, too crazy out of Spacestation Gaming. It was just very clean rotations, not a lot of mistakes on the defensive side. Even whenever they had somebody like Reddles robbing your boost, they managed to stay in rotation and still get behind the ball.
Yep, pretty textbook overall, just Spacestation making sure that they always had somebody ready to go out there in the midfield, not letting through any of those clears for free. It was the classic textbook. It's not like they were really trying to pass the ball a whole lot either. It was kind of just, look, we're just slowly improving the position, steadily but surely. And eventually OpTic just runs out of the ability to get back to the ball. And that's what happens when you're just holding on to so much boost.
Here we go, game number 2. And for me personally, I love this matchup of OpTic versus Spacestation. There's so many storylines unfolding here. As AJ, wait, hold on a second. That almost was a ridiculous game 1 opener. You saw what he was going for, and maybe the miss was a little bit better because it set up a great follow-up from Magic Bear.
Man, and Hoxer was so dialed into AJ's approach there as he was coming around that backboard. He was ready to try and save that shot straight down, and as soon as AJ didn't connect with it, he was just left hanging in the net. Made it nice and easy for Magic Bear to work with. Great start for OpTic.
And that's the benefit of having AJ, right? The threat, Magic Bear. Okay, give this man 2 goals. And this is off the kickoff. Let's see what happened here. LJ was hunting for a better 50-50. He panicked. I mean, I think AJ was forcing that challenge. Didn't go for it, and it just dished down to the middle.
Yeah, LJ really was just trying to force the ball, you know, out across the pitch, hoping to get some type of support. And Magic Bear was pretty deep back. And so he kind of just went and cut down the angle, got out in front. Positioned well, and good things happen when you're in the right place. But talking about AJ, you were saying, you know, that it's a benefit of having a player like that because there's an old chess saying the threat is often more dangerous than the execution. And this
but what about
time
that
he's just
execution?
upfield and execute away 3-0 OpTic.
I mean, the threat is nice, but whenever he's able to hit these shots and be so consistent, it's a wide open one. A better, or more credit, to the pass, but still, where's the defense going for SSG?
Clearly off grabbing boost somewhere. no shot that they just leave that one uncontested. I mean, again, it was fairly quick after kickoff. You do get kind of this awkward spread of the field in those scenarios.
We aren't even in a minute in Achieves. What happened?
An absolute meltdown at the start. I mean, you have another opportunity here because look at the space for AJ. And that's what Arsenal was saying in the interview as well, if you remember. Playing against a guy like AJ, it's scary. If you give him the space, he will clip on you, and he's certainly trying to.
And now he's got his teammates. If he's not going to hit the shot, they've managed to support him so well as that second and third man, where if he's missing the touch or not getting a proper, accurate shot, they can at least bail him out and come through with a better follow-up. And it's just such a well-rounded offense when AJ's leading the charge. Here he is again, looking to dish it out to Reddles. The possession all connecting for OpTic Gaming, and they've revived themselves in game 2.
Can Spacestation stop the bleeding, get some type of offense started? 3 generally tends to be an incredibly safe lead, and it could be, but Arsenal's just too slow to it. You really kind of wonder what OpTic's approach to game 2 will be here. I mean, you get this massive lead early on like this. I mean, obviously, you know you don't have to press to score more. So how passive are you kind of keeping that midfield line? Do you really want to try and shove it here? Because now, look, you've allowed this one-on-one transition, and it's an awkward play, and Reddles does make it, but that type of aggression out of the midfield is something that you kind of start to wonder, is that the right way to go if you're OpTic?
I mean, it's a fine line for the green wall at this situation. I mean, obviously they're up 3-0. You'd think it'd be a comfortable win and almost a guaranteed one, but you still have to be aggressive, still have to be decisive. And I think the only thing you dial back on is just the risk factor moving forward. You don't need to extend too far up the field. You can just wait out some mistakes, and mistakes will come your way because Spacestation Gaming in game 2 a little bit dismantled.
Reddles really just getting up there, and Arsenal trying to force something, and that's kind of what happens when you're the team that's down by 3 with so much time on the clock. You realize you need to start making things happen a little bit earlier than you'd like, and that's just Arsenal trying to stretch a play, see if he can make a big key block, get a strong counterattack, and you make this game playable, you know, because if they get through there, I mean, Reddles is going to be out of position. AJ is going to be out of position. You got a 2-on-1 with 2 minutes on the clock, and you're likely only down 2. The game feels a lot more winnable at that point, but you see how much of a double-edged sword it is now OpTic kind of just rotating through and just dumping the ball to space and wasting time.
Yeah, I think OpTic are playing this perfectly. They got the first 2-3 goals and have been chilling in the midfield, extending their defense a little bit farther back. And like I mentioned, the risk factor, they're not going up for some crazy challenges. You're just letting AJ do what AJ does best. This man, you just can't stop him when he's given space.
Oh, if you were on his camera, you knew he was just going to have this free look at the backboard read, and Hoxer knew it too. Try his best to get up there, but AJ, with authority, 5-0. Goodbye, game 2. The exact inverse, pretty much.
Yeah.
A different scoreline, but OpTic would not be denied here in this game. Huge shot differential again. This one's 8-1 in favor of OpTic. Whereas last game, hugely in favor of Spacestation.
If you're on OpTic Gaming right now, you're just thinking, you know, your lucky stars that you have AJ on your team, and he's able to do this amount of damage by himself. Speaking of damage, I think Reddles wanted to inflict some damage physically on the other team there. Still hunting for some demos. Arsenal up early just to stop some type of bleeding, but they can't do it. There's a reason why AJ had 1.67 goals per game against G2. This man just does not stop. He is a force to be reckoned with on the offense.
Gets in the right spot, that's for sure, and he's not done working yet. Really want to make a poster out of game 2, potentially, if you're AJ, but what can you say if you're OpTic? I mean, obviously you can't really count on starting off. Nice pass off the ceiling. Great idea. Arsenal, great recognition as well to make that stop. But you certainly can't count, you know, on a 3-0 goal lead inside of or just over a minute, right around that timeline going into the next game. So I have to imagine that now both teams have got their you absolutely smacked the other team in the mouth out of the way. I mean, game 3 is going to be a little different.
We get series that are just so back and forth where we don't even have close games, and this could be one of them, but I would like to see game 3 be a more evenly fought battle. And man, I'm impressed with OpTic Gaming right now. I don't think they can expect, like you said, to have a start like this every single game, but they got the lead, they got those first 3 goals, and were able to hold stern on the backboard and not let anything slip through. There were no mistakes coming out of that defense.
Yeah, that was pretty locked tight. And I want to see the Mobile 1 high performance replay on this one, just because I need to go back through and kind of see all those goals one more time. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like you get 5-0, it happens so early, and here we do get to see it. Mobile 1 replay. Okay, there's a nice challenge. Okay, what are you gonna do? LJ was trying to force it, and then of course AJ with a strong flip reset. But that's a nice save. But we don't even see all the goals. They just scored so many so quickly.
I think we'd be here for quite a while if we're watching every single goal go in. And that was just an AJ highlight reel. That's literally what it felt like. I didn't see too much else from the OpTic team getting involved, and that's great because they don't need to push forward if AJ's behind the ball and has boost. So it comes down to Spacestation Gaming and their ability to deny AJ moving into game 3.
Certainly not a bad place to start, that's for sure. Because you know what happened in game 1? Nobody really able to get anything going on. But in game 2, AJ found the space, was able to get those mechanics working for him. You know that was definitely a losing formula.
And this first minute has got to be so important to the mental out of Spacestation Gaming. The last one was just such a wash that you want to start out on the right foot, and on the right foot they certainly have been, at least in the first 15 seconds, staying in the offensive half and taking some boost. But Reddles getting in front of it and sets up AJ. He continues to go, very ambitious indeed, and good speed to start things out.
Yeah, I mean, Reddles just kind of threw that one off the sidewall, hoping someone would get there. There was certainly no guarantee that AJ was going to win that race. But OpTic looking to keep as much pressure as possible. Really nice throw around from LJ, but Spacestation not waiting on the opposite end. Nasty little pinch. It actually might work out. Just kidding. There's Reddles to throw away all of those Spacestation players out in the midfield. Awkward ball to handle now out of the corner, but everyone from OpTic just leaving and saying, yeah, you can clear this ball for free, I suppose.
Oh, Arsenal. I like the idea with that solo play. Good control out of Spacestation Gaming, and AJ is getting more and more aggressive. And we'll see, you know, if AJ doesn't step up with those solo plays, we might get Reddles coming through with more demos. This man had 34 demos in total against G2. Hawkster looking for a solo play, and there's the demo for Reddles on Arsenal to at least open up some space for his team to get out.
Oh, beautiful dish and great vision from OpTic. That scoop out of the corner, so solid from LJ. Not enough to get the job this go around, but you keep making passes like that, good things are bound to happen. Double commit from Spacestation in the corner, but OpTic go right back into the teeth. AJ trying to slide one across the floor. Arsenal takes it away from Magic Bear. Solid clear downfield as well. Hard shot, top left off the bar. So close, but not enough. And they get caught in the midfield. Reddles is saying someone go hit him out of the way and just can't make contact. OpTic also don't score on the counterattack.
I'm loving this. We're getting counterattack after counterattack. Not one team can hold possession for too long. It all comes down to the midfield space. Who will have better positioning to intercept the passes coming out? And that's 2 players committed, which means AJ has more space. 1v1, Arsenal alone. Magic Bear trying to get the bump. A 2v1 situation, and OpTic Gaming come out on top.
Man, did you see that smooth recovery from AJ? Tipped that ball straight up, instantly boosted back to the floor to get himself back in command of where that ball was headed. And he was able to slow down that dribble enough and let his teammate get out in front and really freeze the defender. Great control there from AJ. Wonderful play, and Spacestation trying to equalize in short order if they can get one, but that's the wrong way for Arsenal. Hawkster will come up with it, but you've given it to the guy who's absolutely beat you every time so far. AJ finally losing control on one play.
Oh, wow. That's amazing from Magic Bear. He has to get a touch, but hold on a second. Arsenal's up early. 2 goalkeepers in the net, and I mean, it was a fast shot, but you think they've got the response time to get up to it.
And he's taking his best bet. AJ has 12. Reddles has 36, and unfortunately, neither of them can get there. I think Reddles was going to let AJ go first because his clear was going to be better, right? He's going to go across the net out to the corner, whereas Reddles, if he hits it, it's just going to be this kind of soft punt out into the midfield, and that was just going to be too dangerous. And unfortunately, they let the wrong guy go for it.
It's still surprising to not see at least one of them free jump on that shot. And Magic Bear, oh my goodness, how did he stuff the defense and get this one in?
He's got 89 boost here at the midfield, so he just goes straight to the sky and says, come take the ball off me. And Arsenal, yeah, that's what happens trying to make that challenge when you're facing the wrong way. There's no guarantee you can get it to a safe spot. Magic Bear just stuffed him.
I went to Magic Bear's cam on that shot. He had so much boost he could have kept going forward with, but actually slowed down his approach to make sure he gets the dunk, and more pressure applied out of Spacestation Gaming. They responded quickly to the first goal of OpTic Gaming, and they're looking to do so again.
A lot of space again for AJ. And actually, he's able to come up and poke that ball out into a little bit of open field. Arsenal trying to regain command. Physical play.
Can't give him space.
They didn't. LJ definitely got the hand up early. Nice couple of demos from OpTic. Just throw it middle and not going to get there. LJ able to dodge the demo and make the clear. Reddles is not done yet, though, and he's able to unfortunately not come away with a demo, but another skip out into the middle. This one not going to get pinched into the net. Magic Bear's going to need a little help if they want to score, but starting to feel like OpTic might be running out of gas here, and they will recollect at the midfield, and there's a long clear.
That's a bit of a panic touch, though, out of Arsenal, and you give a counterattack ability right into the hands of OpTic Gaming. We got to mention those saves from LJ. Arsenal looking for another shot. He's strong behind it this time. It bounces off a goalkeeper, but still falls in.
Magic Bear really trying to force a challenge. I think Reddles was thinking Magic Bear was actually going to get a piece of that ball, or at least more of one than it looked like. Unfortunately, it just went through Magic Bear cleanly. Generally, his challenge game has been so strong, you can't really fault Reddles for thinking something else was going to happen, but he got caught a little too far forward and couldn't keep Arsenal out. And Spacestation find an equalizer just under a minute. Magic Bear skips one on the floor, and they get another one through.
And Hoxer's getting harassed in the net. He's the third man. He's waiting there. Reddles is bumping him out of the way, and Magic Bear, the awareness, the vision, knows that all he's got to do is put that on target and it's going in.
We're going to have to come up with some type of nicknames for Reddles, you know. Headsman, I don't know.
It's insane. It's insane.
The guy is an absolute menace. He's got such great timing on those demos. That's the hardest thing.
That's the thing. You don't see Reddles just go for bumps every single game. This man will swap it up. Doesn't get predictable with his aggression. He can kind of bait you in. He makes you think that you're comfortable, and then within the last minute, he might get more aggressive.
Ooh, nice stall from AJ, and LJ also slightly late to that challenge. Hoxer not the best touch, but it does go to space. Unfortunately, it's Magic Bear there to collect. Reddles gives a little ground for AJ to come through, and that's floating dangerously towards the net. Spacestation, you need something here in the last couple of seconds. Nice dish down the steam hard to the back post, and two people there for OpTic. Hoxer's not going to let the play die just yet. Magic Bear is totally uncontested through the midfield, and look at him waste all this time off the wall for AJ. Wants the back post, and it's a little short. Hoxer needs to do it in the air. Magic Bear actually helps him out a little bit. LJ gets bumped off the play, and OpTic going to take game 3.
I think a big highlight in the last 30 seconds was Magic Bear on that air dribble. You mentioned it yourself. You saw him wasting so much time. That was valuable for Spacestation Gaming off the clock. And OpTic Gaming building some momentum early on. Reddles with 4 demos. His teammates 0 demos to their names. I do know that Magic Bear was getting more aggressive like this on the solo play. And my goodness, they were just a powerhouse on offense. There's so many different outlets, so many different options for OpTic Gaming to use and utilize on the offensive side. You don't even know what's going to happen if you're Spacestation Gaming. Are you going to get bumped? Are you going to have to go up for a solo play against AJ? Maybe Magic Bear's the one taking you out while other two are rotating in your own half. It's so many different lanes you've got to pay attention to if you're Spacestation.
It's a lot to handle, and you kind of wonder, you know, that OpTic said it's a totally new OpTic, and you're getting to see it.
It feels like that. Yep.
Bear a lot of fruit so far in this tournament. Great start to the spring split. But the job's only half done. Still got to go out there. You have to consistently find ways to keep Hoxer, LJ, and Arsenal off the ball and moving it at their own whim. That is something, to be fair, you got to give a lot of credit for OpTic. This ball spends a lot of time over on this orange half. It's not necessarily shootable, but they do a good job of just preventing some of those stronger counterattacks where Spacestation can kind of identify those passing lanes.
I think it really does come down to defending those counterattacks out of OpTic Gaming. And just reading the play of what OpTic want to go for, whether or not they're trying to get that demo play involved, push AJ forward for the solo play. And unfortunately, you have to make quick decisions if you're Spacestation Gaming because it's always going to be different when OpTic are moving forward. But they can certainly bounce back, and if they give LJ the ball, you never know what can happen. That man could definitely take things into his own hands.
Arsenal threw a couple players cleanly. Hoxer trying to keep things going. Floater into the midfield, and LJ just trying to contain the ball there to prevent a dangerous approach back the other way. It was OpTic who came away with that boost at the midfield line, so perhaps a small advantage for now, but unfortunately, some awkward approaches to some challenges, and LJ, a lot of help needed. Actually, almost a really clever little tip back, but not quite going where he needed it to.
Yeah. And he looks a little jumpy, too, on the defense. And more demos. Here comes the physical plays. And it's not Magic Bear or Reddles, it's AJ.
You'd think it would be Reddles right there. He's in position. But, AJ and Reddles both right there, but they only know only one of them is needed. They picked the right person. That's that. You think about how aggressive that is, right? You have 2 people forward and says, yeah, Magic Bear's going to go win that challenge, but he's going to score off the kickoff as well. Look at him cut this one down to size.
This is just absolutely disgusting. Using the ceiling drops down on one of the most ridiculous angles. Magic Bear. Hello, welcome to the series. What a play.
Oh my goodness. You know, I've seen a lot of Magic Bear over the years, right?
Yeah.
You never think that one's that. You never think that one's in the back pocket.
Oh man, I feel disgusting after that. That was a ridiculous way to get the second goal. And this is the power of OpTic Gaming. I mean, if you take away the nameplates, Achieves, I'm assuming that the player who got the demo is Reddles, and the man who got the solo play is AJ.
That one in, yeah.
All 3 of them can show up and change their play style with the snap of their fingers.
Very capable roster so far, but they may have just let one leak through in the midfield. Arsenal, that's a decent pass, but not close enough to his teammate. Hoxer again, just trying to contain the ball in the midfield. Keep it in play. Arsenal trying to get physical now as well. Unfortunately, that means Magic Bear uncontested out of his own half as he's through 2 defenders. Goes and steals the corner boost, looking for demos in the goal line, but nothing to be found. OpTic gonna have to retreat.
Here we go. This is the start for Spacestation Gaming, but Hoxer accidentally bumped out Arsenal. Communication, the spacing between the players on the orange side has not been flawless. Starting to panic, and now there's so much space in the midfield that only a quick passing connection is needed to put a shot on target. Magic Bear, nice turnaround in the midfield, and they just got to waste time as we approach the final 2.
Doing the right thing, just missing that bump on LJ. Chance for Hoxer, but he's going to be having to make a solo play, and having to beat a couple players is difficult enough. Just got to get this ball to the right. Arsenal can't contain it. Magic Bear just punts it right back down, and that's again what OpTic's doing. They just throw it straight up the pitch, and there's those demos that open up some of those extra scoring opportunities. And that really does seem to be the game plan. If you've got it stuck in your own half, bang the ball upfield. If it's at the midfield, try and keep it a little bit closer and see if you can actually make something happen. And it's really just keeping Spacestation honest and preventing them from being overly aggressive by, you know, not always trying to trap the ball.
Right. And one of the benefits from playing that demo heavy style is that you've always got a player downfield waiting. Bang indeed. Reddles from the midfield. 3-0. Good 50-50 out of Magic Bear.
Yeah.
Pass into the midfield. And they're so close to each other, but not stepping on each other's toes.
It doesn't even look all that bad from Spacestation, right? They're just challenging AJ off the ball on the side. Well, okay, it leaks out. Arsenal's playing close to port.
There it is.
He will get one back off the kickoff, so it repeats back to the situation they were just in, only down 2, but man, what do you do? Is a minute 18 enough considering how these games have been going? Again, it's a very limited shot game for Spacestation. Only 2 registered so far.
They're able to at least erase that previous goal quickly, but the only opportunity that has yielded results for Spacestation Gaming has just been that kickoff. I mean, we haven't seen anything else generated out of these 3 players when we know they're so capable. Who's going to step up for Spacestation?
Oh, Magic Bear. Oh, my goodness gracious. LJ was so terrified of what he was going to go for, and he just kind of threw that ball off the wall. Says, I'll take a few seconds off the clock. We're up by 2. You guys got to make something happen, and there's that timing again. That's probably the biggest thing I've loved out of Magic Bear this whole tournament. That timing on defense.
Yeah.
So good.
I mean, Magic Bear as a player has just been a delight to watch grow. You remember him all the way back on the Torrent days, making waves.
Oh,
and
no.
starting things out, you know, not in the best fashion. This man has been around for quite some time, and he's dunking Spacestation Gaming now. If you just put that in, surely we're making a highlight reel.
Yeah, you could give him his own ally assist of the day if he puts that one in.
Give him a whole segment at this point.
Well, either way, you're not kidding. Magic Bear found himself a solid roster here. 2 goals, a couple of shots on target. Got the job done here in Game 4, and now it's a commanding lead in the series for OpTic Gaming. 5 minutes away, and it doesn't feel like Space Station's got anything in their favor.
5 minutes away. We're already on match point. This series has just flown by. And for Space Station Gaming, it's a frustrating game. Even just sitting here casting it, you can feel the frustration that's coming out of Space Station because they don't look like they're making, very obvious and oblivious mistakes on the defensive side. They're just up against a peaking OpTic Gaming, and they will call out a timeout to at least have an extra 60 seconds to relax and hopefully cool off OpTic Gaming, because at this point, it's all three of them who are playing out of their minds.
I'm trying to think, what would I do against that OpTic strat? It really does feel like, okay, if it's on your half, just bang it up there. I guess that all starts with OpTic always seems to have boost, right?
Right.
And so that's kind of someplace you may be able to start chipping away at that, because if they go for that long clear game, obviously the benefit is you have to be able to follow it up and kind of reset the possession, right? Because if you're just throwing it back at Space Station and then they just bring another attack, you're not really doing anything. So you have to find a way to equalize that pressure, and that all starts with being able to get up there and challenge the ball as soon as it's coming back the other way. So your Space Station, you could maybe try and make sure you're taking away a little bit more boost, but I don't know if that's really going to work. It just doesn't feel like there's enough time of possession for Space Station to feel like they can go ahead and try and take that much space. It's a tough question to answer here.
I definitely think boost has got to be the main priority right now for Space Station Gaming. And it's not even the midfield boost or the opposition's corner boost, as we see Magic Bear getting hyped off of that solo play.
He should.
I really think it comes down to their own corners, because most of the time when I see OpTic Gaming go for the extended rotation and they're trying to get demos, they will push all the way into Space Station Gaming's half and take their corner boost and then utilize that boost to just stay supersonic and get the demos. I think if Space Station Gaming can pull it back just a little bit and be a bit more conscious of their own corner boost, prioritize that versus just immediately getting out of your own half, maybe that'll relieve the demo pressure, seeing as OpTic Gaming won't be able to go supersonic as they're rotating back. And that could be the answer, but at the end of the day, there's a reason why they picked up Sad Jr., not one of us, Chiefs.
Yeah. Hopefully they know what they're doing better than we do.
Yeah. I mean, right there, we just saw the corner boost get grabbed out of, I think AJ took it, and he's running back supersonic. He can get a demo. He doesn't find one this time, but he's hunting, and that is
the idea.
That's the idea right there. Take it away from him.
We'll see if Space Station able to at least control a little bit more. Meanwhile, you have to find ways to stop AJ from executing mechanically and forcing you into some bad spots, as Magic Bear is going to need a little help. Throws one off the corner, and that's a big win from Hoxer. Arsenal up fast to really squeeze this one, and unfortunately can't get it towards the net. Spikes it straight to the floor, but Space Station, and that was scary. You had to hold your breath a little bit if you were on OpTic.
I mean, in Arsenal, he certainly could have gotten that angle. Unfortunately, got too high above the ball. There he is getting a demo. Redo's alone. It's 2v1, but AJ rotating back. It's a boomer.
They're going for boost
into the midfield.
Arsenal's driving around that boost side, and he doesn't care about his corner. He cares about them and their corner. He's going to try and absolutely throw a wrench into this OpTic defensive rotation. He's up the pace. Will it make a difference?
What a play from AJ. He just got bumped from Hoxer. He's forced to get a save. He still finds it. This is Space Station Gaming getting more and more aggressive. And you're right, that might be the answer. I mean, I was thinking to get more passive and try and control your own corner boost, but these guys look like they want to take the opposition's corner boost and get in their face a little bit more.
AJ will make sure to collect that briefly. It has cost him the ball, but they will stay at least stacked up on boost on defense. LJ trying to make something happen. Arsenal, he was having the right idea there. He just thought that challenge was going to work out. He knew it was going to be a really soft challenge.
Magic Bear
playing that really tight support to try and put the maximum amount of pressure on OpTic, and unfortunately ball just went the other way, and now they miss a clear off the backboard, and they can't make the second opportunity at the save. Oh, devastating.
And it's routine out of Reddles. Hoxer has to get a touch in that situation. Obviously, Reddles banged it off the backboard, and with that much speed, You've got to find the touch after the bounce on the backboard, which makes it that much more difficult. At this level, yep, that's the test. You've got to find a touch, Chiefs.
You know you have to make that play. It's not easy, but that's where you make your money defensively, off those tough backboard clears like that.
Reynolds just took a corner boost, and now he gets a demo. There's all this midfield space. Chain dash from AJ. Still moving downfield.
Oh, nice pass. Over rotate from LJ, but he recovered so well, but can't keep the ball. So Hawks are doing the right idea here. Just slow the play down. Just let Space Station reset. This is still playable. I mean, it's only 3 minutes into the game. You're only down 1, and Space Station actually definitely pressing hard here. They've been on this blue side a lot here in this game.
Right.
That's about all they could ask for.
And of all the teams to make a comeback and start out this, well, it's not a reverse sweep. I mean, it would be if it was a best of 5, but this 3-game win streak that Space Station Gaming have to get. These guys are resilient. The mental is certainly there. And remember Arsenal talking about it in the interview we got yesterday, that he believes in his teammates and he's got their back and they have his. And this might be an example of it. The shot slightly wide. Space Station Gaming continuing to press.
Arsenal keeping it in the mix, but Hoxer overcooks his approach, going at it a little too fast. Can't make the adjustment, and AJ, look at him just pop that ball again. Keep Space Station honest, straight down the middle, right towards the net. They throw it back up to him in the corner. LJ picks it off. Arsenal looking for a little bit of help. It goes the wrong way, and Hoxer really just trying to keep the play going. Can Space Station regain a strong enough foothold here? Not with a pinch clear like that. Oh my goodness.
They're just trying to waste time. They don't have too much boost. Magic Bear didn't get 50 in the midfield. No touch. 2 players are up now. One got the bump, and the other just let the ball float in.
And OpTic went a little too far here. AJ was ready to go play support for wherever LJ put that ball, but he didn't think it was going to go straight back towards his own net. OpTic getting a taste of their own medicine. Gotta stay honest yourselves.
I think that I don't even think Hawks or Arsenal were trying to go for the ball at all. It looked like both of them were headed for the mid-air bump.
Yeah.
And that's just
someone's gonna hit
so
him.
Unfortunate. Yeah, you know somebody's gonna make contact, and great initiatives from Space Station as their backs are against the wall. This is do or die for them. Match point for OpTic Gaming. We're in the lower bracket. There's no extra lives. Space Station needed that.
They may get one more here. Nice little float from Hoxer to LJ. Look at him drop this one down, going for the back post, and AJ's able to control the ball, and it gets the pass back, and he somehow rotated all the way back. The range from Hoxer to go from assist to goalie, absolutely monstrous. They keep this one alive with 13 seconds heading into a potential overtime. Unless AJ can make something happen, and doesn't really square up the ball. Reddle's a little bit late to it as well. Stole away the corner boost. However, Magic Bear, can you make something happen? Arsenal will clear the ball long, and overtime will happen.
Into OT we go. Golden goal for OpTic Gaming. They're 1 goal away from making top 3 and facing off against Gen.G. It's a long journey out of Space Station Gaming, but like I mentioned, they are certainly the team to do it. And they have everything they need.
Tip. Hoxer look for LJ. Pass the ball. Don't do it yourself. Unfortunately, his teammate got demoed.
Arsenal, that's free. That's free.
What?
A defensive blunder. What is going on between the players on OpTic Gaming? AJ not getting a good touch. Reynolds is slow. And that just has to be a better clear from AJ. With everything that's going on, you've got to bang it at least to the corner.
Yeah. Reynolds bumped in the midfield, so he couldn't rotate back. Actually got bumped by Arsenal. And then Magic Bear and AJ both trying to figure out how to clear that ball off the backboard. And you're right, came off soft. And Arsenal all over it, collected that one for free. And boy, if that wasn't a Space Station game, if you've never seen one, that was, we're going to get in your face in your corner. We're going to make you work for everything.
Yeah.
And their answer was, don't play passive. As Corelli said yesterday, best defense is a strong offense. And they went for it that game, that paid off.
It did seem like OpTic Gaming in the final 2 minutes were just trying to run down the clock. They didn't look to me as aggressive as I'd say every other game. Maybe they were just trying to hold it down until the end. Space Station
I'd be trying to hold it down if I had those three over me in that.
Oh, absolutely. it makes sense, but still, I mean, you just have to keep applying that pressure And Spacestation Gaming were able to exploit it. And here we go. We've got ourselves a series. OpTic Gaming looked like they were going to run away with it, but hello, Spacestation.
It was just one small overreach, too. You know, it was just AJ thinking, yeah, I can go play support. Maybe this clear doesn't go straight towards the net. And he just has to range back at the same time as everybody else gets bumped off it. Spacestation find the equalizer off of what very well could have, again, just been a OpTic Gaming 1-goal lead.
And it's the first 2 minutes for OpTic Gaming where they are the most lethal. When that scoreline is 0-0, you're going to see better solo plays, riskier rotations, more physicality from Reddles. So this is where Spacestation Gaming need to hold things down. I think this first goal, I mean, I'm sure it goes without saying, but it's so important, especially for the team in orange.
Real nice job from LJ. Ooh, gets through a second man, but of course AJ will just keep that one tight. And Hoxer, he's just up. He's like, no. You're not going to start some crazy air dribble and beat two of my teammates and put us in a... Yeah, just stop.
You have got to do that if you're faced with the solo play capability out of OpTic Gaming. Arsenal, nice little air dribble from the sidewall, keeping it to himself. I like this defensive approach from Spacestation Gaming, just sending one player forward, hoping to get a better 50-50. Nobody's booming the ball downfield, and they're keeping better possession. Because of it, Hoxer over one, almost dunked the second one into a good position, but just went to the corner. And you've got to rotate back because that counterattack's coming in.
And AJ, he knew it was coming. He could see Arsenal gearing up to find that power clear off the wall. Doing an awkward ball into a dangerous area, and AJ able to run interferences. A lot of contact there on the backboard. Yeah. Reynolds the one to come down with it and actually avoids a demo from Arsenal. He just denies the boost. If he dies, he dies.
And he actually got that full corner boost, and he's hunting for Arsenal, who's also running into his own half. This is a chase game.
The hunter
right now.
becomes the hunted.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. Reynolds and his former teammate Arsenal having a bit of a mind game battle because they don't find a demo. LJ, can he do it by himself? 3 players, he's got to weave through. Reynolds needs a touch here. Be careful for the counterattack because that's good 50-50.
He might score that. Ooh, so close. Arsenal, you really have no choice. This one's got to go to the corner, but OpTic Gaming, you should be ready to swarm right here, and that's a nice little dish from Magic Bear back to Reynolds. Kind of lose a little bit of control on the ball, though, and now they're kind of just hoping they hang on to it.
Jay. All right, he's going to take that boost. Let's see what he does. He actually turns into the ball, and now he should be going for a 50-50, or excuse me, a demo, as the 50-50 comes out from Magic Bear. No dunk. Hello. Arsenal in a good spot, and that's aggression right there. I love to see that out of Spacestation.
We were quite impressed with Arsenal, at least early on in one of their series yesterday. Yeah. His ability to get that ball moving across the field and find teammates, and see if that can get looked into as Magic Bear forces LJ into an awkward clear, and it's off the post. It goes in. I thought that was going to bounce out to safety, but they get a favorable skip, and they will score first again.
Oh, and Arsenal, he has to jump early, too, because there's a bump coming through. The shot is as picture perfect as you could ask for. Off the post and in. OpTic Gaming. We reached the same situation in the previous game. 2 minutes left. They hold the lead.
Oh, maybe 2.
I just don't think they put it. They don't lift their foot off the gas. They certainly won't. 2-0. Reddles.
There he is.
Might just run away with
that pressure in the corner. He just pushed LJ into the corner. He just opened up a passing lane, and AJ says, "Okay, I'll throw it there." And Reddles says, "Cool, I can get it." Just scores an open net.
Ridiculous stuff from OpTic Gaming.
It's that amazing intuition that Reddles always seems to have.
Oh my.
Again, it's the timing on those demos, because you always wonder what possesses someone to go for a demo in that situation. It feels like there's no guarantee you keep the ball, but he just knows, man.
His Reddles' field awareness has to be some of the best in the game with how many times he goes for a demo. I mean, at what point do you start to understand, okay, this is how they're rotating, this is when and when I shouldn't go for a demo. You start to read the plays better, read the field better, and Reddles is absolutely proving why he is one of the best in the game at understanding the other team's position, when to go for demos, when to get aggressive. when to
Ooh,
control
nasty
it,
bounce.
but with more physical plays out of Spacestation Gaming, they are slowly inching their way back into this series.
Arsenal getting his own demo, and look at Hoxer just battle for the ball, and it paid off big time. It just stuck right there in the box, and Arsenal still in position after grabbing that demo in the corner boost. Gets them right back in this one. Only down 1, 60 seconds to play. There's another demo, but it took Arsenal out of the play and lets a long clear leak through.
This feels pretty similar to the last game. Only difference is OpTic Gaming are up by 2 goals. They've got the security. And now 43 seconds remain. Spacestation Gaming, can they do it again?
Ooh, awkward. AJ just really trying to test the defense and have them not allow a strong counterattack by forcing the defense to make some light touches. Arsenal's just headhunting, if he can, to just try and open up a passing lane in the midfield. Double tap to try and keep it close. And actually, AJ comes up empty. That might pay out well as LJ gets the ball, but I don't really know if this one's got enough teeth to it. Not done pressing.
Seconds.
Floater into the middle. Actually, it gets through everybody. OpTic Gaming almost fumble the bag. Arsenal completely misses the ball. Hoxer has to play it in reverse.
It's popped
Just a
up.
complete misplay and floater to the floor. To the side. I don't think they can reach that one. It is indeed too far. OpTic Gaming close it out in 6, 4-2. And boy, did they look good doing it.
Welcome to top 3, OpTic Gaming. On the back of Reddles, the demos, the solo plays out of AJ, and the glue that was Magic Bear, taking down Space Station Gaming. And that was such a fun series. Hands in the face for Arsenal, a frustrating game, because you know they were right there. They could smell the victory it achieves.
It's going to be very frustrated he didn't come up with that touch towards the end of regulation there. And
He just went right under it.
forced his teammates to kind of play a bit of an awkward ball. And what can you say? Overall, though, an excellent run from Space Station. They fall to Gen.G, and unfortunately, despite getting through Furia, they fall to OpTic Gaming and New Age Green Wall making a push. And unfortunately for them, their reward is playing against Gen.G Mobil 1. So
I don't know.
The ramp only gets steeper and steeper.
I feel like I need to, send out a formal apology to OpTic because I've been sleeping on them, to be honest with you. I've been seeing this roster, what they've been bringing to the scene. I've been impressed, but this was honestly on another level. Everybody got involved. Everybody had a role to play, and it was some fantastic work. But we've got even more Rocket League coming your way after this break.
What's with these seats, bro? I thought you had the hookup.
Dude, it's all us retired players get.
Can you believe we're here? Game 7, grand finals of the World Championship?
Yeah, I mean, it's cool and all, but what about me? What about, everybody else?
Everybody else?
Yeah, all the players looking to make it to the next level. What if there was a tournament for them?
Yeah, but who's gonna do that?
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. How can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it. The pass down. It's unbelievable.
Spacestation grounded the green wall, stands tall and strong to advance to the lower bracket finals. They will face off against Gen.G for a chance to play in the Grands against Complexity. A strong performance, especially from that young man right there, Magic Bear, having the series of his career so far achieves. I mean, we heard your thoughts a lot during the game, but talk to me about Magic Bear.
Yeah, guy touches the ball and it turns to gold at the moment. His timing on defense is immaculate. Dude knows right when to get in there and break up a play. He always finds a good place to put the ball. He puts it in great spots, and it helps when he's hitting these beautiful double taps right off the inside of the post. And in general, Magic Bear has been a treat to watch join this OpTic team.
But shots. We talked about this with Space Station. Only 5.5 per game throughout that series. It was a low shooting series for both teams, but that would bite them eventually in OpTic. They just felt like they were controlling more of the field. There was more demos by OpTic, because we always talk about Reynolds and Arsenal, the two top demoers. And of course, Reynolds, he won out here, but OpTic Gaming, they came out very controlled throughout this. But there was a timeout buff for Sad Jr., still did not matter, and OpTic moved forward in 6. And they're going to play a Gen.G squad that I think on most days you would not want to play. But after what we saw in that previous series, OpTic, I think, has some life.
Well, and we heard from Gen.G's players. We heard Nolly tweeting yesterday after their series. He's like, "Oh, it should have been closer. They felt that they weren't playing good yesterday. They come into today's series. It goes to Game 7. They drop it, and now they're in the lower bracket. We know historically this is not a good spot for teams dropping down. The lower finals is a trap game. OpTic's momentum is continuing to build. The recipe's starting to look good at Chiefs for OpTic Gaming fans.
Good. Looking good, but a long way to go. Your reward is Gen.G, and this kind of feels like, okay, you played a super controlled game against a team like Spacestation. Well, in terms of control, Gen.G is, at the moment, I think, along with FaZe, probably the gold standard for how to control a game. So the level up is here, and we'll see if that can hang as well.
But they didn't have control versus complexity. We saw that at times. Many errors that we don't see out of Gen.G. They had about 45 minutes to try and figure that out. But sometimes when you're playing on a day, that's just how you play. Will that happen with Gen.G? We'll have to see. But we've seen this plenty of times before. When a team from the upper final comes down to the lower final. In spring last season, 0-3. But winter, they also had it. So if you combine that, it was 1-5. So only one time a team from the upper final that lost came back and won to the lower final. So history is actually on OpTic's side, but that was before Gen.G moved over to North America. So we'll see if they can do it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we heard Arsenal yesterday saying that he thought OpTic had a really good shot against G2 because their solo-heavy play style was something G2 didn't know how to deal with. Ultimately, OpTic did win that series. We've now seen OpTic continue to play well, and we're seeing Magic Bear with his solo plays peaking right now. Does Gen.G have what G2 didn't?
I would say generally, yeah. There's, I mean, obviously, assuming that Gen.G is not, own goaling and missing easy open nets and stuff like that. Across the board, I think Gen.G definitely knows how to handle teams that have insane mechanical ability. And across the board, I think overall your threat is probably mainly focused on AJ. Sure, Magic Bear can make you pay, but I don't think they're too worried about all the different options. The biggest thing to contain probably is that timing from Reynolds on his demos and being ready to support. And that second man is kind of taken out of rotation and you have to cover a lot more space. That's probably the most dangerous aspect OpTic Gaming has at their disposal here, that disruption.
Well, Chiefs, Gibbs and I have made picks earlier, but you have not. I'm very excited to hear, curious who you've got in this one. Here's the stats from the teams up until this point. Is one of them leaning you in a different direction, or how are you feeling? Who you got in this one?
I think I have to pick Gen.G. Yeah, it was ugly against Complexity. I think it was ugly, but that's okay. Teams generally tend to bounce back more often than not. Now, I know something upper bracket, something lose in the lower bracket final, something. I don't care about that.
Sure, that was last year.
I think Gen.G is a team that really, that mental reset will do them good, and I think they might come out here and really bully OpTic. So I've got Gen.G.
So Wave, I made a crucial mistake and I flip-flopped last time around Spacestation OpTic, but did I? Because I have a green wall behind me. I've always had a green wall behind me. So clearly I've always been behind OpTic, clearly. And we predicted a 4-0. And so I think I'm going to stick with it. OpTic 4-0 over Gen.G.
I also have a green wall behind me, so I guess I'm also going with OpTic on this one, folks. It's amazing, the power of magic, movie magic. You thought I had a bunch of graffiti behind me. Nah, acting. It's all lights and magic here. Okay, but I'm not gonna lie. Like when I think about the series we just saw from Spacestation, we saw solo goals that were enabled by defensive mistakes. What is the recipe here for OpTic? Because I'm not confident Gen.G is going to make the same degree of mistakes we saw from Spacestation.
But we did see a lot of mistakes versus Complexity. But again, they should fix that, right? So you'd expect over that 45 minutes, they will fix it. But also, Magic Bear is on. And we always talk about OpTic is one main threat, right? That is AJ when he has time with the ball. But Magic Bear, when he has time with the ball lately, it's been turning to gold as well. So if they can do that, where there's two big threats that they have to worry about while they're in the air, and then Riddles is coming down on the ground and going for demos to try and cause chaos, that's where there's a chance for OpTic.
It's a really good sign that we got this far into talking about OpTic Gaming, and this is the first time we've mentioned AJ. Their team is firing on all cylinders. The green wall has their support in chat and on desk. If OpTic makes it here, folks, as we get into the game, Magic Bear will make his first ever grand finals. He's come out of hibernation. It's springtime, folks. Look out for the bear, but Gen.G, they're the Fallen Kings. They're looking to regain the title. The winner of this goes to the Grands.
AJ comes in averaging a goal and a quarter per game. He's the leading scorer in total and average. Can he keep up his white-hot pace to get OpTic into its first final of the season? We're about to find out as we kick off Game 1 on Manfield.
Gen.G out of lives. If you want to get another shot at Complexity in the grand finals, you got to have a much better performance than you did earlier on today. OpTic Gaming are surging. And for Gen.G, it seems like a tall task to be able to come down a team, like you said, that is as hot as OpTic. But they're looking to start it off. Jack to the top right. He punches it through.
Apparently, Jack back in the hot seat and still shooting red hot. Post and in, where some of those woes had really plagued Gen.G in that previous series in the upper final. They were hitting just outside the post. They were going off the crossbar. This one on target. And now OpTic's got to answer, and apparently Jack is having none of it.
Gotta watch out. You see Noli and the back end going for demos, but you have to watch out for Reynolds on the other side. Again, I believe a season high demos, not just for North America, but the entire world. As Reynolds does know how to demo really well, but AJ knows how to score from everywhere. What a play for AJ to equalize.
When AJ is on, there might not be a better shooter in the world. When he's off, you notice it, but he is on it today. He's been on it all weekend.
Yes, sir. And AJ himself is not gonna let Gen.G get through this series without putting up a fight. Individual prowess starting to show. And we're gonna need to see signs of that for Gen.G if they want to keep this series competitive. Still tied up here at the first minute gone by. It's both teams trading blows. Chronic looking to get this forward. You see him just knocking on the door there, but it's a good stop from OpTic as they look to charge upfield.
Reynolds, little floater to the backboard, and Chronic will power this away towards Jack, intercepted by Magic Bear. AJ redirect! Oh, he is on it!
Write that down, that's top 5. Write that down right now. That is beautiful from AJ. Noli tried to put a hand up, but when AJ's playing like that, he's just on another level. 2 goals for AJ, 2 goals for OpTic Gaming.
Remember when we were talking about the defense from Gen.G and Complexity earlier today? We were talking about not trying to block, or not trying to make saves as often as you are trying to stop them from becoming shots in the first place. Don't bother. If you let AJ shoot, it's in. As Chronic shot sails a little bit wide. And now Magic Bear, they've been trying to pinch that downfield, but AJ will follow the play up. They would love to let AJ just have the ball in the backfield, as that one's going to be blocked away by Magic Bear. Full tank of boost, and then Reynolds coming in to stop Chronic. Here goes AJ. And they get a little bump on him. It's going to be Reynolds in the midfield, and he can't do anything with it.
Strong clearance, but Gen.G still having to play from behind here. Again, after that surge, they have to slow things down to kind of stop the bleeding. And it is tough. Because OpTic, again, after that win, so much more momentum on the day just given to them. Gen.G looking to set up a play. There's the demos, though. The Bear finds 2. And Chronic does his best to slow things down for the time being.
Apparently Jack stealing pinch, and AJ had the read. Reynolds had that stuffed by Noli all the way across. Now Magic Bear leaves that for AJ. It's a much different OpTic Gaming squad this weekend than it has been at the start of the season as AJ comes across for the save. They've got back-to-back top 4 finishes in events for what it's worth. And remember, they had that top 4 while they were trying to make the miraculous run in the Winter Invitational after a pair of bottom 4 finishes. Now they're top 3. And could be, at the very least, top 2 if this hot shooting from AJ keeps up. Though Reynolds had that in the corner. AJ jumped in as well. Didn't really give him anybody to pass to, and Magic Bear will be all alone at the back. He's got that as far as apparently Jack. And AJ will spring Reynolds downfield. He'll run onto it. Couldn't line up a double, but they've left it for AJ, and this one is saved for now.
You see Gen.G trying that backboard. It's the same thing we saw from the Spacestation Gaming series. OpTic Gaming have great backboard defense. They're going to be able to clear those out. AJ here testing the backboard himself, but Chronic there set in time. Noli has to be careful how he approaches this ball upfield, gives it to Jack. Plays a light 50. A lot of space here from OpTic, not necessarily sending too many people forward. It's 1 minute remaining, and oh, Magic Bear almost found his mark. Shooting still looking good for OpTic as they have this game in their hands.
There's Magic Bear again, stopped by Chronic, but now it comes down to the leading scorer in the tournament, AJ, dispossessed by Noli. AJ in there now at 32 goals with the pair here in game 1. Next highest among players still in the tournament, that one, Magic Bear at 20. He had the assist on AJ's second as Noli will bank one out for apparently Jack. Gen.G playing from behind here in the last 30. Chronic ranging back. He has Noli there in support if needed. And Noli's going to be called into action. Gave it up to AJ. Magic Bear's there as well. They both fight over who's going to score and put this game away. Finally, Reynolds comes in. Everybody shoots. Everybody scores.
And Gen.G just completely removed themselves from the play. Look at this. Everybody upfield. No one home. And Reynolds will read the ball off the wall and push it right in. That's pretty much securing this game 1. OpTic Gaming still on that momentum off of the Space Station win. They are making it very clear for Gen.G. If you don't show up, you won't get to play. Time ticking down. Ball still in the air. It'll drop. And it's an OpTic Gaming Game 1 victory.
Reynolds' 10th goal of the weekend is the icing on the cake as OpTic continues its winning ways. The green wall inching ever closer to a grand final date with complexity. Could you imagine Gen.G dropping 2 series in a row to go out of the tournament after advancing into Championship Sunday as we look back at our high performance replay brought to you by Mobile One. And boy, was it high performance, especially from AJ, especially there.
That was beautiful. Absolutely great there from what you saw from AJ. And seeing him elevate is something that I think OpTic fans or even AJ fans over the course of his career have wanted to see. Him taking the ball, making plays happen individually. So solid. Gen.G Mobile 1 Racing looked a little shaky still. Now, keep in mind, of course, Jack is sick. That's why we had the delay before we got into the game. Jack's still trying to get things going, but he started this game off with a good goal. It really is. You got to start looking at Chronic and Noli if you're a Gen.G fan because they do all have to elevate. Jack is still doing his thing, staying up and down the field, but when it comes down to OpTic Gaming, this team is looking so good on the day. Everyone's playing their roles well. This is a fully functional team. Green Wall's been behind them. Game 2 starting. We'll see if any adjustments are made.
8 of the 20 goals that Noli scored, that was his season high in the Winter Cup, came in a series against OpTic Gaming. Again, a much different OpTic that went bottom 4 in that event before really turning things around in the Invitational. But it's worth noting there is plenty of confidence to be had there. But here goes Magic Bear, met by Chronic, who just barely caught up to the play. And it's Magic Bear now going to call his own number, at least try to dance around a couple. AJ came in as well. That puts Reynolds in a tough spot as it pinches all the way back downfield. Kicked out, and Reynolds will get to this quickly. Nobody dove in for Gen.G.
AJ standing in at 4. Oh. I love that there. You saw it. Set up play. Magic Bear was getting ready to jump into it. Passing has been solid. Communication has been great on OpTic. Noli Light touch out to the side. Jack and Chronic bump each other. Reynolds is going to try to catch him out. Jack slowing things down for the time being, and Chronic has to stretch to make the save.
Nolly goes over top of Chronic to play this downfield. Chronic will eventually get a shot off, but it is right down Main Street, right at Reynolds. Jack did steal that boost away, and Reynolds clipped Nolly. Magic Bear, his shot set away by Chronic. Follow-up is a free ball for AJ, but all he can do is dump it off to the corner. Didn't have anything to work with, and now Chronic will begin the charge back downfield for Gen.G, looking for their first goal and lead of this series, or rather their second goal and first lead of the series. Apparently Jack has the shot, and he has his second.
He's finding the mark. He just needs the lane set up. Play it out. Look at this angle. Beautiful work for Jack to wrap around it, upside down, puts it to the top right corner. Once again, Gen.G with the lead, but they've been having a worrying trend over the course of the day. They've been dropping these leads left and right. Can they hold on to it this time?
Ollie for Chronic, and it's bounced back over. Jack had come up as well. He's got both goals now for Gen.G in this series.
Jack
now
again.
Jack adding a third. No, AJ with the save. Follow-up is a little floater. Teardrop from Nolly does not go. Might have another opportunity. Oh, couldn't tell if he was leaving that for Chronic or Jack, and I don't think Chronic or Jack knew where that was headed, but another opportunity gone by the wayside as AJ will send this one out to the corner as well. Gen.G getting their opportunities though. Really hemming OpTic deep in their own territory. AJ will repel this one. Now Chronic trying to carry it through. He's got Jack across the way, and he's got another.
This is great individually from Chronic. All three members of OpTic on this left wall. These light touches to get past everybody. He plays it past everybody. Gives Jack the lane. Jack has not been missing when he's had these open lanes. It's been a great setup. Chronic to Jack, 2 for 2.
15 assists for Chronic in this tournament. He's got all three of the helpers on all three of Jack's goals. Chronic has that back out to the corner where AJ is still waiting. He'll dish it back out to Magic Bear, and this is Chronic's ball all the way. See how long he can hold on to it.
Oh, bumps downfield. Magic Bear looking for some disruption. Gave AJ some space, but Jack and Noli both doing a good job of making sure that doesn't get past. Noli there, high ball, forcing AJ to use some boost to get across. And this is Gen.G finally showing some signs of control here. They've been limiting opportunities from OpTic. OpTic even send a man up to try to look for demos, but it has not been enough. That's not a great touch out of AJ either. And Noli can try to see if he can leave something downfield. Takes the boost from the corner. And again, much more slower has been the OpTic Gaming push in game 2.
90 seconds remain as Reynolds will try and bring one central. Chronic's got that away. Now AJ tried to regain control on the ceiling, and apparently Jack gave him no time. Magic Bear whiffed on it, but Reynolds takes out Chronic. AJ's shot, nothing behind it. As Nolly with the save. That could have been real scary though for OpTic defensively. It would have effectively ended this game if Gen.G had added that third goal into an empty net. They survive. They still have a chance here. Magic Bear barrels through, apparently Jack, and AJ adds another to his tally.
It's a full team play for OpTic as they charge downfield. You see AJ on the side, waste no time. He can't afford to waste time there. Perfect read on the play from AJ to get involved, and it pays off big time for OpTic. A minute remaining. Can they get one more?
And again at the 50% shooting mark for AJ. 1 goal from 2 shots. He's got to play table center here shortly, as that one's going to be blocked away by Nolly. Doesn't register as a shot. And now Reynolds will grab the boost from just in front of Nolly. Magic Bear blocked by Chronic. It falls down towards Nolly, but Jack's not there. He's going to be way back for this charge out of OpTic. It ricochets around. AJ, again, this time denied by Nolly. Give him a savior medal. Now drop down to Magic Bear. They're trying to feed the bear. It's not working. Reynolds up high, swatted away by Jack.
Ooh, AJ also gets cut out. May have to go back here. They're trying to get the ball to Magic Bear, but Jack is playing the role perfectly. In the way. Get the clock ran down. Chronic doesn't need to shoot, just needs to keep the ball out of OpTic's hands. Noli on the ball, making Reynolds uncomfortable. final 10. But wait, everybody's pushed forward. Maybe a chance here for OpTic to move downfield. Ball off the corner. AJ has to go up, gets beat out, and that one will do it. Gen.G Mobil 1 strike back in game 2.
That's a great performance out of Gen.G as well. It's kind of a gritty win for Gen.G, as OpTic certainly made them earn it coming down the stretch, but it was great possession, especially out of Nolly and Chronic, pushing forward, not letting OpTic get nearly as many opportunities in that final 90 seconds as they would have liked, as clearly they would have needed to bring this back and force an overtime. And it's got to be great for Gen.G's confidence as well, holding on to that lead after they had given up the lead on Neo Tokyo in the upper finals.
Yeah, you can see Jack there. Again, 2 goals there. Only 2 goals from Gen.G that game. Still locked in. Chronic, very helpful that game. 2 assists, 3 saves, a couple shots of his own. Everybody leveling up there because they have to. You saw how deadly OpTic looked on a couple of attacks that they got. Gen.G could not afford to take their foot off the pedal. That being said, this series tied up. Game 3 live. Chance here for someone to take the lead in this best of 7.
Gen.G already with 7 games under their belt today. What's another 7, right? If it means a rematch with Complexity in the grand final. It's AJ. Apparently Jack coming out to meet him. AJ at least got it through, but there's Chronic. Good win downfield. Gen.G on the move again. But all apparently Jack and Chronic on the offensive end for Gen.G. Jack's got all 3 goals. Chronic's got a helper on each of them. Nolly trying to get in on the act, but he's denied by Magic Bear.
Nolly gonna turn on this. Slowing down Magic Bear's push. Oh, Jack, though, that's a big whiff. Even AJ had a read on Jack, but just did not expect it. Nolly trying to go off the ceiling. Oh, got a piece of it. But so did Magic Bear. Great reaction from Magic Bear, keeping OpTic in this game as AJ tried to lead the charge. Beautiful work there. Chronic credited with the save.
Around the boards. Wrap there for apparently Jack to follow on. And Nolly's got to circle around here because this is headed back dangerously close to his own net. Did not grab the corner boost. Didn't matter. Still fed apparently Jack. And Reddles has to come across for the save. What can AJ do here coming across the center line? He can give the ball away to Chronic for a moment. And Gen.G trying to hold the line and get their next quality look at the blue half. They've got one. It's Chronic. It's Chronic with the lead.
You gotta love Nolly here. Reynolds gives the ball right to him. Nolly, good control. The light touch out. Yeah, Magic Bear got a piece of it, but did he see Chronic under the ball? Top right corner shot.
Now the answer required from OpTic Gaming. And they keep pace with Gen.G once they get rolling. There's apparently Jack bouncing another one in. You know, we can keep talking all we want about whether or not he's 100% or what percentage he's actually at. He has still been the leader for Gen.G. He's been, you could argue, the best player on the field between these two squads, and he just continues to deliver.
Yes, I need a heat map of that top right corner for Gen.G because they've been hitting it all day. And AJ's been hitting it as well. You strike and AJ will strike back, still making his presence felt on the field.
It's not quite a 1v1 with 4 pawns on the field here between AJ and Jack, but it's getting real close to it. They both have 4 goals. AJ has a helper to go with it as he bounces off the ball alongside Chronic. Reddles goes around, and now Magic Bear will have to play it through. Just got there in the nick of time. Trying to center here, and Chronic is forced all the way across. He's going to jump back into the play just in case, as Reddles will bring it back in, and Nolly could only slow him down.
Man, that's such a fight in the corner. Everybody getting involved, just trying to get the balls either center or to the left wall. Even still fighting in that space. Finally sent across here. The Magic Bear, that's a great control to pick it up. And a long air dribble upfield. Does get bumped off the ball, but the ball still goes all the way towards the net. just that freedom in space, so important. Chance here for Magic Bear to AJ. AJ, though, slows it down. Was that the right move? It gave Jack enough time to get the clear.
It rarely is the right move to slow it down with Gen.G. They move so quickly as a defensive unit. The lead remains 1 for Gen.G as Magic Bear just got around apparently Jack, and Chronic there to stuff him in the zone, but it does come back out. Magic Bear, it was very tempting to go after that. And now apparently Jack gonna slow play this off his own back line. AJ grabbed the boost and then ran into Reynolds. That's happened a few times where those two have run into each other, but now AJ will try and work his way downfield on the recovery. And OpTic a little lucky that they haven't conceded a goal here in the last 10 seconds.
Yeah, they are still into this one. Got to be careful, but they've been bringing the ball up the same way every time. Having that individual player get in front, seeing if someone else, either second or first man, makes that off-ball play, trying to get the bumps through, and then trying to pass it within the rest of the two. Hasn't been so super successful, but it does give them a lot of ground moving forward, and then you see them now setting up that consistent offense, looking for a hole in Gen.G's defense. Did they find
a little flood. Oh, it's flip out of Chronic, and Magic Bear slams it home at the last moment. But watch what happens to Chronic here. It's an unforced error.
He backflips, thought the ball was going in a completely different direction, and Magic Bear jumps right on top of it. Momentary lapse in judgment. Like you said, the error comes through, and Gen.G, but do not make this easy on themselves. 1:10 to go, game tied up.
Apparently Jack still got the shot through, but it's Reynolds to the rescue. Chronic near the mark. Apparently Jack was there, but just a little too slow. AJ with a full tank of boost. Worst case scenario for Gen.G, but it's just tipped away by Nolly. So Reynolds secure at the back, needs one more touch. He's got it, gave it away to Jack. Who's coming on? It's Nolly. Shot on! Bottom left. What a snipe!
He goes up quick for this, takes the corner boost, sees the ball before it even hits the back wall. He's in the air. Level of speed increased. Jack was there to make sure it went in. Again, everyone on the side of Gen.G stepping up and scoring this game.
16 for Nolly this weekend. Again, his highest in any regional, 20 in the Winter Cup. 8 of those came against this OpTic squad. Reynolds needs a second touch, doesn't have it. 30 seconds remain. Nolly with a full tank. AJ with a full tank. Nolly wins, but it goes to Magic Bear. AJ around 2. Reynolds trying to chase down Chronic and just could not get to him.
See a little bit of desperation from OpTic. They're trying to force a mistake. Magic Bear's upfield as well. Chronic gets the save out. 10 seconds left as Gen.G try to hold on to the lead, but OpTic have one last push into him. That one, a good save out. It'll bounce in open space, and Gen.G will make sure that hits the ground as they take the lead in the series.
Gen.G bounces back with a pair of 1-goal victories. It feels like every game they've played in this tournament has come right down to the final handful of seconds where they have really had to clutch up. But everybody on the scoreboard for Gen.G here in game 3. 2-1 lead in the series now. And we're at that magic point here, Daz, where we keep looking over to see if there's going to be a timeout coming at that 2-loss mark. Not yet for OpTic. They will wait, presumably, until they're on match point.
I mean, for OpTic, towards the end of that game, again, everybody's starting to level up there. We saw a lot of chances where they could have made Gen.G very uncomfortable, and also some good shots being placed on towards the net. I feel like they think that that one was a lot more closer and would rather just play it on, which isn't necessarily a bad idea. But you probably would expect one if they drop this one. Utopia Coliseum missed the stage. Chance for Gen.G to put the series on match point.
Nolly will sky this one up as OpTic right on the early attack. This pass goes all the way across. AJ coming on and just could not get there in time. He'll try and pop one past everybody again. Chronic's all over it. Now Magic Bear blocked by apparently Jack. Reynolds giving it a speculatory look. And finally swats Jack out of the air, and it's AJ's ball all the way. What can he do with it? Taken away by Jack. Well done defensively by Gen.G, especially Jack.
Well, been very low to the ground here. We'll see Magic Bear take this one into the air, gets one flip, And Noli up so early, right when it hits the midfield line, to slow down that pace of play. Still a chance though. AJ putting that ball on, and Chronic taking his time more and more. You know, that unforced error in the last game, trying not to repeat the same mistakes. Here's a light touch from Jack, trying to keep the ball close. But Reddles can clear to Magic Bear. Magic Bear back to Reddles, shot not on, and Jack able to stop a chance for a follow-up.
For OpTic Gaming, no matter what, their 2 best finishes of the season coming here in the last 2 events. It's not like they've, just suddenly gotten better at playing the game or hitting the ball. I mean, that's just kind of a natural talent that these guys are going to have, as Chronic will bounce one through. We'll get back to OpTic in a moment, as apparently Jack and Chronic just pick them apart downfield.
I like that from Jack. That initial touch, he kind of like fakes a fake and then dodges to force the ball off of AJ, who was expecting him to have a little bit more time. And then after, Chronic takes the ball, does it all himself to finish up that play. Fake kickoff here, though, on the side of Gen.G, trying to get it across to Jack, but Magic Bear has enough time. They're able to read the play on the side of OpTic to cut it out, but Chronic to Jack, good speed, it's Noli there, top right, bang! What a 3-man play for Gen.G!
Oh, they are just flying all over the blue half of the field now, and OpTic defensively are being put into a lot of awkward situations and not reacting as quickly as they need to. Gen.G just 1 step ahead, and now 2 goals ahead here in Game 4, trying to kind of put the clamps down on this series.
Oh,
and we will have just a moment here with about 3:17 to go, and we will get everybody back up and ready to go as quickly as we can, with Gen.G leading here 2-0 after a couple of assists out of Jack. 1 goal each from Chronic and Nolly. Gen.G has started to kind of slant the field a little bit downhill towards the OpTic Gaming half of the field.
Yep. Just for clarity, pause comes through Jack, very sick. So that's why they're usually taking that time to call for one while he... Yeah.
Jack takes care of Jack. Let's put it that way. So I tell you what, this is one of those performances that you look back at. I don't want to inflate this to be like the Jordan flu game. It's far from it. But his performance today, if you didn't know that he was sick, you wouldn't suspect anything is off. Some shots had been a little bit off early on in the upper final, but still, he's been absolutely money. He's been the leading scorer for the squad so far here. He's up to, what is he now? 18 goals in the tournament to lead his team. This has been as gutty a performance as we've seen this season.
We'll see how things go now, getting set up to get back into the game. Gen.G getting back into this one right off the kickoff. AJ, though, picks up that and puts it right into the back of the net. And OpTic back into the game quickly.
Pause ends with OpTic immediately gaining the upper hand. 3:09 to go. OpTic's right back in it. AJ now adding his 5th goal of the series. But now he's got to play some defense here as we dip inside. 3 minutes remaining in Game 4. Certainly not a must-win for OpTic, but going down 3 games to this squad with Jack still delivering is almost got to feel like a death sentence.
Oh yeah, that is what it's looking like. Good 50 from Jack to push that one in, and Gen.G back inside the driver's seat. Still plenty of time left though in this game, but for OpTic, going on match point early on in this series, not necessarily the best thing here for them, as they're going to try to see if they can make something happen here with the remaining time. Still over half of the game to go.
AJ taking a shot on, and it goes right over top of Nolly and in, and AJ just continues to find the back of the net.
Light touch out. AJ finds the mark, and Gen.G not able to get to that one in time. 2.5 couple seconds to go here. And AJ still delivering. He's shooting 2 for 3 this game.
Now Magic Bear greeted rudely by Nolly. Apparently Jack is over there, and Nolly in the area as well, if that had somehow found its way through. Here's Magic Bear, and Nolly just ranging back to make the save. That keeps OpTic in front, but not for long. AJ does it again.
It's a hat trick for AJ. Gets the boost, has the speed. Look at that, the light touching in the follow-up. Made Jack think he was going high. AJ went low, and he is willing OpTic back into this game.
He is having one of those series where he is just going to be unstoppable. What are we up to now? 7 in the series. AJ looking for number 8. This time blocked by Chronic. Rattles from the ceiling, and he hit the crossbar. Magic Bear's follow-up. AJ off of Chronic and in.
And another one from AJ. But this one, it's all about the pressure from Magic Bear, forcing everyone from Gen.G to commit. Chronic in a tough spot, can't react to it in time. And OpTic now, everybody pushing forward. They understand they're on a run here in this game, and they have put it back in their hands.
4 goals now for AJ in this game. The hits just keep on coming. He cannot spring the team downfield, though, so Magic Bear will launch it back down. It kicks right back out to him, and Chronic will play it across towards Nolly. Nolly with 1:35, denied by AJ. This, by the way, 6th game where AJ has recorded a hat trick here in the Spring Open. He's playing table center now for Reynolds. Oh, and I thought AJ might have been able to doink that one across. It's still a little dangerous for OpTic, but AJ will guide it to somewhat safety, and Reynolds just getting a piece. There's Chronic trying to tie the game. Apparently Jack now gonna have a real tough time getting this on target, and all it does is fall to the corner.
So pressure though from Gen.G. They get a bump, they get 2. AJ, he can't get the touch, and Nolly can! Gen.G send the whole house to tie up the game.
For all the talk of how great Jack and Chronic have been, it's Nolly who's got 2 out of his 3 goals here in this game. 1 minute remains for all here on Utopia.
Things are starting to speed up here. Everybody getting involved on the scoreboard. Big flick from Jack. Oh, Chronic too far forward. Magic Bear sends that downfield straight to Nolly. You think OpTic might want to control that one a little bit more. They had a prime opportunity for a strong counterattack. Let's see if they can work with this ball.
And Magic Bear did control that at midfield. He's trying to dive down on top of Chronic or Nolly. Couldn't get either one. And he almost got in the way of AJ. I actually think he did kind of obstruct him. So now Nolly couldn't get up to the ceiling, but it may be good enough. At least forced OpTic to wait patiently. 25 seconds. And now apparently Jack corkscrewing through. Gonna be Reynolds with AJ going forward as well. AJ can't get around Chronic. Down to 12 seconds. Awkward ball that's dealt with by Magic Bear. Reynolds just ahead of Nolly. AJ circling around. He's going all the way across. Magic Bear, can he get his central form? No, and we are headed for overtime unless somebody's got a heroic effort here. Chronic will give it a look. Up ahead to apparently Jack. Last salvo of regulation presumably belongs to Gen.G, and now we go to OT.
They don't want to play it. They want this one to continue off of a kickoff. Kickoff kind of working in favor, though, of Gen.G. Little late cheat there from Chronic trying to get that one in midfield, but Jack gets demoed by AJ. Reynolds trying to make the push while he knows that Jack is recovering. Magic Bear forward to Chronic, who will give that to Jack, and Gen.G trying to start the transition here. Tense overtime, though, for OpTic. Losing this one puts them in a match point situation. They'd have to win straight. They're trying to really make the most out of this time, but not overcommit. That's an overcommit, though. Is Jack just going to roll this in? He is! Reynolds gets caught out. Jack with the punish, and Gen.G does put the series on match point.
What more can you say? What can you say about apparently Jack that hasn't already been said? Give him 6 now in the series. Give Gen.G 3 out of the 4 they need, as OpTic Gaming will have to take a timeout here to try and figure out how are they going to win when 4 goals out of AJ isn't enough.
And you saw AJ at the end of that game, hands on the head. That's frustrating. That's plain, simply frustrating.
That is the 10th time AJ has dropped 4 goals in an RLCS match. And still, just not enough. It is wild. Gen.G, as a unit, able to get past AJ and OpTic Gaming for the 3rd time in 4 games. And now this extra minute or so to devise a plan. I mean, as great as Magic Bear has been today, I mean, you saw exactly what he did to Spacestation earlier. There hasn't been much there offensively. A few assists, but only the 1 goal from him, only 1 goal from Reddles. AJ's going to need help if they're going to survive past Deadeye Canyon.
Wow. And then not even just from AJ's perspective, but for the rest of the team. You know, especially if you're looking at Reddles in that last play, you got to still be able to talk things out. You got to shake that off, and you got to figure out how to win when you haven't been. This is a true test of OpTic Gaming right now. Coming out of this timeout, can they turn their entire series around, force a Game 7, do it there? I mean, everybody's been stepping up on the field. Of course, AJ has, but they have to be a cohesive unit, because even with 1 mistake, Gen.G are so quick to utilize any type of space they get on the field and punish OpTic for it.
That man right there came alive here in the last game and a half or so. Nolly, he's got 3 goals and an assist, as Gen.G have found the solution. They have found their way past OpTic's defense time and time again. Even though that game was, of course, won in overtime, it felt like Gen.G had won that game with that early flourish, because they presented such a task for OpTic to overcome that they just could not get the upper hand for good. And now we're here at Deadeye for what could be the last game of this magical run for AJ and OpTic Gaming.
Jack, strong carry. Starting things off here already is Gen.G getting in the way of OpTic. We're going to look to see if OpTic have made any adjustments on the course of the timeouts. How they move upfield, they've been a little bit more spread out, at least in the start here, as AJ tries to set something up. Noli knocking it down. There's a lot more space here in the midfield. The Chronic plays that ball high. Noli with the shot, misses the target. Jack goes up too. Chronic follow up, looking for the top left. And AJ able to knock it away. You gotta think for Gen.G, that would have been a great way to start off the game. They had the backboard for free, but the shots just were not falling.
That's the kind of play that Gen.G was scoring at almost at will on in the first half of game 4. And that shot from apparently Jack. Okay, he's human after all. But now Nolly, he's got it from the ceiling, and he'll guide it home.
Noli stepping up like you said, Stacks. This one, look at this. Off the ceiling, uses the flip, and gets the bump. Pushes Reynolds out the way, and pushes Gen.G in the lead.
A lot of cracks in the green wall. Starting to look like Swiss cheese. Noli's shot almost rolled through, and Magic Bear just getting a piece. Now AJ has to go up the back line and send this downfield. Magic Bear got a piece of Nolly, but it's apparently Jack at the back. AJ bringing it across again. Nolly's there. Apparently Jack at midfield. Chronic's ahead. It's going to be Jack. Like a missile denied by Reddles.
Ball played across here. Noli has to get there quickly. Gen.G be utilizing that midfield space, but now it's OpTic's turn. Reynolds tried to get that bump on Jag, but couldn't. Jag got a light touch on it, which is going to slow down OpTic's pressure. They still have the boost, and they still have the ball on the orange side of the field as Reynolds picks up a demo, and Magic Bear will intercept. 3 minutes to go. It's only a 1-goal difference that separates these two. Reynolds was trying to interfere again with Chronic's aerial. Gen.G playing this game slow and controlled for the time being.
Nolly just slams the wall, and then Chronic slams AJ, and it's apparently Jack's shot. That's dismissed by Reddles. Magic Bear got this through, and that might have fooled Chronic for just a moment. He made a good recovery. Now Nolly will just launch it ahead. Chronic has to circle around the midfield boost as Magic Bear will leave it for AJ. I mean, you gotta feed the hot hand. Why not? He's got another one! My gosh!
It's an AJ masterclass. I'm standing right now. Win or lose, this man is playing on another level. Look at that light touch into the follow. Beautiful stuff we're seeing from AJ. He is taking control when he needs to, and is proving so successful for OpTic.
He dropped a 10 spot on G2. He's got 9 now. AJ brought it this weekend, but they're gonna need another. They feed the bear in the wing. This kicks out, and it's apparently Jack bouncing one only as far as Reddles. He'll lob back in, and that just got away from him. He'll steal the boost out of the corner, and apparently Jack, another deep lob down the field that Magic Bear couldn't quite control. Inside 2 minutes, as Reddles met by Chronic. There's apparently Jack again, but this time AJ is just ahead of him. Reddles blocked by Nolly. It falls to Magic Bear, and that was a little bit towards the left, and maybe one that should have been handled a lot better.
Control there from Chronic, trying to get this involved. It's a good pop-up. Jack gets bumped here on the play, so it's control from Reddles. AJ's coming off the corner boost. Maybe needed here. Oh, it's a good play around him from apparently Jack, but Magic Bear is there to assist, and there's no follow-up on the side of Gen.G. We're approaching the final minute in what could be the last game of this series, unless OpTic do something on one of these drives. We'll have to see. Magic Bear gonna lead the charge here.
Well, AJ got stopped on his way up. Reddles had that swatted away by apparently Jack. And Jack at the midfield has been outstanding. He's been outstanding everywhere, let's be honest. Chronic now around the boards and out, only as far as AJ. A little awkward trying to get that played through, and apparently Jack back downfield. 40 seconds to go. Now Reddles trying to line up one. That would have been a worldie. And it's apparently Jack with a full tank of boost. Few things have been as dangerous today, but this time Magic Bear has the save. Chronic got the boost starve. And maybe Gen.G can keep the pressure on. Nolly denied by both Reddles and AJ.
Chronic forcing the clear out from AJ. He took his time there on the challenge. Ball off into the corner. Chronic again. Is he going to opt to play this, or do they want to kill it? I think OpTic wants to play, but this one gets sent away. Magic Bear gives AJ space. AJ lobs it up high. Nolly needs a good touch here. Touch off onto the side. He's going to try to kill it, but Reddles keeps it up. Can Reddles do something here for OpTic? Going straight down, and we have overtime in Game 5.
Just another overtime between OpTic and Gen.G. Why not? It's apparently Jack. Stopped by AJ. How long will this OT go? As Jack just got ahead of Magic Bear. Looking to center. Nolly's there, but it's deflected out.
Chronic last back. He keeps that in play. Jack turns on it. Oh, tried to mimic AJ's goal on him earlier in the series. Could not do it. AJ and Reddles both going for this ball. Double commit on the play, and Gen.G can take possession here. Nolly to Chronic. Chronic plays this towards the back wall. You see Jack kind of creeping up, but doesn't really want to change correctly. And it's been a much more slower pace here for OpTic, and you're starting to see a little bit of panic set in too, with a couple of just dangerous dives and double commits.
Reddles taking his time, picked his spot, and apparently Jack, very patient defending, shut him down. Now quickly AJ, there's just no wasted motion today whatsoever. That's kicked back out. Reddles will have it. Who's there on the side wall? Who else but apparently Jack. Now Chronic with Magic Bear scrambling back. Pinch pass in front. And Nolly can only slow it down. Here's Magic Bear one-on-one with apparently Jack. And Jack, again, the better of the two.
Space for AJ. Chronic recognizing the danger, goes up quickly. Jack in an awkward spot, but still picks it over Reddles. Here's Nolly. Does he have this? Looking for that control. It's on the back wall, though, straight to AJ. And the tension on some of these plays upfield are so close. You can almost just feel it as both of these teams try to outplay each other and exchange the ball back and forth.
Well, AJ is giving this one away to Chronic, and OpTic's lucky that he didn't put that one on the mark. He is not going to miss that one again if given the chance, though. Reddles, he wanted boost, but he had to turn back around and then avoid Nolly. Now Magic Bear at midfield, and that's blocked out by Chronic. OpTic got caught in a couple awkward spots, and then that shot from Reddles is pushed just over the bar. Now a chance apparently Jack, and that's denied by AJ before he gets obliterated, and Nolly couldn't quite bring that back central.
Chronic gets a 50 on 2, gets a 50 on 3. Even Jack thought AJ was clearing that. He jumped up, removed himself from the play. AJ gets bumped. Nolly tries to find a lane. Oh, that's a quick play. And Chronic has to reach up for it. Reynolds put so much power behind that ball. Just not enough yet. OpTic knocking at the door. So Gen.G pulls out 2. Nolly to win. Yes! Nolly finishes the series in overtime. And Gen.G takes it in 5.
Again, they caught OpTic just a little too slow getting back, and Nolly off a real juicy rebound adds his 5th goal. He matches a season high now with 20 on the weekend, and you know there's plenty more coming as Gen.G gets a shot at redemption over Complexity.
How do they do it? Stopping a surging OpTic Gaming, a surging AJ, who are playing out of their minds this tournament, and Gen.G coming off of a tough loss against Complexity. They cleaned up their act. And like you said, Stacks, they're looking towards Complexity. CR knew it was coming, and now he's got that match.
Yeah, they get another shot at Complexity, who finally beat Gen.G in a best-of-7 for the first time this season to get to the grand finals. And I think they all, as you mentioned, had to know they were getting Gen.G again as we look back again at the Mobile 1 high-performance replay. And the clutch factor from all of Gen.G, banger after banger, and it continues when we come back from a short break with our grand finals, Gen.G and Complexity, right after this.
Nothing cuts quite like a memory, especially one that you're trying to forget. But I can't find the energy to rewind and reset. I know you don't wanna be used, but you use me to build up. You build up to break me down. How does it feel? How does it feel to knock me around? I won't make a sound. I won't make a sound until I hit the ground. I won't make a sound. So don't shoot me down. Alright, we're not broken. We're just getting off the Sometimes I lack the bravery, 'cause I know I fear the end. One day we'll see a victory. Carry on until the sun will set to break me down. How does it feel? How does it feel to knock me around? I won't make a sound. I won't make a sound until I hit the
The wall finally came crumbling down. Gen.G able to regain after their defeat in the upper finals. And they now have a rematch against Complexity in the Grands, folks. Welcome back to the RLCS. We've got one more match. It might be 2 series, 14 games long. We don't know what's going to happen. We're all going to get into it together here. And my goodness, though. Was there any other finals, really, that you were expecting, Turtle? Complexity versus Gen.G?
You know what? I was kind of getting behind Spacestation Gaming or OpTic here. I was really believing in this underdog story. I think both of them came out here, had a lot to prove. They didn't go to the last major, and I expected them to get to the grand final, but I guess, you know, we're just a predictable region, right? Okay, we just get the same grand finals over and over again, but in all seriousness, this was an absolutely unreal series. I think that more specifically, AJ was keeping OpTic Gaming in contention to at least take a couple of more games off of Gen.G.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to lie. I was having a hard time trying to find top 10 plays for at least day 3. And then AJ comes out. It's like, I'll give you 3 or 4 in this series alone.
Yeah.
But that didn't matter because Gen.G just had their number. Winning it in 5, she's probably better off because apparently Jack, hopefully he's feeling better. But man, oh man, they have to bounce back immediately. They take a big win here, but they're going up against Complexity where they were 1 game away from having 2 lives, but instead they have to win 2 best of series now. take down Complexity.
Yeah, the solo plays from OpTic, not quite enough to get the win here. Gen.G did have the answer in a well-played series from them, puts them through to the finals. But before we get to those grand finals, folks, it's time to talk about our Ally Assist of the Week, the #1 assist we've seen across the weekend here, sponsored by Ally. And this one's going to come from Reddles. They're going to continue. We've seen highlight plays from Magic Bear and AJ today, but Reddles, the third member, going to get the Ally Assist of the Week.
Yeah, he's putting in work for two players. He gets a brilliant pass out to AJ on the pre-jump, but also gets the demo as well. So Reynolds, the fullback on the field,
yeah.
just allowing AJ to get those highlight reel plays. But again, that first touch, he knew, I only have to tap it one more time and take out money, and it's a wide open net for AJ.
Well, and the ridiculous part of this entire thing is just the fact that AJ pre-jumped him and had the trust that Reddles was going to get the demo. The communication has to be spot on, and the trust in your teammates.
It was brilliant, folks. Just like you rely on your allies in Rocket League, Ally is proud to be a relentless supporter for your financial well-being. Because we're all better off with an ally, digitally, financially, and personally. Ally, do it right. We'll see more of these assists, hopefully, in the grand finals. From some of the other teams, though, obviously, that will be OpTic done for the day. So they get to finish in top 3. Well done to them. That's their best performance on the season. And folks, that leads us to this bracket. I mean, it's been a long road. A lot of matches, Gibbs, to get us to this point.
Yep, but the two teams that had 2 lives for the longest amount of time, they will meet in the finals, Gen.G and Complexity. And if Complexity wins this tournament, they take over the #1 spot for Regional 2. That's over FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan will still have #1 if Complexity somehow loses this. But again, 2 lives for them, 2 best of 7s, while Gen.G has to claw their way back. But if any team has a chance to do it, it's probably Gen.G, who's the #1 overall seed across the entire year.
Oh,
they have been the most consistent team in NA, but my goodness, the power from Complexity has been difficult for any team to deal with of late. Complexity versus Gen.G, your grand finals for the Spring Open. Let's break it down a little bit here. We've talked about the ways that these teams have gone back and forth. Complexity has had Gen.G's number. I believe they're on a 2-game winning streak, or 2-series winning streak now, up against Gen.G on this one. But can they do it again? Can they make it 3? They started off with a 3-series winning streak. They're trying to make it a second one here.
Man, it's tough. It's really tough because I feel like when we saw Complexity, they didn't look perfect as well as Gen.G, but Gen.G just made one extra mistake, right? Like Gen.G was kind of throwing that series, but Complexity wasn't taking it as well. They only won by 1 goal in that final game. Now, they've had a very long break to figure things out as well, because if you look back on that upper bracket final, it was not peak Rocket League from either of these teams. But now we see Gen.G, they have a lot of momentum, but Complexity has had time to figure out all their problems as well. So I expect a completely different series than we saw just 2 hours ago.
Well, and they're also going to have that extra life too. So even if Gen.G come out into this grand final on fire and carrying that momentum forward, Complexity will have plenty of time to at least collect themselves, download what's actually happening on the field. And I think that Complexity have really improved their ability to slow down the game. And in particular, I think RLCS has been hitting us with a lot of mind games, dribbling more, and that's added to the overall threat of what Complexity can bring. And Gen.G, they had the ice against OpTic Gaming. I'm not going to lie. There were a lot of moments in the final few seconds or where they had to hit this clutch angle and they were smacking it. I think the defense will definitely be a tier above, and they might not be able to ice up in those dire moments. So who's going to create those solo plays? A lot of responsibility will fall onto Chronic specifically to pop off and show up in this game.
You see the players getting themselves ready. There's been 7 series that they have played in RLCS. Complexity leads the series 5-2, but
that's very impressive.
The only best of 3 of the 5 have been best of 7s. And of them, both of Gen.G's wins were in those best of 7s. This one they just played a few hours ago was the first time Complexity has beaten Gen.G in a best of 7, and it went to game 7. So this is still the marathons for Complexity. Maybe a different story here than the sprints of best of 5s.
But history's on the side of Complexity. No team in North America throughout all last year, when they had 1 life versus a team with 2, none of them won, right? It was always the team with 2 lives. Occasionally, they would drop 1 series, but they would always find a way to win. So Complexity, history's on their side, Well, we could have said the same thing about OpTic Gaming and Gen.G's like, we don't care about your history. We moved to NA to write new history. So if anyone can do it, it is this squad of Gen.G.
We've constantly said they got to drop off at some point, and Gen.G is tired of hearing us say that. They're here to stay. They're back in the grand finals yet again, and they want to get back on the winning train here. Turtle, Complexity versus Gen.G. Who's your pick?
Ooh. Do I believe in Gen.G's ability to get back into this one? I honestly think the fact that they played earlier on and lost in that game 7, they've already kind of dealt with the loss against Complexity, that I feel like their mental is going to be a little bit better, more confident. They already know what it's like to go down in the game. I really believe in Gen.G's ability right now, and I'm going to go for the crazy bracket reset pick. I think they're going the distance. It's going to be a long day, but we're going to get some great Rocket League. Do it. Come on.
What do I do? Well,
do it.
So I missed a lot of that old series because I was repainting my wall. So I was painting in Gen.G colors here. So we're going to go Gen.G for at least a bracket reset. And then we'll see what happens after that. But for now, I'll go Gen.G wins this first series, and we'll add a little bit more drama on top of this.
I could definitely see the bracket reset on this one, but I do think ultimately Complexity, when it comes down to 2 series, will win. I got Complexity on this. They have had the Gen.G's number more often. They've had a nice break. I think that these 14 games, if it goes that distance, will be more in their favor, folks. How's chat feel about it? Gen.G's got support in chat. They're the favorite on the desk as well, but Complexity has the power, folks. Grand finals of the Spring Open. It's Gen.G Mobil 1 Racing versus Complexity Gaming to take the first win in NA of the spring.
Gen.G are North America's final boss, and Complexity are here to challenge them once more. Corelli, this is boiling into a nice rivalry, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. We got this one in the Winter Open as well, James. In the grand final last time, you and I got to cast that one. Gen.G came out on top, but Gen.G, they have now, of 9 events in the RLCS, including majors, have gone to the grand finals 7 times.
Ollie's going to get a quick goal, and it's going to be a long road here for Gen.G. Not only will they have to win this series, but they'll have to win the next. But that is the way you want to start it out.
Especially having already played this team, going up 1-0 early is fantastic for Gen.G. That series in the upper bracket final that they lost in 7 definitely got away from them. There was own goals coming out. There were some tough breaks that Gen.G didn't fall in their favor. Complexity had to battle back there. Some redemption maybe in this grand final, as apparently Jack gets 2 for Gen.G.
And I mean, this is starting out hot, and you wonder if this is just going to take some time for Complexity to get back into the rhythm. Meanwhile, you had Gen.G coming off hot off this win from OpTic. And 2 quick goals. We're not even 25 seconds into this one.
Something similar happened in the last matchup as well. I mean, game 1 was a 3-1 victory for Gen.G, and they were controlling the pace of play. They pushed back Complexity throughout that first game, and you're getting that again here. Complexity, they just might need a game to get going, or maybe they can fight back here with 4.5 left on the clock.
Nice defensive stop there from Chronic, who had that waterfall defended. Closing down that crossbar. Now missed there. AJG sweeping it off the line. Now bringing it upfield. Apparently Jack tipped it up. And you can see a bit of confusion there from Gen.G, but they're still working through it. Jack going for the 50, gets demoed. Ball back to the middle, but Chronic will collect it. A little pop, gives up possession. And now AJG, we've seen him hit quite a few redirects this weekend.
Oh yeah, you saw him yesterday receiving the passes from his team. His teammates have really done a great job of setting him up. Here comes Chronic though, off the back wall, and Complexity deal with it nicely. Trying to keep their pace up. It was something that I think they lost. Hold on, AJG just hit another one, James, as he flicks it by the defense.
Oh, AJG is the finesse master.
Oh my.
That. No one expecting that much power. And from that angle, you wondered, would he even be able to get the touch?
You just talked about it, James. You just brought it up. The crazy redirects from AJG in series pass. And he had to remind everyone there as Complexity get one back. AJG has had a phenomenal regional here for Complexity.
And there's a demo on the back line. We've seen Complexity do that quite a bit and have tons of success with those backline demos. AJG trying to get a bump. Did get in the way a bit. Now Chronic to the corner. Gets another touch right down to the middle. Raise Bull. Clearing it off the line. Now has a ton of space and 77 boost. Air dribble. Going for the double tap. Rebound is going to be cleaned up by CRR.
And Raisbull, I think, wanted to put this one away himself as the defense, Nolly in the backfield, he had boost to work with, just didn't get the read, and that allowed Raisbull into the box uncontested. CRR there to clean it all up. And just like that, James, a quick start from Gen.G is a race.
A race indeed. We are back at equal footing. You said 7 grand finals for Gen.G.
Out of 9 events.
Yeah, which is just wild. But one stat about the grand finals here in the regional parts, not considering the major, is they have lost over half. This would be their 500 game if Gen.G can get it. Meanwhile, Complexity still hunting for that first title, but it is wild to think about the success that Gen.G has had.
Success from Gen.G, obviously in those grand finals, but really maybe even a bigger story is how the winter's gone for Complexity. They've had 5 events in a row, including the major, where they finished top 4 or better. They have really hit a hot streak here once winter came around. It was up and down during the fall, a couple top 8 finishes in the 9th, 11th. But they've really turned it around, and we even talked to him in the interview with CRR. It's like, what has gotten into you guys? And she just said it just felt like they've found a rhythm. They know what they need to do against these top teams. And right now they're feeling the pressure, but they're able to push away Gen.G. And in this matchup, James, we've seen it before. Complexity, they know what they have to do to beat this Gen.G squad. It's if they can execute with how great Gen.G's been up and down the field.
The reset pass out to the middle. And yes, Corelli, we have seen this before. We saw it today.
Well, I meant in a final, but yeah, in the winter. But yes, we saw it today as well in the upper bracket final.
We've been seeing it quite a bit this year. And now another
oh my goodness
from Raisbull.
What has gotten into Complexity? Look at this touch from Raisbull, and he just ran out of boost off the crossbar and in, and Gen.G left looking at each other. It happened so fast.
Oh, Complexity writing the book on redirects.
Oh man.
And now a little touch. Raisbull actually getting a piece of that, messing up the shot from Gen.G. Complexity are so hungry. They've fallen short before to Gen.G. And now, after going up down early, you see a really tough save for CRR, having to dodge the bump, makes the save. Even in the last series, that Complexity was able to come out on top. Gen.G having so many opportunities, so many shots on net, but the defensive composure from Complexity has been impressive. Complexity did miss a few shots themselves last game, so helping out Complexity a bit, but this game, the defense has been remarkable.
The offense from Gen.G is nothing to scoff at, but hold on, this one's wide open for AJG. The pass from CRR is perfect. Where was the defense from Gen.G?
They were stuck spectating on this one, a perfect infield pass, and AJG, I mean, there's a lot of talk about CRR, a lot of talk about Raisbull. AJG has been having a weekend that you will never be able to forget. The redirect goals, the top play coming in today, we covered that, scoring an identical one. And the passing that he's making, the upfield plays, getting the bumps, getting the demos on that defensive back line of Gen.G, really mixing up the pot in favor of Complexity. And being in position there, this has been an all-around team effort from Complexity. And despite giving up 2 early goals, it was 21 seconds in.
Yeah.
Gen.G was up by 2. A 4-goal swing. Complexity ran away with this game.
Oh my. And again, just to talk a little bit more about AJG there, the stat line is insane. 2 for 2 in shooting, 2 goals, 2 shots, 5 saves, and almost 800 score coming out from AJG, and an assist to follow along with it. For Complexity, And you said it. It's not just AJG. He had some great shots, but everyone is contributing, especially when you look at the offense coming out from Gen.G, because it's really important to highlight that Gen.G had the pressure on Complexity for a lot of this game. They had to field 8 shots from Nolly alone here on the Complexity side defensively, and they had to put up 8 saves to turn away Gen.G. So Complexity are getting the job done on both sides of the field right now, and that's what's so impressive about.
And I mean, that reaction that we just saw, I believe that was CRR. The reaction on his face was incredible. It was, and if I had to guess which moment that was, it was probably the Raise Bull redirect.
Yeah.
If I had to guess. But you know, Complexity, you know, they know they can end it here. They know they can end it now. Curly, you asked CRR, you know, are they going to have to go through a bracket reset? He said, no, I believe in my team. And so far in game 1, you can see why.
Yeah, you can definitely feel the team effort there from Complexity. But we've seen in these series, even in series prior from Complexity, we were playing against OpTic or other teams of the like, they can't seem to hold some of their consistency through games, right? They might have a great first game, then they get shut out the next game, and then they come back. Can they do that here against what is the final boss of North America of Gen.G?
I think this is the ultimate test. They've come close. Now they're going to have to close it out, or we'll be heading to another best-of-7 series, and we might get there if Chronic keeps putting away goals like that.
And the good news for Gen.G is it's not like they aren't generating opportunities. They're just not converting. And great pass here from Nolly. You can see him trying to chase after players, and then after the touch to Chronic, and Chronic able to put it away.
And just how nice that touch was as well. Nolly was racing to the wall and taking that light touch up the wall, threw the defender off. Nolly, one of the best passers, if not the best passer in the game right now. He's had so many iconic passes already.
And Nolly, too, has been having a crazy regional for himself as well. Talked about it yesterday. He was scoring half the goals in some of their series. And he was scoring 7 out of 14 goals against SSG. And for Gen.G, his production has been huge to keep them in this regional. But you're going to have to get to a different level with the way Complexity's been playing.
We'll see if they get there. There is one team that can do it. Gen.G certainly has all the tools. Raise Bull. Flip reset, but he wave dashed into the ball and pushed it wide. Looked like he might have been thinking about the pass. And that was a very technically challenging play that Raise Bull was trying to pull off.
He got the fake too, but you're right. He just kind of landed on it, went into the ball. Still great setup though. As now Gen.G getting some demos here, the physical game going in their favor, and CR is just happy to blast this one away. Apparently Jack couldn't go for it. It was Chronic who had to bail him out. And look at the turnaround here from Gen.G. Did they beat it back to the net? They do, as Nolly, the full field shot to beat Raise Bull back.
He just blasts it towards net. Raise Bull thinks I can get there in time, but you saw immediately putting the pedal down, realizing that that was just too good.
On the same page, Gen.G are with that touch and pass. And again, a 2-goal lead opens up for Gen.G. 3 minutes, plenty of time now for Complexity. See if they can make the comeback again.
Yeah, they had to make that 2-goal comeback previously. Apparently Jack on 0 boost, needed about 5 more to get that last touch, and now the counterattack is on. Bounces down, tough read for CRR. CRR does read it, but apparently Jack blasted it all the way downfield. Nolly on no boost, but now another overcommit from Gen.G. Jack's challenge, though, will prevent the counter. And that was a wild series of events there.
Yeah, Gen.G very willing to push on that when they knew they had numbers up. They knew they had the defense on the ropes, but nobody connected. And now the pass over to AJG, rips one on target. Apparently Jack was already up. Another shot comes through. Here comes Raise Bull off the back wall. One more from AJG. The slow bouncer will get the defense, and Complexity finally on the board.
Oh, and talk about pressure. I can't believe that apparently Jack even saved that last shot. And there was 2 boosts in the tank for Nolly to make that play. Nowhere near enough. Raise Bull actually AJG rather, slowing that shot down, going for the bounce shot, recognizing that everyone would be out of boost on Gen.G. Great pressure, but still, apparently, Jack, the fact that he even kept that play alive for as long as he did was crazy.
Yeah, great read from apparently Jack, and also great read on the defense and the situation there from AJG to recognize the bounce shot would have fooled the defense there. As I mean, 2-3 shots came in at full speed, and now Complexity, they're switching into that next gear, James. It feels like that offense really ramping up late in game 2.
Yeah, you even saw him just a moment ago going for that pinch. And they did hit the pinch, just was immediately stopped. And now Complexity trying to break out again. Infield pass from RazeBull. AJG late to the ball. This puts pressure on CRR. CRR trying to get it up the sidewall. Nolly's there, now off the ceiling. Infield pass, and apparently Jack is there, but that pass was pristine from Nolly.
I mean, you might just have a highlight reel of Nolly's passes here in this series. Look at beautiful touch from Nolly to go back up to the ceiling, get the flip reset to come back towards the ball, and punch it over to apparently Jack. A 3-1 scoreline and a beautiful goal coming out from Nolly's dish.
That is exactly what I'm talking about when I say Nolly could be the best passer in the game. You get so many glimpses of it. And that one was a thing of beauty. So much mechanics dedicated to offense, and the ones that get praised the most are the goals, the shots. But Nolly, so selfless, making beautiful passes of his own. RazeBull trying to thread the needle there. It was a tight angle. More pressure mounting. AJG dropping it in. Complexity refusing to give up.
Man, he's so smart this game. Just waiting, letting CRR go. He knows the defense is in shambles right here, and he's going to get a free ball to chase after on the top of the net there. And with just enough boost to get there, Complexity and AJG get their second with 55 seconds left on the clock.
A bit of corner boost difficulty there for Nolly. Nolly, another pass to Jack. Jack going to the backboard. Gen.G hanging on by a thread. There's a demo on Chronic. Nolly up, going for net, and Nolly catches RazeBull out again.
RazeBull backflipped on the challenge. He hesitated, and then when he decided to go, he backflipped, and it just completely ruined everything. And Nolly essentially had an open net to shoot on with that blunder, and Gen.G trying to seal the deal here in game 2.
Kickoff for Complexity. RazeBull up against Chronic. Pinch back down. Apparently Jack marching up for possession. Huge block. Nolly up the gut. AJG to the side. RazeBull just picked up the mid boost. Will be able to go for this ball, but apparently Jack with another defensive read. We saw him make a crazy stop before. It didn't keep the goal out, but that defensive clear gonna melt so much time off the clock. Well played, and now more time being wasted away. Gen.G. It was a fight all the way to the very end, but they're able to claw a game back, Corelli.
And it's another game where Gen.G are putting up 10+ shots here and finally just converting. I mean, it was really just the conversion rate for Gen.G. That was the issue in game 1. Here in game 2, they're showing it now. 12 shots, Nolly putting away 2, apparently Jack getting 1, Chronic getting 1. Everything, every goal was assisted here from Gen.G. A good way to bounce back here in this series from Gen.G after game 1 slipped away.
And really a complete game from Nolly. You know, Nolly opening up with that pass into Chronic. He had that wonderful pass as well to apparently Jack. 2 goals where he has fantastic vision to be able to tell that the defense was all sorts of out of position, launching long-range goals. Nolly clearly the MVP that game. And I think, you know, the thing that makes Nolly so good is his vision. That's why he is such a good passer. And that vision also helped him recognize when that defense was overcommitted. So Nolly, excellent vision. We'll see if he can keep bringing that level of play into game 3.
And not to mention the read that his teammates have on Nolly. They know, it feels like they know where he's going to go even without him having to communicate. They know that he's going to give it up to them and that he's going to set them up perfectly. And that trust is really important, especially in those tight quarter passes. Here comes Complexity, though, right off the rip, trying to get their first early lead here in this series, in a game at least, as that one ricochets off of Chronic and the defense having to settle.
And Complexity is going to be quite disappointed there. They had the 3v1 for a moment. You could see the ball wasn't collected cleanly. That was a scoring chance there for Complexity. They let that one go. So far, Gen.G's been doing all the early scoring. AJG, his own corner. Apparently Jack trying to get a bump from behind. AJG getting some help from RazeBull. Nolly side flip. Staying in the play. Little pop pass up to Jack. Jack getting denied by CRR. Chronic. Lovely touch to control it. Flip reset, but that's shut down by RazeBull. CRR off the ceiling. We'll get it over to RazeBull, who gets a long clear. Chance to reset for Complexity, but it's boomed back.
Both up.
Jack and Nolly both up. Nolly ceiling pass to Chronic, and Chronic will score. It goes from a double commit for Gen.G, worrying about a counterattack, to simply a goal.
And it's not like people didn't have boost here, but AJG turns around and tries to challenge backwards. The challenge was late anyways, and I think the defense was stunned that that play even materialized after the double commit. Shambles on the side of Complexity there on the defense. I don't know. I can't even explain to you what happened. It was so slow.
Well, I think Complexity was just a little bit surprised as well, because normally in a double commit like that, Chronic's not going to commit. You won't send the third player, because then you are so vulnerable if you lose that 50. But Chronic says, no, I believe in the recovery of my teammates. They calmed it early enough, even though they both jumped. I'm going for this shot, and it worked out. But now another shot, this time from Complexity. That one saved by Nolly. Jack going for net, hits off the post, rebound. Will be blocked out. Complexity. They're trying to keep their head above the water right now. And now a fake! And a deflection, rather, from CRR. Gen.G, they are bringing everything out.
CRR with 3 saves already, keeping his team in this one. As Gen.G have been putting on the hurt. RazeBull met at the top of the ceiling. As this one played over by apparently Jack. Complexity. They have not shown the same offense that they had in the previous games. Even in game 2, felt like they had Gen.G's number in some points. And now look at this touch from Chronic. Just forcing the defense back. Look at all this boost that CR has to use. And Gen.G are trying to hold on to it. That wasn't the best touch. Goes back to AJG. Here it comes out to RazeBull as Chronic's challenge will deny the attack.
Nolly getting the boom upfield. Now we'll rotate out. A miss from CRR. Complexity, you can tell, are having a challenging time trying to read what Gen.G is going to do, but RazeBull reading it well enough, getting the equalizer.
And I love this from CRR and RazeBull, finding each other downfield. You beat Nolly to the ball. All you had to do was get a touch off the ceiling just to keep it going for your offense, and good things happen with RazeBull under the ball there. Great touch from him to put it home, and you get yourself an equalizer.
Fantastic decision as well from CRR to go for the ceiling pass. Seeing that challenge come in from Nolly. Ceiling pass incredibly effective. This one's going to be a tough ball to handle for Chronic, but does so brilliantly, and the shot is going to be sent high. AJG had the chance to put Complexity ahead and missed the mark.
And CRR also had a big opportunity there. The shot was well off, but the ball just came out a little bit too far, and he couldn't get himself around to get the angle. And we'll see the final minute and a half. Complexity, again, it feels like for a moment, getting into that next gear, trying to get their offense going. It takes them about half a game, it feels like, to really see the full presence of the offense. But when it's there, it's brilliant. They just can't find that consistency so far in this series.
A low challenge. RazeBull open net if he can pinch it in. It gets away from him. RazeBull, it was another challenging play. Still on the ball. Down to the ground. RazeBull does it all.
He's playing free play. He steals the boost away. And off the ceiling, apparently Jack had to wait for him to come down. Nolly can do nothing about it. Placement matters. The far post it is. And Complexity in the lead.
RazeBull. Oh man, that was like a bull in a china shop. Knocking everything over, especially the Gen.G defense. But now the response.
How did they save the Nolly shot? This was like a negative angle from Nolly. And somehow they made the save, but it wasn't enough. It came out to apparently Jack. And Gen.G respond back here with 53 seconds.
And you're so right, Krilly. That shot from Nolly, I can't believe they blocked it. Nolly is having this series of his life at the moment, or so it seems. That was unbelievable that he put that on target, forcing the rebound. Both teams fighting tooth and nail. Apparently Jack getting the bump, and that shot saved, and it's bounced up by AJG. Nolly going for the double tap off the backboard. Still on the goal line, AJG keeping it out. Gen.G throwing punch after punch, and that one almost landing.
Demo.
Rebound out to Chronic. Chronic weak shot, and it's cleared out to the corner. Complexity survived for now.
CRR's got 5 saves by himself, now 10 for Complexity overall, and Gen.G one last try as Chronic trying to get a hold of this one. A last bounce as it pops in front of the box. Nolly trying to put it on target. Complexity trying to stay alive, but apparently Jack, the slow shot won't go through, and somehow Complexity get to an overtime.
Oh, my heart is beating out of my chest. Complexity, they have a chance to win it. The pressure was overwhelming from Gen.G. If they just needed a few more seconds on attack, but they're picking up right where they left off. Ball out to the middle. AJG couldn't get the touch he was hoping for. Now Nolly popping it up to himself. Chronic will move in. Gets it past Bull. Apparently Jack double tap ball going in, but CRR saves it.
Number 7 for CRR, and another attack coming. 16 shots for Gen.G. The 17th will go through. It's Chronic to save the day.
That was a Gen.G barrage. And finally, Gen.G hitting their target 36 seconds rather, into overtime. And a stunning finish. That one was maybe the most exciting finish we've seen to a game this year. How much action, nonstop action we had leading up to the overtime, and then in that overtime. That was, that left me speechless.
Well, and you got to give credit to Gen.G, because a lot of times when you get that much pressure in an overtime, or in regulation, excuse me, and then you go to an overtime, it's tough to get right back into it. And boy, did they. Right off the kickoff, immediate pressure back on the Complexity side, just like we never left regulation. And Gen.G, they were not walking away without a win here in Game 3.
And the crazy thing was the double tap save that we saw that Nolly took, and then you saw the double tap that apparently Jack put on target that CRR was able to save off to the corner. So we are seeing shooting from Gen.G that we did not see the first Complexity matchup of today. Gen.G was actually struggling to hit a few shots, and then it also makes you think back to the AJG rebound opportunity that he put high. You know, that right now Complexity, I would say, struggling with their shooting accuracy in some very critical moments, whereas Gen.G is really hitting their stride. And you wonder, oh, hold on, right off, kickoff.
There they go.
And that is a freebie here for Complexity.
And what happened here on the kickoff? Oh, Chronic just missed.
And I mean, you're not really expecting to, in Chronic's defense, you're not really expecting that hard hit right off kickoff. You know, if you're on the kickoff, it's your job to put it in a playable spot for your team.
And by the way, I just want to mention, you were talking about, you know, the shooting and the pressure coming out from Gen.G. Nolly was 0-6 in that game, but probably the best 0-6 stat line, 0 goals and 6 shots, because his shots forced that Complexity defense to really stretch out, and he's what made that Complexity defense crumble to allow his teammates to come through and put away their shots. And that one on the stat line is going to give him 0%, but boy, was a big reason why they won that game.
And he might have a 0 on the shots to goals, but oh, hold on, CRR out of necessity just hovering behind the ball gets the demo, and that is something that has been working wonderfully for Complexity. You get that demo from behind, then you just put something on target, just get it going towards net, and then hope that it goes in, and it does.
Yeah, great fake there from CRR, and now he might have another opportunity.
And back to what you were saying, though, Corelli, even those missed shots or those shots that get saved can turn into an assist.
Yep.
And that's exactly what Nolly was able to do.
Just keep that pressure. That's what's important. And Gen.G certainly did that. But now Gen.G find themselves in a situation that they haven't felt so far, at least not this early in the game. They're down by 2 in the first minute. Complexity, they just have to make sure that the end of that previous game doesn't happen here. They can cruise to a victory holding that 2-goal lead or maybe more. Demo comes out from AJG. They're chasing players on the Gen.G box as CRR can't hold on to it and AJG forced to go back.
Lovely back pass that's going to let Raze will go airborne, but Nolly jumps on it. If he got more power on that shot, maybe could have scored. Now we see demos from Jack on CRR. Chronic flip reset around 1, but AJG able to tip it barely wide and gets the corner boost. Counterattack is on. CRR flip reset into another flip reset, and now a backline demo. It's a counter in favor of Gen.G. Chronic delayed shot. Fakes the flip reset and gets that one in.
Oh my, this one's back and forth. We are doing laps up and down the map, and Chronic doesn't use the flip reset. He's got all 3 of Complexity fooled, and Gen.G fight back.
And that is the definition of end-to-end action. But this one might be going in. It bounces off the crossbar. Rebound to Raze Bull. Kickoff goals galore for Complexity.
James, we can hardly keep up with this game. I'm not going to lie. We've casted a lot of Rocket League, and this one...
2 minutes in.
This one is the fastest-paced Rocket League game I've casted in a long, long time. These guys are playing their hearts out here in this grand final. They are putting on a show.
They really are, leaving it all out there. And you can just see that desire to win, especially for Complexity, who are looking for that first North American title. They've made it to a finals before, but they lost to this very team. A win here would let them overcome that hurdle and get that North American title. Meanwhile, Gen.G have had quite a few titles of their own, looking to add another one to the collection.
No, that's a great point there, because Complexity traditionally has beaten Gen.G earlier in these formats, whether it's in the groups or maybe early in a Swiss stage. They did it here, where they beat them earlier in an upper bracket final, but they haven't been able to get the job done when it comes to winning the whole thing. And I think Complexity know that. They're tired of beating Gen.G when it's not a final. And right now, they are playing like they earned it. As this one comes out to AJG, and Complexity trying to pile on here with 2 minutes left to play.
You're right, Corelli. This is when it matters, when you are playing for that title of winning the entire event. Taking home that championship. Apparently Jack trying to dribble this one out. The 50 does find its way over to Chronic, who's bumped off the ball. Raze Bull leaving it up for AJG. AJG had it tip off of Nolly. Nolly gonna stay upfield. Gets the backboard pass, but Jack can't corral it. It was a really fast hit, but now Jack will have to retreat back. Gets that off the corner, and you could see the panic from Gen.G after Jack committed hard upfield. Was thinking someone was right behind him and that he had to make a hit, and that fell right into Complexity's hands.
Yeah, it was Nolly, and AJG takes out Nolly, and he was trying to size up Jack's touch. And without it, an easy goal for Complexity on the open net. Here they come again, unrelenting here. CRR trying to force another one through, as Chronic does well to get that second touch. He's done that a few times now. Getting the clear and that second touch off the sidewall down the sideline just forces Complexity back. That's how Gen.G has been able to keep a lot of their pressure.
Gen.G gonna need some pressure here. Final minute approaching, down by 3. Jack going for a double. Get it to the corner, but Raze Bull will stay on it. Lands on the wall, and will have to bail out. CRR trying to low 50 that through. Time on Complexity's side. AJG getting it around, apparently Jack. CRR, delayed shot. And now Raze Bull with the rebound. And Chronic gets a nice save, but even more time being wasted.
Gen.G just have not had the same offense as they did in the previous game. Complexity have figured it out here. They've got their defense straightened out. And with time ticking down, happy to take pot shots at the net. If another one goes through, great. You don't have to overcommit here. You can cruise to victory here in Game 4.
It really has felt like a cruise for Complexity. Multiple kickoff goals. And when you're in series like this, those kickoff goals, they are a boost to morale. They just help you feel like luck. The universe is on your side. And in this game, it really was.
Felt like when Complexity went up 2-0, I think they kind of took the pressure off themselves, especially with the way the previous game ended, where they were just getting out pressured. They realized, okay, we have this 2-goal lead. We don't have to commit super hard. You could see they really started to play a more conservative type of offense where, hey, if we put on some of the pressure, great, but we don't need to send everyone. Make sure to protect the net. And Complexity certainly did that here in Game 4.
They really did. And I mean, there was that good moment from Chronic, but overall, Complexity getting physical, doing more of what's been successful for them. And we have a timeout being called by Gen.G. And I mean, this is a bit of an early timeout. It's not match point. You know, this Gen.G was up in the series. Now we're tied at 2 games apiece. But Gen.G opting to call the timeout now.
And I don't hate it. I mean, this was a bit of a blowout game for them. So to sit back, regroup, take care of the business you need to take care of, and think about this matchup a little bit harder. I think the good has been really good for Complexity. The bad has been, or excuse me, for Gen.G. The bad has definitely been this particular game. And I think the conversation really needs to revolve around how do you prevent these games from happening? Because otherwise, in a closer matchup, I think Gen.G edges out Complexity in a lot of cases.
Yeah, I mean, most notably, the play that kind of made you feel like Gen.G was off was that apparently Jack hit into the corner, Nolly getting demoed, and then it turned out just being a wide open net for Complexity, and that was what put the game away, in my opinion. And, you know, Gen.G is probably just going to try to figure out how they want to approach this game to handle those bumps, those demos that Complexity is showing. And also to keep doing what they were doing before, the infield passing, and also just the spectacular gameplay from Nolly. But you also have to ask, you know, can you expect Nolly to be playing at the level he was in the 2 wins that Gen.G was able to get? Because it was out of this world, the level he was playing.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, this has nothing to do with Nolly. It's tough to just keep at the level that he was at because it was such a stellar level. When that drops off, what happens to the offense? What happens to the passes, right? And I think maybe that previous game was an indication of that, right? It was a bit of an indictment. If Nolly isn't there, look what happens to the offense of Gen.G. It really starts to sputter out. So we'll have to see what they bring here in this next game and this our beautiful new map here in the rotation.
And then it'll have to be better kickoffs as well for Gen.G, and that is better. They don't get possession, but they're not getting scored on right away, and that the kickoff's really what haunted them the last game, correct?
There's been a bit of an interesting battle on kickoffs. Chronic and I think it was CRR have been chasing to the mid boost, and they've been fighting and demoing each other. Some gets better than the other on some of these kickoffs, but it's an interesting fight, and that's what led to one of the early goals for CRR. He was able to get the full boost away from Chronic, and then he was able to set himself up at the top of the box.
Look at this control from CRR. Fakes it, backflips off the ball, setting it up for RazeBull, but this play, CRR pinches it right there, gets a little touch, hits it off the ceiling, fakes the shot, and allows RazeBull to get it. What a setup from CRR!
Yeah, that's great work from Complexity, being on the same page, and RazeBull coming through, calling off CR, and then just drilling that one on target. And again, Complexity able to jump into the lead here, just like the previous game.
Complexity are playing like they believe they can win it all. Chronic going for net. Save out from RazeBull. Gen.G have been tested over and over again, especially in these grand finals, which is like a second home to Gen.G nowadays. But they're about to be evicted by Complexity unless something changes. CRR moving up, trying to get the pass in, and it was a good pass, but AJG was playing very close.
Still not a massive push in here for Complexity. Still feel like you have to push just a little bit if you want to kind of sit back and play the way they did in the previous game. You know, Gen.G are going to apply some pressure. It really is like at that point, how much is your defense able to hold up against the Gen.G offense? Is it going to be the same here in this game? And so far, Gen.G held to 1 shot, 4 on Complexity. Here comes 5 off the backboard. CRR's out of boost. Follow up there. RazeBull's shot is weak, and apparently Jack pops it up. Here comes AJG, and again, apparently Jack comes up big as all 3 of Gen.G muscle that one out.
Oh, that was a frightening moment for Gen.G. RazeBull had 0 boost, couldn't get the power on that shot, and AJG put a shot on target. Complexity still going. AJG going for net, but that one denied by Chronic. This defensive stop from Gen.G, keeping them in this game. But there's a demo from behind, which has been ruthless from Complexity, and the counterattack is on. A boom, and it's saved by Chronic, who got his fingertips on that ball.
CRR had a masterful work coming off the back wall there to get that one over to AJG. And you can see those transitional shots, especially from the midfield, trying to catch defenses out, are so dangerous when the setup's right. Gen.G did well, though, to prevent that one from going in, and Complexity, they're speeding things up. You can see the physical play coming out from both teams as well. Demos galore, and almost 2 minutes left. Complexity still nurturing their 1-goal lead.
We haven't been able to see Gen.G retain much possession. There's another demo on the back. Raise Bull snagging the corner boost, trying to slow it down. Gets it by Chronic, and that was important to cut off that infield pass because that was the last defender.
Complexity were setting up. Here comes AJG again. He had options and unfortunately took it so far. It was a great touch by AJG. Sets up CRR and denied by Chronic. Gen.G getting beat on the transition, but they just get back to their goal line and prevent the shot.
Rayful barely getting a tip there in field. Chronic has been last back quite a few times and has stood tall in almost every occasion. Chronic helping keep Gen.G in this. The defense has been stressed for Gen.G. Complexity having a majority of the chances, a majority of the possession. And they do have this 1-goal lead. Raise ball back forward pass. AJG up. AJG shooting down, and AJG converts.
11 shots to 2 in favor of Complexity, and their second goal to go through. Look at that touch from AJG getting up high. You feel like a lot of players would go for a double tap or maybe off the ceiling, trying to control into a flip reset, but AJG puts it directly down and in. Somehow finds the angle there.
What a tournament it's been for AJG. Will it be enough to help propel Complexity to their first title? Raise ball right towards net. Looks like it'll be a bit wide. Nolly bouncing it out. Will stay in the play. Out of boost though. Gave up the ball. Chronic up early. CRR hitting it off the ceiling. AJG going for a high lob. Now Nolly physical off the ball, taking out CRR. Raiseful doesn't have anyone to pass to after that demo. Chronic up to Nolly. Nolly going for the double tap, but AJG shuts down that play.
See, apparently Jack was trying to keep that away from AJG, who hung on the back wall. 20 seconds left. Gen.G threatening. Only 2 shots here so far. That's a third from Chronic. As Nolly can't even hold on to it either. And the back pass isn't going to be good enough. Bracewell trying to take the challenge with 10 seconds left. You feel like Complexity can push out Gen.G and hold on here.
Complexity move 1 game closer and are now 1 game away from claiming total victory.
What a fight from Complexity, especially early on in this series when Gen.G were able to jump out in front. You felt like Gen.G were going to go back to the same pressure that we saw in the upper bracket final, where it felt like Gen.G had more pressure throughout that series than Complexity. Complexity just kind of hung on there and were able to edge out Gen.G. This series has been different, especially after game 1. Complexity have come out and they have earned these wins against Gen.G, and they have made Gen.G look silly at times defensively. And AJG, raised ball offensively with the heart, the lifeblood of this team, CRR, they have been something special since the winter, and they're looking now to take their first title here in North America.
And Complexity, it just looks like they're hungry. I mean, you can see it in the way they're playing. And even that play with CRR, getting that touch up the wall, now then off the ceiling, leaving it for Raiseful. The creativity's been there, the aggression, the speed, the execution, the shooting from AJG. And now Complexity are close to getting the job done. But Gen.G, we've seen them complete miracles before. They're gonna need some help now. They want to at least force the second series. Field pass, raise pull, hits 2 to jump. CRR will get the mid boost and get out. Chronic, low boost shot. Rebound, too risky to go for. You can see Nolly very far back, finally getting into the play. CRR The dribble. Leaks out to Razebull. Razebull opts for the big clear. Gets the mid boost as well. Can't get a touch on that ball, and it's cleared all the way back down to AJG, who launches it right back up. Shooting opportunity for Razebull. Bounces off the backboard, and a nice clear off the line from Nolly. Now numbers advantage, but AJG able to close down the attack. And now it's a counterattack on the other side. CRR going for the bump, but Jack is there. He had the play read.
What a read from Jack. That was scary from Complexity. CRR had so many options there. The fake, the bump, the pass, and now Gen.G, can they push through? Nolly just under the ball there as AJG gets it away, and somehow Complexity get out.
AJG, a foot race with Chronic, now gonna try to get back behind the ball. Razebull with a helpful challenge. AJG trying to steal that corner, hoping CRR can get involved. CRR does, but a double commit from Complexity. However, Gen.G, they're scrambling. A save from Chronic, who was backwards on the goal line, and he tried to just clear this out. Apparently, Jack doing everything he can just to get some breathing room.
Fast pace here from Complexity, and you know they like to go fast. But now here comes the fast break over to apparently Jack. Puts one on target, and CRR there to clean this one away.
Gen.G, they've been in so many finals, but this one might be one of the tougher ones they've experienced with how good Complexity has been playing. Complexity, they can end it on Neo Tokyo with a win. Chronic trying to bring it down the sideline. CRR bumped, and a miss from AJG. Razebull there to boom it out. Chronic will turn. Razebull right back down to the middle. AJG gets a pinch with Razebull. Now Nolly trying to get this down to Jack, but it's cut off by CRR. Chronic there. Chronic, the brick wall in the back. It's been tough for Complexity to beat. Nolly flipping that one towards net.
Look towards Gen.G to set the pace in a lot of these games. That's normally what they do in big-time matchups. Complexity, you got to give them some credit here. They've really disrupted, I think, the rhythm of Gen.G. And Gen.G are really struggling to, I think, find a new rhythm, as a miss there from Nolly. And the pass was intended for Razebull, but Gen.G able to clear it away.
Chronic battling through the bump. And Gen.G has been thrown off a bit, but you're starting to see Gen.G get back in their rhythm. Nolly double tap ball. Bump from Razebull on Nolly. Now Chronic will go towards net. Razebull hitting it out to the corner. AJG can't get there before Jack, who keeps the ball in the Complexity half. A clear up the gut. Chance for Chronic. Chronic back up to the ball, but he's out of boost. Nolly will have to be good on this play. Gets beat by AJG. Now a shot for Razebull, and that's going to be saved aside by apparently Jack. 2 jump for Gen.G. Gen.G still not on the same page, but they're doing enough to stay in this game.
All 5 shots for Complexity have come from Razebull. Trying to get another opportunity. CRR gets a demo on apparently Jack. Nolly fighting for space here on the Complexity side, and Complexity have been really pushed back defensively. 5 saves have been required here from Complexity. And in the final minute, overtime looming, but maybe not. Apparently Jack, the touch across the box, and Nolly was trying to get a piece of it, but can't come up with connection. CRR with no boost is fighting for the challenge. And Complexity pushed back again, looking similar to games before. Gen.G ramping up. Here comes apparently Jack, and it's denied by CRR. Complexity somehow stay alive.
And we've seen this movie before. It ended with Gen.G winning in overtime, but maybe this is the sequel and we'll see something different. Complexity holding off that attack. Final 10 seconds. We're positioned for overtime. Chronic trying to end it in regulation. Out to the middle. Jack will get blocked out by Razebull. Nolly keeping the ball up. CRR towards net.
Careful.
Chronic will be able to get back, but ball's still in play. CRR, the light tap, and it does land, and we have overtime. Match point for Complexity. Golden goal can win it for them.
And it's crucial here to not go let Gen.G right back into pressure. If you're Complexity, you have to break out early.
CRR on the dribble, gets the bump.
There it is.
Crossbar down and in.
Complexity claim their first North American title.
They take down the final boss of North America, and they take their seat on the throne as kings. They finally break through. Complexity are your Spring Open champions.
And Complexity just wanted it more. You could see it all series long, all event long. And they break through. It's been a test for them. Even this team has been a test for them. Gen.G stood in their way the last final and knocked them down, but Complexity stood right back up, and now they stand tall, Corelli, as North American champions. That was quite the performance from Complexity.
I mean, you can see it on their cams, how much this means to them. Their smiles, I mean, they all threw themselves back, their heads down, their heads up, the hands on the face. It means a lot because they know how close they've been. They've been in this exact spot before where they had to go up against Gen.G in a grand final in exactly one split ago in the Winter Open. And they tried their best, but Gen.G was too strong then. Now they come back, and not only did they beat Gen.G in the grand final, they beat them twice in a row. They beat them in the upper bracket final in 7, and now they take them down in the grand final. A dominant win here, and dominance over Gen.G in North America here from Complexity.
And there's no doubt about it that Complexity is on top. You said it, Corelli. Taking down Gen.G, who made it back from the lowers, back to the grand finals. Gen.G, a team that has made their second home in these grand finals. They are that final boss, and Complexity finally figuring out the code. And it was a team effort. We saw everyone contribute. The redirects from AJG, RLCS even with that redirect, the creativity from CRR, the demos as well from AJG. It was a complete package from Complexity.
You see the highlights here from the Mobile Hunt high performance replay. Great work from Complexity. And we said our piece, James. Let's see what the desk has to say.
North America, it's a complex region. Not really that complex. Complexity at the top there, folks. Congratulations. They're going to take this one down. And my goodness, I mean, critical own goals in both series between Complexity and Gen.G here, Gibbs. You got to feel for the Gen.G fans on that last one.
Yeah, that last one's one of those where you have to put a hand up, though. And if it bounces off you, it
course.
bounces off you. So it's not too much of an ungoal. It's just an error, just an unforced error, or forced error, I should say. So Complexity, though, hats off to them. That is so great to see. They get their first regional win, just to see the smiles, to see all that work being put into a title, a regional win is fantastic. Because we talked about Complexity back in fall, and I said, I don't think they're good enough. And then winter comes along, and they show up. Then we get 5 top 4s in a row, and now the ultimate prize, that title. So great for them, and they do it against Gen.G. That's the team you want to do it against, and they do it twice. And they're going to go into Regional 2 as the #1 overall seed in North America for the last 3 events. That's something that they have never had before, and that must feel so special.
I think it's more about the consistency. I mean, you painted the picture pretty well there, Gibbs, that these guys, you know, they're pretty quiet. A lot of crickets in the fall split. The winter split, they started heating up, getting top 4 several times. And this was actually a rematch from the Winter Open. But this time, it's Complexity on top. And we had so many wild highlights. We got RLCS coming out with more mind games. Here he is from the ceiling, and that's the mind game where you're abject. You're thinking he's going to hit it early. No, he slows it down, and Complexity brought every aspect of their game to this series.
Every piston was firing. Everybody was playing their best here. And I'm excited to hear from the players as well. We talked to CRR earlier. Let's hear from him again. Achieves is standing by.
Thank you very much, Wave. I appreciate it. CRR joining me now. The first regional win for you guys since May 19th. The first win for Complexity as an organization. You felt confident coming into this grand final. You certainly deserved the win, and getting a second look at Gen.G. Do you feel like they made any adjustments as a team, or did you get exactly what you were expecting all over again?
I think Gen.G always played really good, and we also tried to get used to them because we realized that they were doing like different kickoffs. So we just tried to block their kickoffs, and that's what give us the game. I think like that we won the kickoffs.
Yeah, you definitely put in a couple of goals on the kickoff, and it certainly got you out in front in some critical games. But a lot of people tend to struggle so much versus Gen.G when they really start to press hard. And you guys have such a staunch defense. What are you guys focusing on defense to keep a team like Gen.G out of the net?
I think it's just more about the first man rush every aerial they do, so they don't have any free attack from us, and we just are in our good positions in defense.
So then do you feel like Gen.G is the biggest test for you guys, or do you feel like you want to prove it all over again against FaZe in the next regional?
I think we play a lot of times against Gen.G, and we are positive against them. I think we really play good against them, but the FaZe, I really would like to win against FaZe, because they are the team that I haven't won against yet in the RLCS. So that's the goal now after this win.
Well, we're certainly looking forward to it. Again, congratulations on your first regional win, CRR. Any type of shout-outs you want to give to anybody at home, or any support you'd like to show anybody?
I just want to say something in Spanish, if I can.
Certainly, go for it.
Muchísimas gracias, afición. Esto es para vosotros.
Sí. Thank you very much, CRR. Appreciate it. Looking forward to seeing you in the Spring Cup. Congratulations.
That's a big win for Complexity here as we take a look at the bracket. Never dropped out of the uppers. Didn't drop a series the entire time, folks.
Wow.
Gibbs, this is a big win for Complexity, but you heard it there from CRR. They want FaZe.
I love it. I love that attitude of like, yeah, we're the best right now, but it's because maybe FaZe dropped out early. We want to prove that we're the best against every single one of these teams in North America. And hopefully we get to see that matchup, because we want to see the best teams competing at the end of these brackets. We saw it with Complexity and Gen.G. FaZe had a little bit of a slip up, but that's why we play the games. Spacestation, though, top 4. OpTic, a top 3. Like, fantastic finishes across the board there. It's going to lead into Spring Cup, and then, of course, the Spring Invitational. Like, these points are going to get wild for those top 5 for the major.
It is kind of crazy. You take a look at this here, seeing FaZe there, Turtle, over on the second.
Oh, yeah.
See them over there at 10. They've got their work cut out for them.
Oh, 100%. That's the shakiest result for sure. I mean, we're talking about FaZe Clan and how Complexity is ready to fight them, but they were dropped out so early in this tournament alone. Who knows if they'll even get back to fighting them? I mean, that's the question right now behind FaZe Clan, but obviously I think they're going to bounce back. We have notably seen FaZe Clan struggle in a couple of events, but then have a complete 180 in the following events. And now that Dignitas as well have dropped out early, they're the other team that made the major. So this is quite literally wide open. This is a wide range of results. And I think this should motivate all the teams that are below top 5.
And let's not forget about version 1 as well, like sitting at a 9th spot. They picked up Daniel. They were a team that is borderline top 5 throughout NA, and they pick up Daniel. So you expect them to also compete for a major spot, to compete for one of those world championship spots. Right now, they're sitting comfortably in a top 6. That's where you want to be in North America. There's probably a 50-50 shot that they'll get one more spot. So OpTic for that race is looking fantastic. But really, it comes down to, if you make that Boston major, then you're guaranteed bonus points on top of that. Like at least probably like 8 to 12 points. And if you do really well, who knows like how many points you'll get. You'll just go up like crazy. So that's what you want to race for, the top 5. But then you want to get like up to where version 1 and Spacestation are. That's the race for 5, 6, and 7. You want to race those teams, but also knock them out of major contention. Because if they don't go, you're just gaining points on them. So there's so many teams that are still in this race, because spring, points are worth more than winter. Points are worth more than fall. So all these teams really have a shot, like if they can make it to the major. One great run to a grand finals might get you that. So watch out for Spring Cup. Watch out for Spring Invitational, because North America, we've seen some crazy results throughout this weekend. So I expect the same over the next 2 as well.
All the teams vying for that same thing, trying to get to the World Championship to be able to represent their region and have a chance at hoisting the trophy. But before we get to the World Championship, we got the Boston Major coming up at the end of spring. Don't forget, tickets go on sale May 9th. You can check twitter.com/RL Esports to stay up to date and make sure you're fully aware the moment those are on sale. That's in 2 days. It's 2 days. So make sure you give your tickets so you can come hang out with us. Turtle, final thoughts. What are you taking away from the Spring Open as we prepare for the Cup?
Oh man, I think this just reminds me the crazy results, FaZe Clan dropping early, G2 got out early, Complexity now are on top of the region. This just adds so much more pressure, not only to the major, but also gets me that much more excited for Germany. I mean, we are slowly approaching the pinnacle of Rocket League. And as each day goes by, as each event goes by, I get that much more excited.
Absolutely. And Gibbs, you can see here what's coming up next week with on the Rocket League channel here, and as well as other channels across the category.
Yeah, we're going to see all these roster moves play out in Europe and Sam as well, just to see how it all unfolds. And it's just going to be so much fun to watch. About day one, too. Look out on those Friday streams, because day one is so important. If you lose on day one, you got to win a lot of games in that lower bracket. So that's really the important day to try and make it out as one of those teams that's in the top four, because then you're guaranteed a top five finish at the very least. So that day is so important throughout the split. In previous splits, it's like, you can lose 1 or 2 in fall and be fine. In winter, you can lose 1 and be fine. But no, here, as soon as you lose 1, you got 1 life, and that's it.
Well, folks, lots of Rocket League action coming down the pipe for our other regions across next week. We'll see you here for North America again in 2 weeks for the Spring Cup. I'm Wavebong. This is Gibbs. We got Turtle. We got all the other casters and production in the back. Thank you guys so much for watching the show. See you guys next week. Bye-bye.
She found a way into my heart. She don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, 'cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. Back to feeling lonely, hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you.
What's with these seats, bro? I thought you had the hookup.
Dude, it's all us retired players get.
Can you believe we're here? Game 7, grand finals of the World Championship?
Yeah, I mean, it's cool and all, but what about me? What about, like, everybody else?
Everybody else?
Yeah, like all the players looking to make it to the next level. Like, what if there was a tournament for them?
Yeah, but who's gonna do that?
offense for their own good, and it's leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a chronic, I'm a nick. Finally can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it. The pass down. It's unbelievable.